Welcome, everybody, to yet another day, a deep dive into the brackets of the Western European qualifiers for TI13. Suns fan here with Cinderin. We got a doozy or two for you here, Mr. Cinderin. We got 3 series instead of 2 because we're running out of teams to play. Because many of them have now been eliminated. We weren't sure if this match was going to happen, the first one, but we'll talk about that in just a moment. You can see on the upper bracket side, Tundra versus Entity. Winner of that will go to TI. Loser still has a chance in the lower bracket, and we can see 4 teams currently in the lower bracket: OG, Navi Junior, Secret, and PSG Quest. And there's been a lot of talk around the OG squad because Seb had a stand-in for him yesterday, and nobody was sure if he was going to be able to show up today, in which case they would have to forfeit. But good news, Cinderin. He's in the lobby.
He is in the lobby. So Seb will be playing.
He has arrived.
And we'll see after... So the series OG played yesterday was very entertaining, but also... Like I was saying during that series, I felt like it was maybe entertaining for the reasons OG didn't want, for that matter. Not only OG, also the side of Entity. That game was, a couple of the games were wild. Probably a lot of nerves, a lot of chaos. But maybe with Seb back today, OG can get things a little bit more in order. It's always going to be speculation. It's hard to say like how much one player has an influence on the kind of structure that the team has, but yeah, whatever it was yesterday, hopefully for OG they can step it up. I think today they're facing a weaker opponent, so maybe the stuff from yesterday would fly today, but if you want to get the second slot from the lower, there's no more time for mistakes, right? Now is when you need to peak.
Normally I wouldn't look too into that kind of stuff. It's always fun to speculate, of course, how they would have or would have not done with Seb, but it is Seb. Removing him from the roster, surely that is going to have, like, regardless of just the play aspect, just having the presence, I think, probably had a big... I mean, BZM looked really tilted yesterday, Cinderin. I mean, him and no one were just trading feeds over and over, just in no man's land. No one ends up taking that series, but yeah, that was
it was not
pretty uncharacteristic.
Yeah.
And it made it very fun to watch, though, so I'm not really complaining. But obviously, if OG wants to be the second slot for the TI quals from this division, they're going to have to play better than that, for sure.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think yesterday... yeah, you would think so. Whoever of Tundra and Entity drops down to the lower final later on should be... You know, with what they've learned and everything, you would think that OG needs to kick it up a notch to feel comfortable winning that final series. If they get that far, they need to get through Navi Junior first, and then they would need to get through the winner of Secret Quest, which is also happening later today. So, yeah, a lot on the line. It's starting to reach that point of the tournament where, you know, the first round is like, okay, what are the teams going to play? What's the meta going to be? And now we know, and the teams know, and they know what each other's, like, aces are. So the question is, does anyone have more stuff they haven't shown? How deep does your hero pool go? Your strategies? That's what I'm most curious about for the rest of the tournament is when you reach those final rounds. Sometimes, especially a player like Seb will do a really good job with preparing something, and having an idea of what to do against specific teams.
Yeah, and we've seen Navi Junior play a good amount of games so far. Hit or a miss. Their laning stage is what we've kind of criticized them for the most. Feels like after that point, they've actually been playing quite well. But, I mean, I think you mentioned as well that if against these higher caliber teams, if you don't match up even close in the laning stage, usually the game is just kind of over.
It's too hard.
But I will say I've been impressed with their play and their spellcasting and whatnot. And I got the juice, not just saying I'm not just bringing up his name because I like his name, which I do, of course. I was looking over some of the stats, and in the 8 games they played, he's played 7 different carries. That's pretty impressive. He's only played Ursa was the duplicate.
Yep.
Other than that, like, hard to ban out this guy. I mean, not that they've won every game by any means, but he's looked good pretty much every time, I feel like.
Yeah. Seems quite stable. I would agree with that. I also do want to highlight that Niku, the mid player for Navi Junior, his current pub nickname is Dendy2009. So, showing some respect.
Don't tell me he was born in 2009.
I don't think so.
I'm looking this up, Cinderella.
Showing some respect to one of the greats, of course. Usually when people have a nickname, of another player and then a year, it's like that's their motivation, is being like that player was in that year, or like, it's their
Okay.
their
2009
mindset.
wasn't even Dota 2 at that point, so
Right.
he wants to be the Dota 1 Dendi. So
Dendi was a
Niku's
beast
the
in Dota
one.
1.
Niku's the one player on Wikipedia without a profile, so I can't actually check his age.
Yeah.
But yeah, that seems a little too young, probably, right? There's no way. Or what would that make him? He'd be
15.
15. We've seen it before.
How old was Sumail when he won TI? Wasn't he
He was
15?
16,
Was he
but
16?
he was 15. I think he was 15 when he won DAC,
Yes,
which was the
that's
same
right.
year.
That's right.
And I believe he turned 16 for TI.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not unheard of. It is unusual, though. Certainly
Yeah.
have prodigy type vibes, if that were the case. He could be 40 years old, though, so we don't really
Yeah, I feel
know,
like a 40-year-old would not play on Navi Junior. Although we're reaching the
Why?
point where that's
Never know.
probably possible, because the main Navi squad are probably starting to be 50.
Yeah, there we go. Still the
It checks
youngins,
out, yeah.
apparently. And the second series today, you alluded to Secret versus PSG Quest. What are you expecting from that one? Because we'll be casting that one as well.
That's a tougher one, because I think I had higher hopes for Secret yesterday, and it didn't really work well for them at all. They kind of just got significantly outclassed by Tundra in both games. Quest just coming off a 2-1 against Nigma Galaxy. Those games were pretty short. They were like half an hour each. So win or lose, they were pretty decisive. I don't know. I think it's probably kind of close, because if Secret had had a better showing yesterday, I would have had more confidence in them. But Quest are obviously on a little bit of a streak here. They lost their first round to Entity 2-1, which is worth keeping in mind. They did take a game off Entity, who are now in the finals. And then they 2-0'd Bald convincingly, and then 2-1 against Nigma yesterday. I don't know. I don't really have a favorite. I feel like it's difficult to say, which is good, right? That means
Yeah,
there's a
I think
decent
that's
chance
going to
of
be, if things go the way that they should on paper, that one will be very close. The OG Navi Junior could be OG favored, like 70-30 or something.
It's
to that
definitely
effect.
OG favorite. I don't think there's any question about that. But this is the type of game where I could easily see Navi Junior take a game, or taking the whole series. I think would be a major upset for me. But we have seen the strength of this team, like you talked about, is that mid game and the team fighting, and a lot of the time that's actually where OG win their games. They aren't. I wouldn't consider OG like an S tier laning team. I think they're stable. I would say Ari and Whisper's lane is probably S tier, but aside from that, the team they generally do fine in lanes, and then it's mainly about how they coordinate their mid game that can sometimes be absolutely beautiful and sometimes be a miss, like we saw yesterday. It can flop, but that's what I'm looking at today. It's really that simple. Can Navi Junior get to an even game minute 15-20? So then I think they have a shot. If they get rolled in the lanes, I don't have much hope for them.
And then the final series of today will be Tundra versus Entity. So that's going to be the first slot
Yep.
of this qualifier for the Western European side. Do you have a favorite for that one?
Probably Tundra. Mainly based on yesterday. I think their drafts and their overall ideas against Secret were very good, and there was still room for improvement on individual plays, but the strategy was quite sound. Entity's win against OG was very scrappy, like we just talked about. So I don't know internally how their matchups generally go, actually, because some of these teams have really bad win rates against each other. I think Tundra, let me see here. Trying to find their recent matches.
You going to do the live lookup?
So the last 2 times Tundra faced Entity, they lost 2-0. That was in May during Entity's kind of heater. Entity were just crushing. Entity are coming off of 2 tournament wins. One in March and one in May. And yeah, beating them was part of that. As a matter of fact, the last tournament they won, they 3-1 to OG in the finals as well. So, yeah. And then knocked Tundra.
Has there been, so talking more generally as we're getting ready for this game to start, has there been any hero that has surprised you at all for this specific qualifier in terms of, well, it could be anything, whether it's overrated, underrated, better than you thought it would be?
I didn't think SF would be a first phase hero. I knew he was a lot better in this patch, but it doesn't always translate to pro play when a hero is good in pubs, right? And some teams have also been rating it quite low comparatively. Like in some games, it's first phase banned. We had a series where it was ignored. But overall, on average, the hero has been given first phase priority. And yeah, it's just because it's SF, I guess, where in the back of my mind, I have this image of this hero in Pro Dota is always like a last pick or a late phase at least, and has some really serious counters and weaknesses, but he's at a place now with his numbers where it's just that strong that you can first phase this hero.
We've only seen it once, I think, right?
Yeah, we
You
didn't
and
have it
I?
in many of our games. It's been either banned or ignored.
Yeah.
I think we saw it one game, yeah.
I think the hero for me, maybe it's not up to that level, but Dark Willow, I was shocked that the other facet was taken, and it was taken twice, and it looked really good in both situations, where doing more damage while in Shadow Realm, essentially, is what it is, versus the Bramble facet, which just feels like it is impossible to maneuver through. And by the way, did they change something with, like in the big patch, with the way Bramble works? Because I feel like it goes off faster when you cast it. You know what I mean?
That was earlier. I think that was 730. Was that 734?
Okay.
Or 735?
It's essentially, it's gotten to the point now where if you're placing it, like where the AoE is located on someone, it just roots them. Like it's not, there's no delay anymore, right?
There
Which
still is some, right?
It's really strong. If there is, it's minuscule.
It's
It's
short.
way less than
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
before.
That's actually,
it's become less of a. It feels like, I mean, I'm not saying it was a skill shot necessarily, but it required some timing. Whereas now it just feels like you just brain dead, just slap it down, you know? But that's maybe one of the reasons this hero is highly sought after at the moment.
Yep.
And we've also seen a ton of Weaver that has played multiple positions, has looked really bad at times, but that's because it's being first picked and then hard countered in some capacity. Kind of all over the place with that hero. I don't even know what to feel. It is the, let me look at the stats right now. It's the second most picked right now, but in terms of actual contest rate, it's fifth behind Shadow Fiend, Witch Doctor, which we have yet to see, you and I, Clockwork, and TA, which we've seen all of these heroes at least once. And the TA looked redonkulous, and that's after a nerf as well.
I've got your, I found your patch thing for Willow, by the way. It happened in 732.
Okay.
Reduced Bramble Maze spawn delay from 0.5 to 0.3. And that's the last time it was changed.
Yep. See, when you hit the age of 35, Cinderin, 0.3 is instant. Okay? There's no delay. It's an instant. It's just like Pango's turn rate.
I mean, it is very
at
fast,
1.0.
to be fair. Because if you imagine you place, let's say the Bramble has an AoE of 100, right? And you place it directly on top of the model, then the enemy needs to move. Or rather, if you place it so that it clips them, and then the direction that they have to move to escape, then they need to cover over 100 moves, move distance in 0.3 seconds. That would mean you needed to move instantly if you have 350 move speed to get out, right? But heroes have turn rate, they might be slowed to some extent, or not move the correct direction instantly. So yeah, it's like if you place it on the hero most of the time, it's just going to hit, right?
Which I feel like is a shame, because that's what made the spell kind of cool, you know? Now it feels like it's just, hey, I'm overgrowthing you. It doesn't go through BKB or anything, but, you know.
I think when Willow's this good, reverting that is actually a fine change. I would agree with that, making the spawn delay a little bit longer again. Because one of the things that happened to Willow was that Bedlam can be cast on allies, right? And that just really made things a lot easier for the Willow.
Yeah, that one's cool. I think that opens up a lot of different avenues for how you want to play the hero. Right now, one of the players from OG is having issues connecting to the Discord server, apparently. So that's what the delay is. I think that's just for, I assume, competitive integrity. But so we're just going to bullshit here and pretend this is our podcast, which is our favorite thing to do. What do you want to talk about today, Cinder? What's grinding your gears right now? Boy, that's really good. That's a good topic.
That's a tough one. Yeah, that's like, hey, what problems do you have right now that you want to talk about on broadcast?
Well, it could be Dota related. I mean, it probably should be Dota related since we're on stream right now. You know, have you been playing Clockwork?
Yeah, I played it a few games. That's fun. Obviously,
you like bowling?
Yeah, I love bowling. I also love bowling in real life. So yeah, he's right. He's right there. I'm trying to think what really bothers me in my games right now.
Say it again, Cinder.
I was trying to think what really bothered me in games, but it's not coming to mind. Oh, it looks like we're ready. How fortunate.
Yeah, I actually gave you the mantle of filling in the gaps here, and you just shit the bed.
That's not
we
really
started
how
talking
it works.
about bowling and then Clockwork. It was a really boring conversation.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah,
Thank God
ask a
it's
better
done.
question next time. What can I say? You got what you deserved. So
I mean, I asked, "How's everything going?" Essentially,
that's
and
a
you
bad
couldn't
question.
Think of a
That's
single,
literally small talk.
That's the most open-ended shit possible. You could literally talk about anything you want. Like, how is that difficult? Anyway, we have the draft ready to go.
Thank
You
God
know, it
for
reminds me of this. There's this. I don't know if it was TikTok, but there's like, you know how there's these videos of people going up on the street to people and interviewing them and just getting funny anecdotes. There's a guy that goes up to a woman with a microphone and he's like, "Think of a woman."
Yeah, name a woman.
He puts the mic in front of her face. 10 seconds. She literally cannot think of a single woman. Could have said herself, but that's you right now. I gave you all the topics in the world. You got nothing. All right.
That's how it is when you put people on the spot. It's the pressure. It's really difficult. All right, let's see.
In the draft we go. Navi Jr. versus OG. We start out with some. Okay, there is a new-ish band, if you want to call it that. There's Brood, TA, Tiny, no big surprise, and then I said Brood, didn't I?
Yep.
I think I said Brood first. That was the surprise one. So, Witch Doctor, TA, Darkseer, Tiny, Brood, and now Storm Spirit. So
seems like it took a while for Storm to become a first phase ban.
It feels like it's played every game.
Yeah.
Every single game.
More or less. So this will probably put BZM on either Ember or Void Spirit, as these are the other spirits that are played mid every game.
Yeah.
But there's also Shadow Fiend, if OG fancy that. They will go for their Enigma first, as per usual. They've been rating this hero highest in all of their games, I think. When they could get it, they've picked it first. And Navi Jr., what are you going to do to counter this? So Gyro would have been the obvious carry counter. That one got banned. They will take the Rubik. One of DayZ's best heroes. He played it very well earlier in the tournament. I think he's Grandmaster on it. So you should feel quite comfortable with, I mean, knowing what to do in this matchup. It's not like it's extremely complicated or whatever, but playing at the highest level, little things really start mattering.
5 seconds remaining.
Now I'm curious if Navi Jr. are going to try to solve the Enigma from a support position or from a carry position in the lane, and if OG with Seb here are likely to play at 5, because I think when they had the stand-in yesterday in Immersion, that was probably less likely, but I know Seb loves his Enigma, so he will probably be more flexible with it as a pick today.
So when a Rubik is picked to counter the Enigma, does it change the likelihood that it's a core versus support, or does that not come into play that much?
I think it's more
Because if
about
you're core,
the
you
lanes.
spend. Okay, so it's more about lanes. Because
Yeah.
if you're a core, you're obviously going to get more money. You can itemize against, getting a Lincolns or whatever to block
5 seconds remaining.
the Rubik.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're support, feels like you never want to cast Black Hole.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if it matters much if you're 5 that you're against a Rubik 4, like if that lane matchup is annoying. But I think even getting your Eidolon's Fate bolted, now that it's percentage-based reduction instead of flat, it used to be flat. And when it was flat, Rubik was way better against Enigma in lane, because the Eidolons obviously had low base damage, so losing a flat amount made them extremely weak. But Fateball has been percentage for quite a long time now. Some years, I believe. And the damage reduction is insignificant at level 1, it's 5%. I think the Eidolons maybe lose 1 damage. So, you're probably happy playing that matchup as Enigma, I would imagine. Fatebolt does okay damage, but it's like,
10 seconds
there's way bigger problems.
Seb looks really tired today.
5 seconds remaining.
Probably for good reason.
Yeah.
Probably up all night. As Centaur is the second pick for Navi Jr. I'm seeing this more of a 4th or 5th pick in a lot of games.
Yeah.
Not too often this early.
And specifically against Enigma, right? Your Stampede is not saving people from Black Hole. You're vulnerable to Midnight
10
Pulse.
seconds remaining.
This is
But
a bit
you
of an
said
odd
it
one.
the other day, Cinderin, the Aghanim Scepter is the save now.
Yeah. If you get rich enough, you can
Well,
literally...
you go first item, Aghanim Scepter.
I get that this is a video game and, you know, it doesn't have to be realistic, but I feel like a little cart being able to combat a black hole is very... That's where I draw the line for my immersion.
Why? Why?
That's just too unrealistic. There has to be a limit, Shannon.
Cinderin, you don't know the lore of the cart. It could be from some very famous gladiatorial battle
That
in
still is
history,
not stronger than
and
the black hole.
but it was also blessed by Zeus.
Oh, okay. All right.
The actual god, not the hero that's pretending to be the god of
I see. Okay.
thunder.
I hear you.
Seconds remaining.
Okay, that's not the god of thunder. What is? It's just the god of. What is Zeus? Isn't it just the main god? It's the son of the Titans, Kronos. But Zeus is kind of the big boy on campus.
He's the god of a lot of things, as is the case in Greek mythology. They're generally god of more than one thing. He is
Yeah, so
definitely-
anyway, my point is the cart was obviously a gift from a god. They just forgot to put that into the lore. Okay?
Okay.
Radiant team.
He's probably also
the black hole
Centaur's
doesn't
dad, actually. As is the
Well,
case.
that means they may have had relations with a horse then, right? That's how you make a centaur,
That's
a
Zeus.
god and a horse.
That's Zeus in a nutshell. He's probably also
Yeah.
Hoodwink's dad somehow. Like
Zeus, I mean, based on actual lore, he did that quite a bit. We won't go
Yes.
into detail here because this is
Yeah.
a PG-13 stream. As Elder Titan to go along with Dark Willow now on the side of OG, they have a crap ton of team fight.
They're already locking in Enigma as 3 here. This is a little bit early for OG to do this. I feel like usually they keep the flex open longer, but maybe they really liked Whisper's Enigma performance yesterday and they feel like we will just do this. We're confident. And I get it, right? I think he had a couple of really cool moments on Enigma yesterday, especially the dive he did level 5 at the top tower. But you also get Ari onto the Dark Willow, which is amazing. And Seb's ET is a very stable pick for them. So seems like their mindset against Navi Jr. is just, well, we know what these guys are about. They're about that mid game. They're about the team fight and spell casting. We are going to pick the most insane team fight you can imagine. And just have huge AoEs. And we will not worry about the lanes because that's the Achilles heel of this team. And we will just have stable matchups. They don't have to be great. And I think already, now you pick Lifestealer into Enigma, this should be a good lane for Whisper. That lane matchup is very easy for Enigma. So unless the support really poses a challenge here for the Enigma, they will probably be happy.
5 seconds.
You know, I don't want to speak too soon. I don't know how often this hero is picked anymore, Cinderin. Especially in, I mean, I could see it more as an off lane, but I feel like you get away with a OG Slardar if they really want. It destroys Lifestealer and Centaur.
So as
And
a
you have
carry, you
minus
mean?
armor to go along with Nature's Order. Yeah.
Yeah, they could. I could see it.
It's a little unusual as a carry, but I mean, I think it could own this game.
I'm trying to
real
think of
hard.
what other carries Tomato is likely to play against Lifestealer, because obviously the Chaos Knights out Weaver is still available, but you are up against Rubik. I still think that hero might be worth it. The Lifesteal matchup is amazing. You're good in lane against Centaur. Traditionally speaking, a great carry this game would be Slark, because he's good against all 3. But Slark is just not favored in the pro scene or in general right now. It's
Nobody
rated very
wants
low.
to see Slark. I don't think any viewer in chat is hoping that Slark is picked.
There's probably
Very
some
boring.
there's some sick guy out there who's like, hell yes, Slark's my favorite hero of all time, and that's fine. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. You're wrong, but your hero's good this game.
Ooh.
Also not bad against. I mean,
Okay.
if there were a Slark game this tournament, this is the one.
So,
this is also
I don't-
just better. So-
I don't know what's happening with this Pugna, and I doubt this is the case, Synderen, but there is a facet that allows you to channel or to use spells while channeling. You can do that while inside Lifestealer.
Isn't that just as innate?
10 seconds
Huh?
remaining.
Isn't that just as innate?
Yeah, so the point is you get Pudge,
5 seconds
okay?
remaining.
Yeah, it could be his innate, not a facet. Pudge with Lifestealer and Pugna. That's the dream. As Morphling has
I
now
would not recommend
been
Pudge
picked.
this game.
Synderen, why can't you just have fun?
Oh,
The
I
rest
can
of
I
us.
can have fun occasionally, but I don't think Navi Jr. are here to have fun. They're here to win. And winning is more fun.
Well, this doesn't work. This entire idea doesn't work unless Pugna is inside someone.
Remaining.
Okay. And obviously, Lifestealer can't eat Pugna. He has to go inside Pugna, and then it's useless.
So I'm just trying to wrap my head around how it works, because what Pugna can do is he can cast spells
Yes.
and use items while channeling. How can he channel while he's inside Pudge?
I don't know, but I did this
But
personally.
he can. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
he
that's
can.
fine, guys. Nothing. That makes sense.
There's
All
a
right.
hero in Heroes of Newerth that used to be able to do that inherently. It was really cool. So maybe that's just like a little test bed for Valve.
Right.
Hey, maybe they fixed it in the last couple days, Shadow patch or whatever.
I think they're testing a couple of concepts so they can drop 3 heroes at once together with Ringmaster.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Yeah. I think it's going to be 3 new heroes.
3. I think it's going to be 8.
Okay. I thought my statement was ridiculous enough, but we really need to take it to unbelievable levels today.
That's right.
So, 2 spirits banned here. We talked about it. BZM was likely to play one of these 2. They're now both banned, so he has to grab a different hero. I think I've only seen him play spirits this tournament, in the games we've covered at least. And that will lead to...
Earth Spirit. Wow. You called it.
Oh
Great
my
call,
God,
Synderen.
man. Is that for real? The last spirit.
There's a spirit obsession at this qualifier.
10
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
All right, so Navi Jr. looking
Shadow Fiend?
for a mid. Arc
Ooh.
Warden. Wowzer.
New hero.
Okay. Yes.
This hero has very
Unfortunately,
high
the
win rate this
facets-
patch in pubs.
Yeah. I have noticed that, and it's scary, Synderen. All it takes is one person to break out, and then everyone's a copycat. But yeah, Arc Warden, I'm not sure what the build is these days, if it's even changed from like the Hanamitis Mjolnir type split push, but
Yeah. That's
it's a cool hero.
That's going to be a good question for this game. It's going to be a lot about pacing, right? This hero, in theory, is quite double-edged against Morphling, because he's one of the carries that can really close the gap on you and kill you even inside your own bubble with the waveform. And, of course, just turn into something that benefits him to get there as well and burst you. But Arc Warden also can become extremely overwhelming for the Morph when he has a big inventory. Like, Arc loves to buy Hex, which very few carries do. And obviously that item is one Morph does not enjoy facing. So I'll say I still, I think OG are just the better team. So it's easy to say that I think they're going to win the game. But I do like that Navi Jr. are really trying to think outside the box here and do something that's them, that's... OG will not be used to playing against this stuff right now. It's a 5 Pugna on Riddies, who's been playing 5 Lion a lot. And now they're going to run this Arc Warden mid. So let's see if they get through the laning stage unscathed. That was my number one thing for the game. If they do and things stabilize, kind of like the Radiant lineup going late.
Okay. And have to throw it out there, Synderen. The cart, usually for Centaur, you're looking at a range carry. When they pick Lifesteal, I'm like, okay, the hopes and dreams of that Ags is gone. But the Arc Warden is a perfect prototype, perfect recipient of the cart. So we'll definitely see that this game.
I do think the main point of cart this game is to save from Black Hole, though. And
Yeah.
it doesn't feel like... I mean, I'm not going to say Arc Warden isn't going to get Black Hold, because of course that can happen, but it's more likely going to be reserved for Lifestealer than the Arc. Potentially. But we'll see. I would love to see the cart. I've been laughing at how weak this was for a year, and now it's actually reached a point where it's quite good
30 seconds
after 6
left.
buffs.
Yes.
So
5th one wasn't enough.
you thought it was great when
So-
it came out, but that
Wait, which one specifically?
the cart. Actually, I don't think you did. I think you thought it was.
I did not. It was, but it was a funny. I liked it because it was funny. But compared to 40% damage reduction for your whole
the
team,
old, that's right. The old Ags was the damage mitigation one. It's really strong.
and terrain walk, it was great. We're gonna have potential. No battle for the rune. Not seeing a ton of level or 0-minute kills.
That's true.
As we did in the last patch, right?
Yeah, there hasn't been too many. The teams are generally just trading runes and then calling it a day. I think in our games we've probably only had 1 or 2 first bloods happen on the rune. So very few compared to, as you said, recently. It felt like it was every game that the teams would smoke into each other, but
Yeah.
things have mellowed down a bit.
So looking at the facets that were chosen, I mean, the Arc Warden was kind of weird because it's the old, it's just the switch between, you're just choosing which skills your double has, essentially, right? You're just swapping between each other. We're going to see the Thorny Thicket for Ari. So he was one of the players that chose the other one. So I wonder what the reasoning, is it because there's a melee position 1, perhaps? So the brambles are just more important to be annoying.
The extra brambles are really good against Stampede.
Yeah, good
That
against
might
Centaur and the
be-
cart. Yeah.
The biggest part of it, honestly. It's just the Stampede factor. It's also good against Arc Warden to have extra brambles, right? You're just more likely to hit both units when he has his Tempest double running. And on top of that, if you do get the damage talent, where you do more damage in Shadow Realm, you're likely using that in a game where you can put Bedlam on a core that you can stand close to, so you get the amp. And the only Bedlam core you really have here is Earth Spirit, and we know he's going to get in there. So it's going to be hard for you to be in range, I think, a lot of
Yeah.
the time.
You see the bramble onto Riddies.
Oh, he's
Blood Grenade
good.
as well. That's just first blood. Easy. Way too easy for Whisper. Good start for OG already. But in the mid lane, one thing to mention, BZM on the Earth Spirit. We've seen it once already in this qualifier, but he's taken the other facet, which is the magnetize.
Yep.
Well, it's just the regular one, I guess you could call it. It doesn't change the way the hero is played necessarily. But Stone Remnant gives Earth Spirit bonus attack damage.
It's quite a lot, too. When you're level 18,
8
whenever
per
your
stack.
Magnetize is running, you have 120 damage. Rolling on Miku here.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get to see more Earth Spirit. I feel like it's the forgotten spirit of the mid. I mean, when I say Earth Spirit, I mean mid Earth Spirit specifically, because it's such a cool hero, very roaming oriented, and I mean he has ridiculous strength gain. Is this one of the highest strength gains in the game? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, 3.8 is very high. It's absolutely in the top 5. So it's cool to see, like you said, it's cool to see this hero being played, but I also think it's particularly good to see BZM on it. Obviously, yesterday he had an off game. I think it's just, call a spade a spade. His Void Spirit game was all over the place, but when I look at this guy and all the 4 spirits that he plays, I personally... Oh, hang on,
Tom.
Tomato. Taking a beating here. It will be okay.
Yeah.
I would say, for me, his 2 best ones are actually Ember and Earth Spirit in mid.
Oh, they do finish off Seb,
Oh,
just
there
barely.
we go. Yeah, just narrowly reaching. I've been generally very impressed when I've seen BZM playing the mid-Earth. I also think his Storm is also really good in some games, but for me, the most stable ones for him, just consistent performance, Earth Spirit and Ember, just feels like those are where he is the most comfortable.
Radiant's courier.
All right, again, we're seeing a Centaur get boots really early with the horsepower facet. I don't understand what's going on in Dota. Is there something we don't understand about this? I mean, how could we? It's very simple. You said it before. If you're going to get phase boots, then surely you just get the boots portion of it last, because you're getting literally 0 value.
You're getting some value, right? You are getting move speed.
Are you?
Yeah.
Am I misunderstanding how this works?
It says the movement speed bonus doesn't stack with boots, so it should take whichever is higher, right? And for now, the boots will be higher than...
Oh, okay, so I'm the idiot then.
No,
I see.
but I mean, it's still a discussion of is it worth it? Because like you're not getting 45 move speed from your boots, right? You're getting like 20. So in that case, you could still buy a windlace, so pay half the price and then get the phase after, if it's the move speed you want. But then you're delaying your phase boots. So I think it's matchup specific. In this lane, he really doesn't need the chainmail, so I think this is much better time to do it than other games we've seen. But I agree overall. I think if you're buying phase, a lot of the time it's probably better to buy one of the other 2 components. But this time in specific, I actually kind of like this. He's just running at people, you know? Their lane is so strong, the Rubik Centaur. Ari's actually rotated to try to help now, stem the bleeding a little bit.
More double edge. Seb making a rotation. Ari.
Brambles.
Bramble. We talked about how easy that is to hit. Cinderin, 0.3 seconds. That means PMA is really young. Man. He's got the extra reaction time. Very fast fingers. That's why they have the Counter-Strike names.
Yeah. Seb's going to ward on top of a ward, so this will be dewarded for both teams, you would imagine. Ari is going to place a secondary ward that I think Daze might have also noticed, so they might lose both.
Big roll from BZM, completely misses. Now he's kind of stuck under the tier 1 tower, puts down a magnetize, but rotation from Daze is here along with Riddies. BZM a bit too much in that engagement, and now Ari, he's in his shadow realm, but it looks like he might just die to the... Oh, no. We'll be able to live just barely.
Oh, Tomato.
But in the meantime,
solo.
they finally get Tomato. But how? That was just a hoof stomp.
It's a good read
it's
from...
the boots.
Oh, Seb will kill Daze. I think... I'm not... No,
got the
reach.
juice, bottom lane. Getting pursued by Whisper. Eidolons bring him down to 40 HP.
Yeah, so...
As Daze runs away. But they get the Arc Warden in the mid lane, so BZM gets some revenge.
Yeah. I think this was just a really good prep play from Navi Jr. to have both supports already sitting in mid as BZM's going for the roll. It's a very natural play for OG to try for this kill when Earth Spirit hits level 6 first. Ari was there for the Brambles, but they didn't manage to connect the spells, and Navi had both supports covering Whisper. Can't reach. Then Malefice.
Oh, they scan BZM. He's trying to go for the Wisdom, but Daze gets the telekinesis at the last moment. So each side gets one, as Gaben intended. Got the juice. His CS 30. Bless you, Cinderin. 35 and 4 right now versus Tomato's 31 and 2, and Tomato's the one that died and has been getting pressured constantly. So, I mean, looking just at the pure CS, not that far behind then.
Yeah, PMA is far ahead. It's top net worth by a lot. Well, not by a lot over the enemy offlaner, but by a lot over the carry. 1,000 ahead against Tomato in this lane was not the result I was expecting, and that's good news, right? We're talking about Navi's lanes not being the best in general. Their lane plays more so than their picks, but they're keeping it up in this one against OG so far.
Riddies running into Ari. Yep, we got the Nether Blast. As Ari will limp away. Almost goes down to the Spark Wraith, but there was an engagement bottom where Ari missed yet. Not to harp here, Cinderin. Missed another Bramble.
Oh.
Pros are really good at dodging it, apparently. We'll just say that.
It's crazy he can dodge that when it forms instantly.
That's right. That's why these guys are pros. Eidolon's doing a lot of damage to this tier 1 tower, so this
the middle one
will
as
eventually go down.
That's where OG are winning the most
true.
right now, is in the tower wars, right? They're getting bot tower. It will get denied at the very least, but the control is already acquired. Mid tower is down to a third as well. So I think perhaps a rotation from Whisper to mid is in order. Use his drums, use the black hole, try to get a kill on Arc and take his tower. Seems like a very natural move. That line is, as a matter of fact, being drawn by Riddies right now. It's like they're going to come mid now and try to take this tower. And I wonder what the counterplay is going to be. Is it just conceding it, or are they going to try to put up a fight?
They're actually wrapping around towards the top side of the map now. PMA backing away. He's almost done with his blade mount. It's not going to be a triple bracer build, or even a double bracer for that matter, which has definitely been the go-to for most centaurs that we've seen. Single bracer into blade mail with the phase boots already intact, and then likely the blink from there.
Yeah, quite a good
Lifestealer
blade
working
mail
on. Yeah, no doubt.
Willow needs to be careful with how she uses her ult. Earth Spirit is going to take a ton of residual damage from just casting his spells in fights, as long as you're in them. So, I dig it. And there's the tower. So, standard stuff. OG with the rotation here. Get it for free. And now we might hit a little bit of a downtime where there might be a little bit of farming going on. But maybe not if Seb has something to say about it. No, they won't reach Riddies. He's really fast. Never mind. I was not looking
fast
in the right
enough,
direction.
it seems.
I was
the roll
looking
in
at
from
the Enigma and
BZM.
the ET. I was not looking at BZM, and you should always look at BZM.
That's right.
You will find a way to reach on his spirits.
A good solid kill from OG. I think Navi Jr. side still working on the Radiance, of course, on the Lifestealer. Niku just recently picked up the Hanamitis. I think they're just going to be chilling. And like we talked about, Centaur with the Blade Mail, so going to be farming up the Blink. And that's going to be some powerful timings once the Arc Warden gets a second item and can actually contribute with the initiation of Centaur.
Yep. BZM just wants to go to town now, though, with his vessel. PMA seems aware that something might be happening. He's going to pull off to the left and then back. So good read on the map. Don't know if BZM actually got spotted by the Watcher on the way before he used his Invis rune. But at the same time, also a relatively obvious play when you think about it. Earth Spirit was just mid. He's disappeared while Ahri takes 6. BZM's decision-making tree is quite limited in this situation. But with the Invis rune, it is bigger than you'd think. Now he can walk up here, and he will go for days.
Yep, they're going to try for it. Days, going to get magnetized. Now BZM on the run, the Stampede being used, but the Bramble, just like you said, pretty much puts that to an end. And BZM doesn't want to stop here. She runs into the Tempest double. Whisper, Black Hole is at the ready, but it is just a Pugna. So we'll show some restraint. He has a Blink already, by the way, so Blink drums intact.
Whisper is mega farmed, as expected. It's such an easy lane. I think Pugna Lifestealer should be unlosable for Enigma +1. Lifestealer does nothing to your Eidolons. Pugna can't handle them alone, and your support just helps you bully the Pugna out, and then you're just CSing. So he's sitting on 80 and 11. The Lifestealer has kept up quite well in terms of the raw last hit numbers, but his net worth significantly lower from all the extra objectives OG have been able to claim. Enigma has 2 kills and the tower from mid. PMA,
Some action top.
Stomp.
BZM gets stomped by PMA. Seb coming in to try to get this residual kill. BZM dies first, though. That is big. And PMA might not even drop, although Tomato going to waveform in.
Oh, he missed.
The Lotus was used. PMA's going to live now. Double edge onto the Morphling. It's not quite enough, though. Tomato gets the kill. Still on very low HP as the Black Hole used onto the Arc Warden and the double. He gets some good Midas action before the inevitable death. And now Riddy's on the run, pig pulling away. 3 for 2. And that would have been absolutely disastrous for OG if Tomato died.
Yeah,
But
if the
he
skill
pulled it
build of
out.
Centaur was different, Tomato would have died. But Centaur's gone for a 3-2-3 build. So obviously getting some of the farm through Retaliate, but in that situation, Tomato was getting dangerously low. With the uphill miss, Centaur got to turn around and cast his spells, but not quite enough damage to get the kill. So
Yeah,
OG
if it
get
was
another
one
tower.
less in if it was one less in Retaliate, one more in Double Edge, I think that's a kill. Probably.
Yeah, probably.
That was super close.
Because he double edged twice in that engagement, right?
Yeah.
So it's the little
With
things
that Tomato,
sometimes.
he has the finish. What's the reason for Morphling sometimes finishing Vlad, sometimes not?
This is one of the heroes I play the very least.
I would imagine it's because they want to group up a little bit early,
Yeah.
because you can see Whisper is also going for the drums into pipe, so not like a BKB Octarine, which has been kind of the go-to for Enigmas.
Yeah, I assume it's just a pacing thing, but you're right. You generally buy at least the morbid mask on morph, so you can safely, or not even necessarily that. You either buy the morbid mask or you buy some sort of regen. You get one or the other. But if you are buying the morbid mask, it's very common to upgrade the Vlads, especially if you have this sort of timing in the mid game, as you said. But when specifically you choose to not go for it, and what the reason is, I think it's also a little bit up to individual player preference. But it definitely is painting a picture that Enigma is going pipe. I think that is the one that tells me the most about OG's read on the game, because the other games we've seen from Whisper, this has not been his preference. It's generally been that BKB route. But this time OG want to play a higher pace and probably end the game before Arc Warden becomes a problem.
Yeah. OG still playing quite aggressive as the smoke comes out from Na'Vi. PMA likely to lead the way. The smoke pops, though. They don't have the vision on the high ground. Ari gonna Shadow Realm a little early. Hoof Stomp does hit. Brambles to try to protect him. Gets to terrorize off, but the Stampede is to follow. BZM, though, gets caught out, and he is destroyed. Got the juice, gets credit for that one. And Ari gonna be the second one killed on OG's side.
Oh, and Na'Vi Jr. even have a nice steal right now. Terrorize, grabbed by the Rubik. It's a very good spell on this hero with the Arcane Supremacy. So, interesting. They might get their first tower of the game.
They just might, and that was pretty big for the Lifestealer. That gets him that much closer to the Radiance, since he's been kind of far behind this game. In fact, that catapults him ahead of BZM. As the Roshan now being attempted by OG, both Whisper and Tomato should be able to get this uncontested.
Yeah, I think this is also a very unexpected play for the side of Na'Vi Jr., considering they just won this fight. This is not going to be on their minds as an immediate OG play. And yeah, that's a good play call. They'll grab this Aegis, probably put on Tomato, and when he has his Manta, maybe bring him to the fight. It's complete in 500 gold, so give him a minute. But still, all things considered, quite good for Na'Vi Jr., right? Yeah, you lose this Roche, but they're only 1k behind. They're playing an Arc Warden strat. Their Lifestealer is now a hero with Radiance. I'm trying for this. Really good read from Got the Juice. I'm not sure what prompted this from him. It's like he started moving as the roll was commencing. Maybe he did see it? Oh yeah, there's that.
He has the Radiance now, and they know it. Can take out some Eidolons. That's good for Corpse Eater, but not going to go any further because of the threat of the black hole.
I think this
Definitely
is
have an answer for the Rage.
This is the time where Enigma needs to consider, is the pipe actually the path? Like, do we feel confident we're far enough ahead in fights right now that we can end? He will commit, but this is going to come back to bite him if they don't control the next 15 minutes of the game, right? Then this pipe is going to fall off in value, and might have been better off getting the faster BKB for guaranteed black holes. There's only the Rubik spell steal to worry about. You could get BKB Lincolns with how good your game is and make sure you can lock down these enemy heroes. But not going to be the case now.
Yep, that's a good point. As there's a Stampede now, and the Hoof Stomp to follow. Terrorize.
He's killing himself in Blade Mail.
Ari's just dead. Yeah, Blade Mail, very effective here. And PMA now going for... Oh, he's also going Pipe. That's a sight for sore eyes on Centaur. Feels like it's almost always Eternal Shroud if you want to go the Magic Resist.
Yeah, it's...
Whisper.
It's so much better for his team. When you're playing against Earth Spirit, the amount of magic damage that spreads is massive to block.
That's fair. Oh, BZM.
Nice
He gets
combo.
initiated by PMA, but the black hole onto 3 heroes. They're going to evaporate. Gleipnir by Niku. He's doing quite a bit of damage to Whisper, but he's going to be able to get away. Just like that. 1 black hole, 3 deaths. That sounds like a really disturbing video from back in the day. But go ahead, Syndra.
Nico could have maybe found a couple kills there if he brought his main, but only dared commit his clone there. He got the Enigma very, very low. A second Gleipnir and a couple of attacks. He had everybody under control, but couldn't quite get there. But a huge find for OG. Very, very nice setup. And importantly, you got the Rubik and the black hole. You feel great. That's name of the game for Whisper.
going to see the replay here. Good roll-in from BZM to disrupt PMA's initiation possibilities. Just canceling that Blink Dagger is enormous.
Yeah, look at that Arc Warden damage output. That's just one of him.
And that's just one item.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna
Unless you
get
count
worse than
Midas.
that. OG aggressive
Oh,
with top
Day
tower.
steals attribute shift. He's going to be tanky the rest of the game. That's always a classic. Just don't go full agi.
True.
Don't have to worry about an invoker in the game, though.
Yeah, just quick, hurry up and steal another spell so you can't misclick and lose your game. There we go. He stole it again. Okay.
Double the pleasure.
Oh, I
So he
guess
has almost 2,000 health now because of that. That is one of the best. That's such a feels good
Yeah.
spell to get on Rubik.
Especially considering the vast majority of the enemy's damage is magical in this case, so the armor is not very important. It's only really Morphling that's gonna do any physical side of OG. So Tormentor taken, Riddies will get his shard. Not the best. But the cast range on Nether Ward is nice. That's honestly the
Yeah.
biggest part of the shard for me. I think the whole draining your ward thing is very niche at a pro level. But always good to have the cast range on the ward.
Yeah, Nether Ward in general has been kind of in a weird spot ever since Blink did not cost mana anymore. Remember that?
Yeah.
That would disrupt a lot of combos back in the day. Got the juice. He's gonna be surrounded here. Whisper does not have Black Hole. He's gonna have to pop the rage, looking for an infest target. They gotta get closer though. Leipnir onto BZM, hoof stomp to follow. Tomato, they're gonna get terrorized here. It looks like the Centaur's going really fast. Niku, his double gets destroyed right off the bat. Daze looks like he's gonna be left to die as well.
They'll trade BZM
Although
off.
BZM does drop on the other side.
Yeah, he was in really
Morphling's
deep
still
for
with
the
the
opener.
Aegis. Aegis is about to expire.
Black hole available once more now, so OG in very firm control of the map. They'll get. Did they get both wisdoms? Yes, so they got 2 wisdom runes. They trade BZM for the Rubik, which isn't the best trade, but their map positioning is really good right now. So they get to choose what they want to do, and they will just be taking the greedy approach. Farm up as much as possible, spread out, and try to continue building this advantage. Obviously, Tomato, we haven't talked about him too much. He's very rich. He keeps raking in the dough from his team, just creating all the space you could possibly want as a carry. And we'll be completing his Conda now. And now looking for a Swift Blink, it looks like. No, never mind. Just a Blink into Butterfly.
Oh,
Not Swift Blink.
that's a true shotgun though.
Yep.
I like it. BZM has fallen off a bit. Bottom of the cores in net worth. And it does feel like sometimes this happens to the, and maybe this is why Earth Spirit's not the most common mid lane spirit brother. But I feel like he does farm a lot better than he used to. So
He does.
is that even the case anymore, that he drops off?
Not
If you don't
quite.
get like the ball rolling? No pun intended.
If he wasn't 2 and 4, he would be looking at some. He would probably have Eternal Shroud now, and then don't know what he would get next. But yeah, he's definitely been slowed down a bit. This hero does farm quite fast. It's not. I would say it's not as fast as the other Spirit Brothers at farming, but makes up for it with
Oh, got the juice.
other spell casting.
Got the juice. Black hole on him. He's already put his rage out, but it's likely not to matter. And he is going to go down as Tomato comes in, just to watch it happen.
Nice splitter timing
Navi
there from
Jr.
Seb as well, pulling him back in after he escapes the black hole. They get him back in their grasp, and they will get that big kill. Now, that was a black hole expended, so you would like to see Navi Jr. try something as soon as this lifesteal respawns. Have a good infest play with the Centaur, and if this fight starts on their terms, we have seen Arc Warden be able to get to work. Actually doing a ton of damage to BZM. He's almost soloing him.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
And he
Is he
rolls.
dead?
The auto
He's
attacks
dead.
kill him. Oh my goodness.
This hero's dirty when it gets to just stand and
Jeez.
deliver on both fronts.
Radiant's mid
They're going to turn this into more. Instant smoke. Lifesteal
Oh,
and not
Tomato.
alive
He
yet.
pops it. He's going to get telekinesis into the hook, something into the double edge. He's dead as well.
OG did not do their ward clearing here. They've been in control of
Wow.
this area, but this hill. unchecked. This ward has been here for 2 minutes. And Timato feels safe, thinking that there's no way Navi Jr. have the vision, but they do. These kills are big. That's just the mid and the carry for free, while your
They
carry
might
was
get
dead.
another hoof
Yeah,
stomp,
it's one
cancels
more.
the terrorize, and now
Oh
the
my
easy kill
goodness.
onto Ari to follow up. This is snowballing out of control, and now it's essentially an even game.
Now, I was going to say...
Whisper, he blinks in. He doesn't have Black Hole. He puts down the Midnight Pulse, doing a lot of damage to Riddies and the Tempest double. Riddies will fall. Very aggressive play from Whisper, as if he had a Black Hole.
It worked out that time. Now, I was going to say, this is starting to remind me a little bit of the chaos from yesterday from OG, but it was in a different way in that series against Entity than this. This is just heroes a little bit out on their own, getting caught off guard by Navi Jr. playing to win. You know? The fact that their lifesteal was dead did not stop them from trying to take whatever opportunities were given to them. And OG need to play a little tighter and respect these opponents a bit more, because we've talked this to death at this point. The spell casting on Navi Jr. is really good. They sure know how to press their buttons. Arc Warden is now going
OG
to
is
go for the
learning that very
shard,
quickly.
which makes his magnetic field slow enemies inside of it and reduce projectile speed. I'm not quite sure if this is what makes this a good purchase here.
Yeah, I think that's a new mechanic that they're testing. Is Seb, wrong place, wrong time. Days looking for more. Gets the telekinesis onto BZM. Terrorize comes in. Got the juice. I think he dodged it with the Manta style. That was disgusting. Ari now on the run, as they've already lost their mid laner and support.
Oh, they know where
Of course,
he
he
is.
does not have the Terrorize to work with. Days still has Terrorize for himself as well. So
Another
three
three.
kills for Navi Jr. I'd have to see the replay. Did he dodge Terrorize with Manta?
I did not notice in the middle of that. That is... I would say it's one of the... I don't know where that ranks in difficulty to dodge, because it has a very clear audio cue. But it also has travel time, so you need to read how far away the Willow is. So I actually want to say that's a quite hard one to dodge. Oh, Timato.
Yep, he's all alone here. Other than his
They were-
illusion.
Oh,
He's going to have to waveform away. And now the Roche attempt. Roche number 2, this time for Navi Jr. But you can see OG want to contest this. They have Black Hole. They're going to smoke up as well.
you gonna be
How
in
fast is
time for
this? This is relatively quick. I feel like they might get it in time.
Yep, they will.
The Astro Spirit's on the way.
It's too late.
Can it steal the Roche? No, not quite. It's actually pretty close. Got the juice. TP's out. Days.
Okay,
He'll
not
be
so
the
low.
sacrifice. But still, very good news for Navi Jr.
I think to some extent they've got over the scariest part of the game, and I say that as a team that's playing against Enigma ET late, but Arc Warden was always, this was always going to be his biggest weakness in this game was, well, what if OG just start playing really fast with their cores around this 15 to 25 minute mark? They've weathered the storm on that. This is an even game, and this hero is a total beast on high ground, lest we forget. Like,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
so hard to push if Arc is alive, and he has the net worth to make it happen here.
Got the juice, just walking wherever he wants, and everyone from OG just runs away. He's going to rage, trying to get this wisdom rune. He does get it successfully,
First,
and he'll jump into a creep. Whisper. It's the Malefice on the creep. Not going to go any further. There's the hoof stomp onto 2 with a double edge. It's a quad edge indeed. Terrorize comes out though, and it's doing a lot of hits. Basically everybody. Huge ET ult to follow. Got the juice kind of running around. He does have the Aegis, of course. Doesn't want to expend it so early though.
clean disengage.
Taken away by this magnetize. Looks like he'll live. So no casualties, surprisingly enough. Boy, if Whisper was in position for a black hole there after the terrorize, would have been filthy. That's one of the things of playing against an Arc Warden. Your blink gets canceled so often.
Yeah.
It is very, very annoying.
It is indeed.
I don't know if that's what happened there, but
Now Now with the shard as well, he will have a bigger magnetic field, so more defense for his team primarily, I want to say, as they can maybe clip the edge a little more often. I don't know if this
So
attack,
Navi Jr.
attack
smoke, they've
projectile
been
slows him.
scanned.
Oh, no. Wait. Oh, that's
Yeah,
Ari.
Ari tanking the gank. I mean, they knew they were in the area, so I think he was maybe thought he could get away fast enough.
This has been an uncharacteristically hard game for him in particular, I would say. We've seen him have some really stellar Willow performances and just great play in general, but this game, they have his number. He's 2-5-4.
Dire's middle tower
And all right, up to high ground we go. Got the juice, no hesitation. OG are not at home right now. They will glyph
Got the
soon, I would
juice
imagine.
knocking on the door.
There's that glyph.
Fortification.
Decrepify keeping the creep alive to keep the push going. All right. Oh,
Okay, a little misstep there from BZM. He gets stun locked. Does Whisper want to go in? I think they're just going to sacrifice him. Seb thinking about it, but no, it is not to be. 5 versus 4. And Got the Juice going to continue on inside that Arc Warden bubble. This tier 3 is dead. Can they fight without BZM? As long as Navi Jr. don't group up, should be able to take the fight if they really want, but they're going to back away, showing some restraint.
BZM needs to stop making these big blunders. He was already on a bit of a downswing yesterday on his Void Spirit, but he's just playing over aggressive in this game on his Earth Spirit as well. And I was praising him for his Earth Spirit plays in general. Just hasn't really been his tournament. I gotta say, it's not showing his best form, and it's costly when your mid hero is 2-7. It makes the game really difficult, and a couple of his deaths I think are fine because they're setting up for team fights that are going in OG's favor, and somebody's got to go in and get things started. But this move was, let's think about risk reward. You're rolling with a boulder, so you go really far against a lifestealer that has Aegis and Rage and sees you. At this level, he's going to dodge you 99 out of 100 times, either by sidestepping or by casting Rage. And then what's your plan B? He doesn't have an escape plan. If he has an Ags or something, he can turn himself to stone and kick himself out. Or if he had a Yules, like whatever, BKB. But he doesn't have the farm to play like this, in my opinion. Quite punishing mistake there. Costs him his life and the tier 3 tower.
Yeah, now it's looking kind of scary for OG. Remember that coming into this, they were, I don't know what the percentage you would have put on it, but they are definitely the favorites.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And just a little bit of, I don't know if it's miscommunication or what. The BZM, yeah, a little bit too aggressive.
Ari,
a little
do
too
they
many
see
times.
him? Oh, they don't. That was Centaur almost had vision of him. They could have just blink stomped his TP, but Ari does get out. And looking at the net worths of the game, it's one thing to look at the total gold where it's very even, but OG has so much of the gold on one hero. So Tomato, the amount of responsibility, the weight on this guy's shoulders right now is immense. Because it's not just, the Morph against Lifesteal matchup, if you're looking at that, it's like, oh, it looks great for Tomato. He's going to own this Lifesteal, but the Arc Ward matchup is always going to be really, really scary. One misstep and you just get caught in the artillery. It's going to go either Orchid, Hex, or both on the Arc. And at this point, I think it's fair to say it's hard for OG to end this game before the 45-minute mark, right? Like, how are they going to do that? They have to find
this
a
feels
really
like
good team
a
fight.
very late game scenario for OG, but Navi Jr., if they continue with this trajectory, they could end it earlier than that. They have great tower pushing. And looks like Tomato, he actually did finish the MKB to go along with the Scotty now.
Yeah.
So
Needs it against
no more
Arc.
Radiance Burn. Have to worry about that. And the Arc Warden Bubble, of course.
But that's an extra downside in the matchup because Morph doesn't like buying this item. He generally needs this slot for something else, but there's just no there's just no way around it. You have to have the MKB here. Now finally,
Actually, I
the BKB
don't
for
think
Esper.
Magnetic Field has mischance anymore. I think they got rid of that, right? The evasion.
I don't
Pretty
know.
sure. I think it's. Yeah, I think that was changed.
Oh goodness, I am not an Arc Warden player, as you can tell.
You want the hero deleted, so it's understandable. So it's mainly for the Radiance Burn, I feel like, which, it's still a good item. So
Oh yeah, it gives allies attack range and bonus damage.
Dire are scanning.
Does Tomato know?
Yeah, getting it just for radiance does feel a
I
little.
don't know if I like the
underwhelming.
MKB now. I feel a little bit better about myself not knowing this fact when I see this MKB. Because I'm like, is it actually worth it? Like,
Got the juice. Being pursued. Hoof stomp onto Tomato. Terrorize being picked up by Ari. He's already at half HP on the Morphling. Has to use the Manta style. He's getting controlled though. The right click. There's the Terrorize finally coming in just at the right moment as Tomato looking for the Pugna on the sideline. The Black Hole finally comes in. It's on 2 heroes right now. The Pugna looks like to be the first to fall along with the Arc Warden. That is a huge kill for OG. They lose Whisper though. As the hoof stomp, you can see the infest onto PMA to keep him alive. And now Seb being pursued as BZM doing some nice job of blocking. But he's going to get open wounds. Tomato with the waveform. He's still alive, doing so much burst damage to this Centaur. Eventually will tick away. And now the question is, can they kill this Morphling? Absolutely. Got the juice. Has certainly got it for the Morphling, who's basically watered juice.
And that...
Juice is water.
Wow. All right. That's a
Go ahead.
Bit of a stretch. That looked like a really good fight for OG, right? That's a bit concerning. If they get this good of an initiation, they had a Black Hole and Lifestealer and the Tempest double. Not the main arc, I believe. Or was it the main even?
Dire's bottom
They had
is under attack.
basically everything they would have wanted there. They had a Black Hole that got uninterrupted, channeled the full duration, not countered by Rubik. They had a Magnetized pulsing the whole time, and they still lost the fight despite killing Arc early. His clone did a lot of work afterwards, and Lifestealer managed to survive. So that was the moment I was like, okay, if OG are gonna win this before Arc reaches critical mass, it's off finding a Black Hole, killing Arc without buyback, and then going high ground. That was the moment that this could have happened. It didn't. We're in for a guaranteed late game at this point. And I genuinely really favor the Radiant side in this. Whisper has to come up huge, but look at his items.
Yeah, he went for full utility.
Boots of Bearing, Pipe, and Shadow Blade. So he is so far off having this BKB refresher Lincolns that you would like to have in a late game scenario against this Rubik. It's just not even close. So now he has to play a much more challenging game of kind of a game of chicken against the Rubik, where it's about waiting for him to spell steal something else. But what if he doesn't? What if he just waits?
Well, got the juice. Taking apart. He had a butterfly temporarily, but took it apart for the nullifier. And he's in the pit. This is Roche number 3. Has Aghanim Scepter. We can see the backstab attempt from OG. Astral Spirit is coming.
Have Black Hole.
It's going to hit PMA.
This.
Blink Dagger's canceled for the time being. You're going to see that in the pit, they have exited. And even Got the Juice comes out just to take out the creep wave. They're doing a full circle around. And there's the infest onto PMA. Looking for the initiation now.
Oh, they got it.
There it is. On top of BZM. Gonna get bashed up. Right click's coming in from the Arc Warden, doing so much damage. Got the Juice now focusing all of his efforts onto Tomato. Has to Manta and try to run away. Big Terrorize again on top of an Echo Stomp. So a lot of crowd control being used from OG. As BZM has a shield room, pops the BKB. PMA attempting to run away. The waveform in from Tomato. He gets the double. BZM still continuing. And Whisper looking for the Black Hole potentially. Niku, he's just going to die. They don't even need to use it. Has Got the Juice showing himself now. Whisper coming in with the Shadow Blade. Still has the Black Hole. Finally using it. And that wait, it was stolen at the last moment on 2 heroes as well. Whisper is dead as a result. Got the Juice trying to TP out. He'll be able to do so. Tomato did not have vision. He's going to waveform in. They should be able to kill the Rubik at the very least, although making it a little bit more difficult here at the last moment. But that is a 4 for 2 and no buyback. So it actually was OG favored. That was a very long, drawn-out fight. And we'll see if they can get Roche on the top of that.
Yeah, Willow Ari somehow survived that. He got hit 5 times by Lifestealer. He was down to 10%, got off his Glimmer, and cut off to the side. And that meant that a ton of the time Navi's carry was effectively hitting into nothing, right? He needed a full 5 seconds to reconnect to the fight on the right, and while that was happening, the Centaur as well as the Arc Warden were getting absolutely chunked down by all of the spells of OG and Tomato. You get to see this Aegis now in the hands of OG, a little bit of a breather. Finally something for them going well. It's felt like a terrible last 10 minutes, but Now we have
Who gets the
ourselves
Ags?
a little
Because that
bit
has
of
not
one
been
again.
consumed yet. This is going to be about a 5k lead once somebody eats that.
I
It
think
might
Earth
be
Spirit
Spirit
is
himself.
the choice. And I want to say it's extra good
And
on
there we go.
BZM because he's not playing the game of his life, so this gives him an extra defensive layer as he's going
So
in.
he can enchant a hero to turn them into stone and manipulate them any which way, which is, in theory, very strong. We've seen it win games in the past. We've seen it be blundered, though, as well.
Yeah.
End up being quite useless.
Radiant are scanning.
BZM does have the BKB. That was the first... no, actually, that was the second use of the BKB there. He's going for Octarine next. And the question for Whisper is, I guess you do go BKB now, but you're right. He kind of put himself in kind of, like, no pun intended, a bit of a hole with this build.
Yeah.
Pigeonhole, more specifically. And it's not like you can, because you're running out of inventory slots too, and you don't want to sell any of this. It's very awkward.
All right. Got the juice with a big item pickup here. He disassembled his Radiance to make the Nullifier, and now he has a BKB as well. So 25 Rage Talent, BKB. This guy is going to be tough to kill without the Black Hole. 4,400 health, BKB, Manta, Infest on the Centaur. Plenty of ways to stay alive here. A little bit of FPS issues here. What a clutch play in that last fight, by the way, from Daze. That's that patience I'm talking about. He was waiting the whole time for the Black Hole to come out, stole it instantly and counterplayed. Without that, the lifesteal was gone. This would have been a much, much worse fight for Navi Jr.
Seb has sheep, and I mean, he has the shard, so he can actually, if he wants, get in up close to be able to get the sheep off. So it's almost like a mobility type thing. But
Yep.
that one's really hard to use, so
It's a potential
not
game
sure if
winner,
we'll see
though.
it. It is.
If he gets a Hex out of Glimmer onto... I'm wondering who your best target is if you had free choice. If you actually even want to Hex the lifesteal. I think you want to Hex a support and just kill them instantly and develop the fight. It's unlikely that OG can full burst the lifestealer with the protection he has. He's going to have a Pugna with Aether Lens and Glimmer Cape protecting him a lot of the time. Surprised Rubik doesn't have his shard, I would say. I wonder if he's going to just try to get it for free. He's going BKB. Huh. All right.
Is there a reason Got the Juice is keeping the talisman in his backpack? Is he going to make the Radiance again, or?
That's a good question. Does he have any plans for this?
I mean, I don't. This is not the type of game you go Heaven's Halberd, because
Yeah, and you don't go
he's playing
butter
hard
either.
carry here.
I think you might as well just sell it, right?
I think so. Maybe waiting for once he sells it, he needs to have enough, right, to buy whatever he wants. Doesn't have enough quite yet.
Well, if he sold it right now, he would have buyback. That's a pretty good argument.
True.
But
Damage rune on Tomato, level 25 now. Less cooldown on wave form. Has backpacked his Conda, actually. Although the bottle will likely replace that eventually. And they can go for the Tormentor if they want. Not the biggest of steals this late into the game, but better than nothing. As Ari will get his shard. So Curse Crown adding the Bramble. Got the juice, level 25. So he has the extra second of Rage now.
so just to clarify,
And the
Shan.
BKB.
Okay, let's see if he's fine here. Seb, a little bit out of position.
Whisper
We'll
showing
get
himself.
bailed out.
Stampede used. More of a defensive measure, though.
So just to clarify again about the arc, now I checked it just to make sure we're not completely uninformed. The clone's magnetic field does give 100% evasion.
Okay, so that's the flip-flop.
Yeah, it's
aspect
the
there.
main that doesn't. So the MKB of
Okay,
Tomato
Manta
is
on
useful.
Tomato, trying to man up against. Got the juice, the roll in, onto the center, turns him to stone, kicks him out of his own base. He doesn't have Stampede to get away anymore. double is already killed, and look at the Centaur all alone, completely separated. Tomato, he was all alone as well. The Hoofstomp is actually going to connect. Do they have enough right-click damage to actually bring him down? Does have the Aegis for another 50 seconds, so not the biggest of deals. Echo Stomp connecting on the 2 right now. The Centaur looks to be dead. There's Stolen Terror, but the Black Hole on top of that. Stolen Black Hole again! And that one is doing massive damage along with Niku on that Arc Warden. Aegis is gone, and now Tomato on the run. Gets the waveform off, attempting the TP, but the Gleipnir will cancel it. It's still going to take a while to take down this absolute beast of burden. Echo Stomp making even more difficult for the Lifestealer. Tomato waveforms to the north. This has such low cooldown that he is probably fine at this stage. They do have Blink Telekinesis, though. There it is. Gleipnir again.
Satanic to break it.
Satanic, he has Manta in 4 seconds, trying to fight his way out of this, but it might be too late for him. 100 seconds with the buyback, though, but my goodness, that was a lot of back and forth.
Can you want anything more out of your Rubik than that? He terrorizes 2 heroes, and then the Enigma comes in for the Black Hole immediately, instant steal, and then he Black Holes 3 heroes. Just Days with the huge play to keep Navi Jr. in the game there. And as you said, the way this fight broke out, it looked promising for OG. Sure, the Morph is isolated in the enemy base, but you're killing the Centaur, and Morph has the Aegis, so you have the man advantage. But Days with some incredible Rubik play keeps the game alive now, still for Navi Jr. And again, we come back to begging the question, is Whispers build the build? Where's the Lincolns? Clearly, Days has his number, so... He is still not planning a Lincolns. He's planning Octarine now. I think this is the type of game where you need to protect that black hole now. It's too important of a tool.
Oh, got the juice. So they get the full set of racks. They're going for Throne, trying to force this buyback. There's the Arc Warden bubble.
Oh, shit.
One of them does evasion. We'll never know which. BZM. Okay, he's dead. No buyback either. And now the Abyssal Blade onto Seb. Okay, the tier 4 is completely destroyed. Ancient completely exposed, and the game is just over. What just happened? What? How does the game end like that? Like, genuinely, how is that possible to end like that? Wow. I am genuinely speechless.
So I think what happened was BZM rolled in to try and delay this push, but he didn't BKB. He has BKB and cheese, but he rolled in, got instantly stunned. Probably was expecting that he could at least connect the roll and then press BKB, but I guess just right away canceled out by the side of Navi Jr. And I'm a little bit dumbfounded. Like I said, this was a series where I thought Navi Jr. could definitely win a game, or even the series as an upset, but the way in which this game ended has me very concerned for OG. A couple of the decisions they made in this game, you can only question them. The Enigma's build did not work out the way they wanted it to. BZM was once again not playing up to his standards. And now this late game this end just feels like a choke to me.
That was pretty bad, I won't lie. Yeah.
I know it's high pressure. It's Arc Warden. He's going to push super fast, but this was not a coordinated defense. It was literally just, oh shit, let's go, kind of.
That was a Leroy Jenkins moment from BZM.
Yeah.
I figured he's rolling in. Okay, buyback's coming from Morphling.
Yeah,
he dies,
exactly.
Then the buyback comes in. It's like,
It was so uncoordinated. And on the flip side, Navi Jr., that's what I love so much about watching this team. They're really on the same page. These are relatively inexperienced players just on an academy team, but they're playing super well together. And that's what makes a good team, right? You can compensate for maybe, you're against a lot of star players, but I think in terms of just overall teamwork and cohesion, I think Navi Jr. played a better game. Like they were very much
that's the thing. Like obviously we're harping a lot on the mistakes that OG made because we expect more from them. But being able to take advantage of that in that fashion, Navi Jr. looked really good. And I have to say, Days,
oh my god.
Hard.
Yeah.
Really hard.
Man of the match for me. And that's not an easy title to get in a game where the Lifestealer plays such a good game. I think Niku also on Arc Warden. We've mainly seen Niku play the Spirits, but there were none of them left. So he was like, okay, then I guess I'll play my best hero. I don't know. Yeah, wow, that's a start and a half to the series. This is really exciting now. I think most people out there would not have expected Navi Junior to even take a game, and now all of a sudden it's OG with the backs against the wall.
Yeah, they're gonna have to come up with something. Like you said, some of it was itemization. We're seeing the steal again from Days, and jeez, he was just beastly. And honestly, I don't know how much it had to do with it, but just stealing attribute shift early in the game, like, did he die after he got that? It feels like it.
Maybe
if he did, it
once.
took forever.
Yeah,
like
he didn't die.
A tanky Rubik, that is pretty crazy. And he had BKB at the end as well. He's like, hey, well, I'm getting the black holes anyway. I might as well be able to protect myself on top of that. But yeah, very impressive play from Navi Junior.
I love watching this team play. I think this is such a cool dark horse, one we didn't even mention having any sort of business in the contention for this, but the more games I watch from them, the more I'm a believer. So
Yep, as Days does get the standout player. Well played, good sir.
Yeah, deserved.
But it's just one game. It is a best of 3, Cinderin.
Yep.
If OG loses, though, like you said, they are out. Completely out of the running for TI in general. Stay tuned. We'll be back with game 2. Hopefully it's as hype as this one.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 between OG and Navi Jr. Upset potential, Cinderin. Game 1 goes to Navi Jr. in the most dumbfounding way, emphasis on the dumb, possible. I still don't understand what we watched, but that was a game of Dota, apparently.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with OG yesterday, but something is off, and I think in particular BZM needs to stabilize his game. I think he's taking too many unnecessary risks. He's playing too overly aggressive, and Navi Jr. punished that a lot this game. Because like you can pinpoint multiple other problems, right? It's that he does not carry the entire blame for that game. I think Whisper's item build for me was a miss, which is quite rare. I hold Whisper in very high regard, but I just don't think his build made sense for the game and what happened. Not sure why he was refusing to go BKB Lincolns into the Rubik, considering how important his one black hole is in this one. And Ari's had enough. He's gonna ban it. Ban their own Enigma. Now he can't be tempted to play it again.
Well, Navi Jr. does get first pick. That's the real
yes, of course. I mean, I'm joking, but it's
I mean, sometimes when you're playing, I feel like pros, obviously they're really good, but you tend to overthink things at times. And I think that build was overthinking. I think you just play normal, like literally brain off type mode, like every itemization that we've seen in this tournament, game could be different.
I would tend to agree. I think if he had just gone completely standard items, drums, BKB, blink, or drums, blink, BKB, and then either refresher or Octarine, and then Lincoln's in any order, I think he would have got it too, probably. The game was long enough that he could get enough gold, but it's one of those things that's kind of hard to say because we had multiple fights earlier in the game, and maybe his pipe did more than you would think to not get OG run over in those. It's one of those where you have to kind of look at the replays and break down the damage to be able to really criticize whether the pipe was valuable or not. But as it ended out being, it definitely was easy to regret. So, all right, game 2 it is. A lot of the bans have come through already. So which S tier heroes are still in? We've still got Weaver. We still got Clockwork.
The ones that were banned last game that are missing, because Clockwork was not in the first set of bans.
Yep.
In fact, it wasn't even touched in any capacity last game.
And Weaver wasn't either.
Broodmother, Tiny, and Gyro
Yep.
were banned game 1. So we see the Dark Willow again, this time for Navi Jr. And we're going to see a Phoenix for OG.
Okay.
And this hero, we've seen some teams prioritize really highly, other teams completely ignore. Last game, it also was not touched at all.
Very much depends on what the earlier priority picks are. So in the last game, it was largely just dictated by the Enigma pick, right? OG rated that higher, and Navi were specifically tailoring their strategy for how to handle that hero with the Rubik counter pick immediately. Now that the Enigma is out, it opens the door for other heroes to make an appearance. So the Willow will be rated even higher now by Navi as the overall first pick of the draft, and then OG get their Phoenix as the response. It's a pretty good matchup for Phoenix. Willow doesn't really do that much to you. You can always land your spells. If Willow doesn't have any instant disable of any kind, so you can get your spells off and just use the egg. Willow doesn't break the egg very well.
5 seconds remaining.
And it keeps the door open for other people, which I think is more important for them. Pango.
Okay.
Flex for OG between BZM and Whisper. Last time it was Whisper playing it. Had a really great game on it against Entity.
I will say, if BZM plays it, if he's rolling Thunder Cinderin and then playing the way he's been playing, then he's going to be safer on this hero. That's maybe something you need to take into account. This is where you get a Bloodseeker. Lol.
Yeah, if that
hero
is
been
good.
picked at all? I wonder. Let me see.
He's not. He's got a pretty bad win rate. I think the players are just not going to rate him high, even against this matchup.
It has been picked twice with a 0% win rate.
Yeah. That's not exactly inspiring confidence in anyone, is it?
banned 13 times, though. The threat of the rupture is more scary than the hero itself, it
Dire
seems.
team pick.
Okay. So Primal Beast, I believe this was banned last game. Yeah, but it was towards the end. It was actually the final ban from OG. The Navi Jr. taking it before they can get that opportunity.
10 seconds remaining.
And we'll see if they prioritize some sort of an egg killer.
5 seconds.
You know, I haven't seen
remaining.
teams use that as the
Darkwood was
primary
okay.
response to it. A lot of the time, what you choose is mobile heroes, and you just disengage from the egg or fight around it, essentially, rather than try to break it. I wonder why Navi Jr. are not choosing Centaur in this one. I feel like it's, considering the conditions they picked it with last game, this would be great, right? Stampede against Egg for disengage, Stampede against Rolling Thunder for repositioning. But they're
Well,
still
last
running
time
the
they picked Primal, it was mid.
Yeah.
So Centaur still could be in the... Oh, by the way, we forgot to mention, Owen messaged you.
Oh, yeah.
So we were talking about Niku's age. He actually is 15.
Yep.
He was signed when he was 14 years old. How does he not have a Wiki or a Wikipedia page? It was signed a year ago, surely. But yeah, he's I mean, that sounds like a prodigy. Pretty awesome.
10
And of course, Got the Juice is a 35-year-old.
Just throwing out random numbers.
Yeah, I made that
love
one up,
it.
sorry.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
speaking of Got the Juice, he will play his Lifestealer again.
Yep.
That's an egg killer.
To an extent, it's. I think a big part of this pick is also just the stability against Pango. It's a hero that doesn't get destroyed in fights by Rolling Thunder. And again, I want to say a little bit of a similar logic from Navi Jr. last game. Beefy cores, hard to kill. Lifestealer and Primal. Now they do have the Sunray, which can come into effect in a big way in this game for Seb. I'm assuming we'll play it. But there's obviously still a lot of heroes to be picked here that could make his life harder. We'll take the Rubik away here from Navi Jr. This will be played by Ari, but I don't even know if Navi Jr. wanted this to begin with. There's a couple of good steals. Pulverize, Terrorize, any other
10
eyes?
seconds remaining.
No.
Just those two. No Galvanize
5
yet. Storm's
seconds
banned.
remaining.
So yeah. What will it be
Some more
for
good
BZM?
synergy potentially. If this is a, I mean, either position, I guess, for Primal. Infesting into Primal gives him extra move speed and obviously HP, so trample more effective, and it's a really good infest bomb if you get the blink. Doom. Okay.
Pango mid. It's locked in, and this is a decent matchup for Primal. You do well in this lane. We've seen Primals just cut waves after level 3. They just cut the wave and pull it to a camp and then farm both together. Should relatively easily be able to do that this game. I don't think there's too much risk of him being killed when he does it. If the Phoenix or the Rubik rotate over, it's a very long trek, first of all. And there's that Centaur. But aside from that,
beefy.
the damage probably just not there. Yeah, these are some beefy heroes. I think if Phoenix doesn't do a lot of damage here, I could see OG run into a little bit of trouble with actually killing heroes. Tomato's last pick needs to do a lot of damage. Control, OG have in spades. Rubik, Pango, Doom all control a lot in this game, but yeah, the big boys are back for Navi Jr. What can you pick that really kills this off? So they're going to ban the Morph.
5
That would have been
seconds
good against their Lifestealer once more. Chaos Knight is already out from second phase, so they don't need a ban for that one. OG themselves banned the Brood that Tomato played. So
Radiant team
I feel like you got to dig a little bit deep to find the solution here, right? Like what's actually... Once again, Slark is good against these heroes, but it's Slark. So if the hero isn't good enough in general, it doesn't really matter how good the matchups are. Monkey King? But then you have another spell that you can just Stampede out of, but I think Monkey King has some major upsides here too, with Phoenix,
5
Pango.
seconds remaining.
I'm still into the Slardar.
Weaver is...
Oh,
not-
Weaver's still there. That's true.
I think it's quite good.
And then for the other side, Navi Jr. likely a support, unless we're going to see a weird Primal Beast support.
Oh yeah, I mean it's definitely support here.
So this will be potentially a Daze hero. Could be Riddies, I guess.
Yeah. It's true. If anyone plays 5 Willow this tournament, it's Riddies, because he's playing 4s as 5s in some of the games.
What do you think? I mean, what
5-1.
supports are left that you think would be good for them? Batrider is a hero. I don't know if it's good this game, but
That's
is
not
ignored
bad.
right now.
Also, could be kind of cool to see a Silencer, I think. Haven't seen much of that hero, but with Reverberating Silence, it could be good this game. As an extra, both offensive and defensive tool, the Global Silence really messes with OG's
10
fights here.
seconds remaining.
I'd love to see Silencer.
I don't know
I'm
if the lane
confused
is
why it
too
hasn't been
weak.
picked in general.
Maybe the laning is a bit of a concern. Silencer Lifestealer does not sound great, so he might need something that has a little bit more of a punch in the lane.
Radiant team picked.
Oh, Disruptor.
That's fine.
Solid.
Very different hero against Pango than it used to be. This used to be a very bad matchup. Now it's more tolerable. You can glimpse him when he has 3 seconds left on roll, and you know he will come back.
10 seconds remaining.
Or maybe not 3. Maybe it's 2 seconds, because the cast needs to complete after he loses his immunity. But you can cast it on him as he is in the ball. Looks like a very solid draft from Navi Jr. once again, and really playing to their strengths that we've seen them have. It's a lot of really strong spellcasting duos, a lot of combos. And I think, looking over it, their lanes look very stable too. So, okay, what carry can come out of... I mean, the Ursa ban was perfect, by the way. I can't believe I didn't think of that one. So,
Yeah, they banned CK earlier. What else has he played this tournament? They banned the Brood. Well, they banned it themselves, like you said.
I don't think
Gyro.
Weaver looks that good here.
Gyro's there. I don't know if it's what they would want.
If you want to go out with a Whimper, you could pick PA. Medusa?
Troll.
Now select
Okay.
your hero.
All right. Troll versus Lifestealer.
I think I kind of would have liked the Medusa better, but this is... Because the Troll Lifesteal matchup, we've talked about this in another cast, it's a mixed bag, right? It's not as clear-cut Troll favorite as it used to be with Lifestealer Ags, with the Radiance build that people go for. The upside to Troll is that the laning should be quite good. The Troll Phoenix lane is very strong, and Centaur Willow isn't necessarily going to completely stabilize that one. I don't know about you. I'm feeling a little Navi Junior right now, based on OG's recent trajectory. I think they've got what they want.
I mean, if OG plays the way they've played the last 2 games, is it 3 or 2 now?
2.
Did they win game 1 or 2 of the other series? They won game 1 for sure. So this is 3 games in a row that they have looked kind of bad, if we're being honest.
Yeah, this is the time. This is where the Seb speech needs to carry a little bit of weight, I think.
That's true. Yeah. We'll see how much that comes into play. Of course, we'll never know. So we just make shit up and just say it worked.
That's
last game was the first game Whisper didn't play up to his standards. So if he plays like he normally does, still OG favored probably.
and it's ironic as well, because he was like 6-1-12 on Enigma. He had really good KDA in the mid game. I just think once again the itemization did not allow him to truly carry his team. But let's see what adjustments OG are going to make this time. So he's going to be playing the Doom. Obviously, a clear target in this game. You want to Doom Lifestealer basically every time if possible. Prevent him from healing and lock him down. Prevent him from infesting to keep himself alive. But
So he went for Devil's Bargain,
Yep.
by the way. Is that the standard?
yeah.
So talk to me about this facet now.
Yeah, it's a quite funny one. So Doom can sell items back for 90% of their value. So he loses almost nothing when he replaces items such as Bracer, but then his
What's that,
buyback is
spray
50%
paint?
more expensive. That's
It's just a white block.
Okay. I'm going to give this a 50-50 between Valve messed something up and Valve approved this. Either is bad, but, you know. Yeah, so what you do on Doom with this, I've seen Amar with this build. He would go like 3 or 4 bracers and just get insane mid-game strength, and then he just sells them, and it costs him almost nothing, right? So usually the trade-off when you buy multiple bracers is that, yeah, it's nice, but, you know, eventually you pay the price. Doom doesn't, really. So just get all the little items you want to get yourself as big of an advantage as you can early. Generally, that is going to just be multiple bracers is the best purchase there. Okay, Whisper leading the charge. No fight for the rune. They will yield, give OG this one, but it looks like there will be a trade down bottom for Daze. Daze could actually get... No, he can't get the other one, can he? This is close. He's not going to try, I think. No, he's not going to. No, he's not going. He'll respect the troll, and he would have been slower anyway to get to it. So 2 for 2 split once more.
So other facets that are worth talking about. Pango goes for the double jump, no big surprise. Seb's Phoenix. This is the first time that I've even... Wait, he went for hotspot. Never mind. I thought it was the other one for a second. I thought it was the other one.
We had...
oh, yeah.
We had
It is the
Whitemon
other.
take the Radiance one yesterday.
Yeah,
as
I
support.
think 2 heroes. We had the mid and the support. Both go for the
Dying,
other one.
I think it's called Dying Light, if I remember.
Right, so this one is the Sun Ray related one. Deals more damage at the tip of the ray. And aside from that, pretty standard, other than the Dark Willow going for the more Spell Amp related one during Shadow Realm instead of the Brambles. Always interested in that one. Seems to be, I mean, that's... I feel like most people have made up their minds on the facets that are good for the heroes, and they almost never switch. And then Dark Willow is like a 60-40.
Yep.
That's a cool one.
It's almost like people are likely to choose one or the other when they're both good. But
Yep, that could be right.
on a lot of the heroes, only one is really good.
All right, we had this discussion before about Lifestealer's other facet, which is Unfettered, I believe.
Yeah.
Which gives you the ability to hard dispel yourself while stunned, which is huge, but you lose the spell immunity. You get less magic resistance, and it's just, and you don't get Corpse Eater, which is the biggest thing.
The biggest
so
thing
my
is that
question,
you don't get Corpse Eater.
Right, so if you get Corpse Eater, meaning the HP with creeps, if both of them gave that, which one is better? As a PMA, getting a nice hoof stomp onto 2 in the bot lane. Tomato.
So you're effectively
gonna back
asking if
away.
Unfettered is worse than having no facet. Right?
I think it's situationally better,
Yeah.
but very situationally better. So my question is Unfettered better than Rage? Just 1-to-1 without
that's-
thinking about Corpse Eater.
That is a good question. It seems like... Dude, I can't answer that. I would have loved to... Let's do a little letter patch where we remove Corpse Eater and see what the pros do. Just do it for one day and then
They just
put it
won't
back.
pick Lifestealer.
Yeah, then they just don't. That's true. Honestly true.
Niku doing a good amount of damage in the mid lane, gets an onslaught off on the BZM as well. He went for the typical ferocity facet, which increases your AoE.
And now Niku's
Based on
doing the
uproar
cutting
stacks.
as expected. So he will just keep pulling this wave. We'll bring it up to here, and then he will trample it together with a medium cam. And this will out-level the Pango, so Primal Beast will get the 6 first. See if they can make a pulverized play out of that.
Yeah, that's nice.
BZM,
BZM trying to leech a little bit
yeah,
XP
this
though.
is the way to do it for Pango. You need to pull over the other wave to try to share the neutral creep experience, and then even maybe steal the last hit. This is welcome to
really
mid lane in quotation marks, as we're not laning even anymore.
He's got 3 uproar stacks.
Yeah.
He is going to get the Wild Wing.
Tower is under attack.
Top lane also kind of all over the place. Lanes are not meeting up properly. If you're watching Dota for the first time now, I'm so sorry. I really apologize. As the
Okay.
first blood comes, the one lane we're not watching is the Troll Warlord. Mr. Tomato gets taken out.
PMA seems to know how to play Centaur in lane. Like that is, we were mentioning that this team's biggest weakness was probably their early laning stage in the series against Tundra. When PMA is on the Centaur, this lane just goes well. This is 2 back-to-back games where they kill the carry early on, and this time it's even the first blood, so Centaur will get quite a lot of value. To answer your question about the boots, now we're actually seeing it. They are arriving. He gets 30 move speed out of the 45 currently from the boots.
I see.
Goes from 320 to 350. In this lane, I think the chainmail is much better than the previous one. But despite that, he still wants the boots. And I mean, can you blame him? They're ahead. He's doing well in the lane. They want to put pressure with him and Willow. With the boots, he has a chance of reaching Troll. Let's keep that pressure on.
Right. Yeah, it's I don't know if I like that this works this way. Makes me
Whisper.
Whisper, very low.
3
Trying
opponents
to
on him.
chase the Dark Willow, but it is not to be. Shadow Realm from afar. That's a nice little rotation there for Navi Jr. Which means PMA is all alone. Will he survive this?
Yes.
Looks like it.
That's the luxury that Willow has in this game, is if Centaur is doing well, you'd get the opportunity to leave. Troll Phoenix is a very strong lane, but they don't inherently kill a tanky hero. They just put pressure to win. So with the early head start that PMA has, he can stabilize this and hold his own for a bit. Now he will be running out of resources somewhat soon, but... Oh.
Brambles on the top side of the river. The rune is bottom, though. Arcane rune. Looks like
Here comes
BZM will be
Niku,
able
level 6.
to grab
Ari
it.
is dead.
Pulverize. There it is. But the Rolling Thunder to try to cancel it. Does so successfully. Ari will eventually go down to the right clicks of the Primal Beast. And BZM finishes the combo to get the kill onto the support. So 1 for 2 in favor of OG. Only support's dead.
And BZM will also get the rune. So a much better start for him than what we've seen in some of the games.
I have another question about a matchup that wasn't really the same as of a year ago. I might have to hold that thought, actually. There's a TP bottom. Bramble holds Tomato in place. Double edge into the hoof stomp. Another double edge to come. It's only level 1, though, but with Riddies here with that kinetic field, looks like they might have enough damage, although they have to retreat now that BZM has made his way over. He swashes into a Bramble. Pretty unfortunate.
PMA is aggressive. He
PMA
actually turned
really
around.
low.
He's not going to live
He's
here.
very aggressive. He does have the Lotus.
He has
He
heals.
has the Lotus. Swash is only level 2.
No, he's fine.
Shield Crash misses, and yeah, he's fine. And he's going to get the Wisdom Rune for his troubles if he wants it.
Probably going to leave that for Disruptor. They really want
Okay.
6s on their supports. It's very, very important in this game.
So anyway, back to the matchup that I was discussing. So Doom versus Lifestealer. Back in the day, Lifestealer, I'm not saying any hero likes to be Doom necessarily, but Lifestealer was one of the ones that really didn't care that much.
Yeah.
Now that it's been changed that you can't heal, how bad is this for Lifestealer, would you say?
It's pretty bad.
Is it bad enough you need to itemize like a Lincoln's or something like that?
Not
that feels really
necessarily,
bad.
but you need to be a little bit more careful with your plays, which is, you know, it's extra pressure on you the whole game to not slip up. I guess compared to certain other heroes, it's probably still not the worst. Like, it sounds bad to not lifesteal on the lifestealer, but if he's tanky enough anyway, he might just be one of the heroes that can outlive the Doom. Just from raw health, right? So, I think it's okay. I would not advise buying a Lincoln's, I think. Unless he absolutely feels like he has to. Because there's still Lincoln's breakers, right? Ari can just spell steal it the whole game. You can't prevent that with Rage even. So
True.
probably just beef up, be a really strong presence in the fight, and try to play around initiative rather than being scared to get doomed. Try to play to be the ones leading the charge. We'll see though. It's a very interesting situation because the carry matchup is also Troll. Can you really buy Ags and Lincolns in the same game here? I think maybe that's a little bit too much of low damage items.
Right. Maybe somebody else can buy the Lincolns then. I mean, Lotus
Yeah,
won't do
that's
it.
fair.
Reflecting it doesn't really matter that much.
Absolutely could buy Lincolns on a hero like Centaur. After he has his core items, he's one of the heroes that can.
BZM just going to steal the bounty and be on his way as Niku takes a pretty decent stack that he accumulated here over some time. But mostly people farming at this stage. PMA has his phase boots, single bracer into the blade mail, so exact same build that we've seen.
Just realized.
Got the juice, the radiance to come.
Just realized from Riddies there, has OG used a single voice line yet this series? I think that's generally an indication of
Yeah.
how confident and good they're feeling. If nobody's using those voice lines, you know, this
Bad
is
vibes.
the voice line team.
That's a good point.
And they use them for no reason as well. They just use them just cause.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen much of it.
I'll be honest, I've tuned them out so much in the past that I don't I wouldn't remember
I know.
if they've occurred.
I guess the only
Unless
reason
it's
it
my
stands
voice
out to
line,
me is that I'm
right?
just used to OG using 1 per minute, you know.
If I hear yours or mine, I'll remember it because nobody bought them.
Yep,
so
that's
it's like
right.
a rare Pokemon or something. TP top. Whisper, is he spotted? Yes. Glimpse into the kinetic field, got the juice.
Oh, he's
Apply some pressure along with Niku. Whisper is super dead.
beaten to
Nice
a
play
pulp.
from Navi Jr. And it will be BKB first item for Niku.
What a way to die. You get slammed by a dinosaur and eaten by a ghoul at the same time.
Sounds painful.
That's terrible.
So got the juice going for the Radiance. Whisper also going for Radiance, by the way. Is that a normal Doom item these days? It used to be back in the day, like a long time ago.
It varies. Sometimes people still get this. Sometimes you get the Shiva first. Sometimes you can even get
A
the
lot of
dagger.
action top. Rolling Thunder from BZM, ignoring the Life Stealer. It'll be all for Riddies. Stampede used to make this play a little bit more difficult, but... Oh, BZM actually hits a cliff. Doesn't matter. Seb should be able to get...
But he bought
The
whatever
kill?
time he could. But
Yeah.
in the end will fall. And this should be a top tier 1 for OG. So nice rotation, 10 minute siege wave. They want to put it to good use. And they will be getting this. They will force out a glyph for now. Got the juice in the meantime, going mid, using the glyph to keep their siege creep alive. Oh, he missed up. It got 1 attack off on it. Well, anyway, Ari's defending, so not the biggest of deals.
He's got Pulverized, level 1.
Yeah, that's a good steal.
Days already just... I mean, I shouldn't say already. 300 gold from already having a Blink Dagger on the Dark Willow. That is very fast.
Yeah, he's skipping the arcane boots. I think, a lot of the times we see Willow still get at least 1 build-up item before either Glimmer or Dagger, but Days wants to get it immediately. Except being a bit of an issue right now. Yeah, this is kind of slow. I think overall OG probably quite happy with just getting that tier 1 tower, feeling like all their 3 cores are farming. You know, Tomato's getting his, despite having his 2 deaths, he's still having a good time in terms of farm. The Doom, yeah, he also died, but he also died twice, but still also has good net worth. Like the gold on the side of OG is actually looking very surprisingly healthy for the amount of deaths their cores have. So
OG, they did scan. And Days... Oh, he's so close to that Blink Dagger. Unfortunate. Loses a good chunk of gold. Riddy spotted as well by BZM, but we might see that glimpse play you were talking about, Cinderin. There it is. Into the Static Storm. He's a little bit tankier than it seems. The Stampede there, though, and that is a great trade for Navi Jr.
BZM.
I was waiting for you to say it.
I'm like, what are you doing, dude? Okay, against basically literally any other support in Dota, that was fine. But specifically Disruptor, there was a 0% chance of killing him. He did not have backup. It's just a little bit of extra harass, and it's a little bit extra greed. He knows this play exists. He knows it's a risk, and he takes it anyway. And it's funny because this reminds me, this is a phase that sometimes happens to players where, you know this from yourself as well. You have a voice in the back of your mind telling me, don't do this, and then you do it anyway. It's almost like that happens for like a week sometimes in Dota. It's really weird, but it's a real
Or
thing.
a career, in my case.
I think right now he needs to listen more to his inner voice and try to fight those demons just as much as the enemy team, because it's just a bit too much. Honestly, this time he was having a great game. He was 2-0-2.
Whoa, they got the Pulverize and the Doom on
see ya
top
later.
of got the juice.
Good ward.
He's dead. Luckily for him, he did purchase the Sacred Relic not too long before that, but the real Pulverize onto BZM, Rolling Thunder.
Nice glimpse.
Oh,
Nice style. Very well done.
that is very unfortunate for BZM.
Clean.
Another death to his name, so 1 for 1 in the end.
That was just good spell casting from Ridius, just full on maximizing everything he had. Glimpsed him just before the Rolling Thunder cast was complete, and then as the second cast comes out, he then Static Storms. BZM effectively is just wasting his time trying his best to do anything. So
Tomato,
Honestly don't.
he's got a 15-minute Battle Fury now.
Under attack.
yeah, he's without a doubt gonna
And-
get farmed, just like game 1. But is it gonna be enough?
Okay, here's my question about the Radiance on Doom. Is it because you can sell it? Like, you use it to get mega farmed, and then just sell it later? That's pretty cool.
That's a very, very late game way of thinking.
Well, his issue last game was not. It was
Yes,
the opposite,
that is
right? It was very
true.
short-term thinking.
Yeah. He's not. The thing is, Doom isn't likely to disassemble this, right? He doesn't want to. Oh,
Pulverize coming out from Niku onto the Rubik. Gets the lift up, though. Rolling Thunder on the way. The counter Pulverize, it only lasts a few moments. And BZM,
they have glimpse for BZM.
not able to, he's actually just
in
stuck
an
here.
awkward spot.
Yeah, gets
Stampede
off
for
the
now.
shield crush, not really hitting anything though, but the rest of his team has arrived. PMA, Stampede away, and it looks like
Days might
that'll
live
break
yet?
most of
No,
this up.
okay.
Days should be dead, so it'll be a 1-for-1 support for support.
He would have lived if he TP'd, but I think he did. He wasn't aware that Whisper was cutting back to him there. So we'll take the L. Yeah. I'm thinking mainly about Tomato. So last game he had a really, really good farm on the Morph and still was shut down. I'm looking at the matchups here for Troll, and I think there's a couple of dangers, right? When you ult, you can get kited by Stampede. Pulverize is going to be a problem for Troll the entire game. Reduce death.
Oh, that was close.
That was close indeed. And we've talked about Lifestealer, but he is more than likely getting an axe as well for the Troll. So
No doubt. PMA taking
gets
some
to it.
Sunray now. Whisper uses the Doom just in case. That is a dead Centaur, but reinforcements from Navi Jr. have arrived. Beautiful Bramble has got the juice. We'll be going on to Whisper, and the egg should be taken out relatively easily.
Nice response.
And the Radiance is there for got the juice.
Very, very quick response to that Doom kill. Or the Centaur kill, excuse me. Basically got burnt as much as you can. Scorched Earth plus Sunray. It's... He got cooked, but it was worth it. 2-for-1 trade plus tower. Now forgot the
You know,
juice.
okay, I keep coming back to this, Sinrim. The Radiance on Doom, all right?
Yeah.
New theory. You use it to farm a bit,
Yeah.
then eventually you take it apart to get the halberd, and then you sell the Sacred Relic for something else.
Yeah, that's true. It's
Not that bad.
Radiant's
It's so uncharacteristic to even think about that option, and specifically
It's-
only because
yeah.
of the facet that it makes sense to even entertain the idea, right?
Which is why it makes it cool. It's a cool facet.
it's
I like
cool.
it.
Is the halberd really worth it? I honestly, I don't think he's disassembling this. I think he'll hold it the whole game. Maybe sell it the full item, if anything, when he's capped out. I don't see a disassemble play that's appealing enough. Like if Doom could somehow use a nullifier or whatever, it would be one thing. Oh, BZM static
Static
storm.
Storm onto BZM. Terrorize on top. Do they have the damage?
Oh, yeah.
They're going to get rooted. Pulverize is there, and that's going to finish him off.
Ari as
Whisper
well.
showing off that new Radiance, but he's on the high ground, kind of segregated from the rest of his lineup. Is Tomato
He gets glimpsed
going
away.
on to the
Oh,
Life
no.
Stealer, glimpsed out of the picture, and now Seb will likely be run down. 3-for-0 for Navi Jr. And Tomato, all he can do is go back to farming to get that BKB to prevent that from happening next time.
And another tower. Spaghetti-O. Is this the beginning of an upset? Well, I guess we already had the beginning of the upset. It's still early days. It's a 1k lead. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But again, just the level of crispness that we've been used to seeing from OG in recent tournaments, I think fair to say just not quite there. Really need to find the solution sooner rather than later before this gets out of control. Lifestealer, we'll get our question answered. Don't think Lincoln's is in the cards when he goes Sanjin Yasha. Think that's just going to be his approach to dealing with the Doom. Instead,
Yep, that's fair. I would guess that the Ags comes after the SNY is finished,
yeah, that's likely.
and then he'll need damage after that for sure. Or at least stats. I mean, Scotty at some point might not be too bad against this troll. PMA on the Centaur is going for the pipe again. As Whisper, he's spotted by Daze. They have a ward here. Trying to set something up as Niku's on his way. Doesn't hit The onslaught as he blinks right over Whisper.
got vision
Okay,
for the
interesting.
glimpse.
Stampede.
it's gone.
And the glimpse brings him back into the pulverized static
No,
storm.
Seb is screwed too.
Seb,
Nice stomp.
hoof stomp mid-dive. Holy jeez. Navi Jr. just playing out of their minds.
They're crushing them.
The prodigies.
Yeah. Great map movements. And again, I mean, how many times are we going to say their spellcasting is just really good, man? Like, it's... At some point, we got to stop talking about it as a surprise and just be like, this is what we're expecting. Because they're doing it literally every game. Just really, really good mechanical skill. OG, they need to solve the problem with strategy rather than just outclassing, because it doesn't seem like they're in a league of their own today. Sanjin Yasha now complete, forgot the juice. Very fast on the lifesteal. He's actually hasted when he uses phase boots because of the Gossamer cape.
Not bad.
And now both
Riddies
BKBs coming
is
out.
1,500 from Ags, by the way. So that is going to come really fast on the Disruptor.
That's a very fast Disruptor Axe on position 5.
Dota is such an interesting game now.
Yeah, Philosopher's Stone will help him
that
out.
helps.
BKB completed for Tomato on the Troll, as well as for the Primal Beast of Niku, which means effectively OG still have counterplays to the Primal. They can Doom him, or they can pulverize him and steal that even during BKB and then try to turn the play around on them, but it's a lot more protection now. Also a pipe on PMA. There's a lot of mitigation coming Navi Jr.'s way. If fights were to break out right now, I would definitely favor their side. The Troll, sure, you've got the BKB, but the damage is still not too much of a concern. You're 3k up against Doom, so the net worth even a little bit inflated in terms of, generally speaking, Doom's impact to gold ratio is different. Seb is in trouble. Seb's dead.
Yes, he is. Nico, in the meantime,
Whisper's
the
in
bot side
trouble.
of the map, they're going to find Whisper.
Whisper's
Gets off
dead.
the onslaught into the static storm. Another pulverize has got the juices here to likely get the last hit. Indeed, 2 HP for him and a kill.
OG are falling apart. They're just getting caught all over the place. They're not coordinating the plays. Navi are just a step ahead, it seems, at every turn. This tower is gone. OG gonna TP heroes in here, but it's already lost. BZM.
Yeah, tower's gone. BZM again with the Rolling Thunder. Gonna
He needs
whip
to worry about
Riddies.
the glimpse play now too, perhaps.
Disruptor
never mind.
inside his
They're
own
on
kinetic
Tomato.
field. They do find Tomato. Pops the BKB, getting healed by Seb. The fact that they forced it, I mean, Niku popped one of his own as well, but they'll back away. So right now, 1 for 1. That's a doom for a Disruptor. And for Tomato, he will be going for an Aghanim Scepter as the third item now that he has the Battle Fury BKB. He can get out of the Brambles, and he could take off Open Wounds, take
Yeah.
off Thunderstrike. It's pretty good on the self-dispel.
It's definitely a decent game for it, but it does delay his true damage output, I guess you could say. Oh, hang on. This is a dangerous Tormentor there. Whew. All right.
He's fine.
Yule is
Cinderin.
good.
Zeus.
So Tormentor Sweat trade-off. Whisper gets his Scorched Earth upgrade, which heals him and his controlled units, which is nothing. Very underwhelming shard this game, I think.
Unless you get Bloodstone with the Radiance, Cinderin.
Yeah, you don't. And Riddies gets his on the Disruptor, which is quite good. Extra strikes on Thunderstrike. It makes it... He can... Honestly, he can keep vision on Pango, right? As soon as he sees the Pango, even in ball, he can just throw a Thunderstrike on him. It lasts so long that he'll be able to glimpse him back. So that's a nice little pick-me-up for him.
Roche is going to go back to the other side in a minute, and Navi Jr. want to take advantage of this window that they have this side of the map to themselves. If they can do it fast enough, that's going to be a freebie for Got the Juice. He's going to need help, though, no doubt about it.
This is not a fast Roche lineup. But the Willow with the Facet. Some good damage.
BKB there for Whisper now. We haven't really... I mean, he sold his some branches I think that's all he's done for this facet so far. It's very underwhelming.
No,
I'm waiting for the big item.
20
so.
gold extra per. The thing is, the other facet just isn't that good, right? So it's another case of...
That's the 2 charges on Devour, but it's longer cooldown, right?
Yeah, so it's a net worth decrease getting that one.
Ari pops the smoke. Does he know about it? Yes, he blinks away, but he's going to get pursued. Nice telekinesis, but doesn't look like it's going to matter. That's the whole Navi Jr. side surrounding him. It's only a 1k lead, but it is against the Doom. I'm not sure how prevalent that is. It's not like an alchemist, but it is something to speak of. BZM. He's spotted by Got the Juice. He's not afraid. Has the Aegis.
It's not stopping.
He's very fast with this Ghoul Frenzy. We'll pop the Rage. Terrorize is there onto 2. Tomato runs right into a Bramble. Got the Juice. Will infest a creep. Now they know BZM's ult's down.
He's giving them all the vision here for a potential glimpse. They might force a BKB out of that. Riddies is not close enough, though.
Gets off the open wounds as well. Continue with the Ghoul Frenzy chase. And Yules will likely bring this, whatever the hell that was, to an end.
He has Ags on the Disruptor already. It's actually just... Oh. It's a good look. Everybody on Navi Jr. playing really well.
That's going to be 2 BKBs they can prevent with the Static Storm.
Yeah. I mean, the dream engagement is jumping the troll with Hoof Stomp and then agsing him. Static Storm. And then just kill him on the spot.
Tier 2 tower, going to be fortified now. Got the Juice working on a Basher. Still 3 minutes on the Aegis, though, so... Has the newly minted BKB yet to actually be activated. Gonna get telekinesed. Can they expend this Aegis?
Whisper.
There's a Disruptor ult. Whisper cannot pop BKB. It's a surprise. He's dead.
He had
Infest
no
onto
idea.
Nico, all that extra HP and move speed, but the Yules will prevent them from going any further. And Got the Juice ignoring the tier 2 tower, putting the open wounds onto Tomato. Terrorize being faked out. Terrorize coming now. It's going to hit several heroes with the Pulverize on top. And Troll Warlord finally gets off the ult along with the BKB, going ham onto Niku. They're going to be able to get him as BZM and that Rolling Thunder coming in. That's the Aegis. So Primal Beast dead. That's a big one as PMA coming with the double edge and the Hoof Stomp, but Got the Juice is back. Gets the open wounds onto the model, but now tries to run away as they lose their Centaur. Riddy's going to get Yulesed mid TP. A good defense from OG, despite that being a pretty good start with the Static Storm, just taking Doom completely out of the equation.
Yeah, just absolutely crucial there that Tomato is tanky enough to survive the initial burst. They really committed everything onto him, but he gets his ult off, and that changes things completely. So OG, they stay alive. That could have got really scary with the Doom dying, as you said, to start that all off with the surprise Ags reveal. But of course, that also means the Ags wasn't there for the follow-up chase, and can't blame Navi for feeling confident there with their Aegis. But OG are still... They're stable when they're there. I think their main problem in this game has been having the right heroes in the right place at the right time. They've kind of been outnumbered on a lot of moves, been caught off. But now perhaps a bit of momentum going their way. Daze will be caught off here. An extra kill.
He has died.
Did you look at that? OG get a couple of kills, and here are the voice lines.
That's good news, potentially, for OG fans. It is just Ari doing it, though. It's like when mother and father are fighting, the son trying to give out all the positive vibes possible. Ari quite young, of course. That's the reference, Cinderin. Didn't mean to make that personal, of course. As the S&Y now is completed for... Who was that, actually?
Wait, there's a second
Is there
S&Y?
I thought I saw it on the screen, but... Oh, it's in Tomato's backpack right now.
Oh, he has another full
in
item on
his
top of this, man.
inventory.
Yeah, he did get a
Yeah,
lot of
he's
gold,
strong.
so yeah, he's definitely...
I'm a little surprised we haven't seen the Ags yet for Got the Juice, though. Not prioritizing the disarm for the Troll. I feel like when Troll ults, you just pop in and
Yeah.
pretty much just waste a good portion of that ultimate. Tomato spotted in the top. Niku halfway to
jump
his
on him.
axe. He's spotted. There's the static storm. Pulverize. He's just dead. BZM coming with the rolling thunder, but it's a little bit too late. Question is, can they get anything out of this? The infest inside of the centaur.
Seb as well?
Whisper getting gone on. Pops the BKB, and he's just trying to run away now. The Doom applied to the centaur, but it really doesn't matter. He gets glimpsed back. He's open wounds as well inside the kinetic field. Meanwhile, you can see the centaur playing a little bit with Ari. So 3 dead for OG as Ari attempting to run, but it's only a matter of time before he gets brought down as well. 4 for nothing.
I don't know what I was expecting.
Wards win games, Sunsfan TV. That's that ward right there. Seeing the troll and Ag Static Storm immediately applied after the first stun. No counterplay available for Tomato at all. If OG aren't there immediately, instantly counterplaying with some sort of big save, it's just not happening. You can tell the mindset here, right? Seb is buying Wind Waker, first item on his Phoenix. He knows that this is going to be about saving whatever hero gets piled on first from Navi Jr. He's actually kind of close to it on the Phoenix, which is rather impressive given how this game has gone. But still a bit of ground to cover, like another 1,500 gold-ish before they get that item.
Yeah,
I wonder if
Philly
he's
Stone
eventually
really
going to buy
putting in a lot of
Axe
work.
too for another save.
Could be.
It feels like it could
Speaking
be
of
the time
Ags, Niku has his. And in terms of breaks, I mean, it's not like it's bad this game. You have Fervor,
Yeah.
but it's really about the damage
Because
more
you
than
break lucky
anything.
shot as well.
That's
Pulverize.
true. Niku, pulverized. That is a dead BZM again. Tomato thinking about going in. This might cost him. He's popped the BKB along with Whisper. They need to get something out of this as Day's ready with his ult, the static storm on top, and the focus again onto Tomato, the egg, trying to keep him alive. He does get his ultimate off, but he dies right after. Disaster for OG again. And the Yules onto Whisper will lead to a 3rd kill. And again, it's just OG's getting nothing. 1 for 3. That's basically nothing.
They chose a 4v5. Their Pango was dead, and then they wanted to take the fight, and Pango didn't bite back. So again, are they on the same page here? Is this the type of fight you want to take 4v5? If you want to take this fight, sure, you got to bring your Pango for that. Navi Jr. have already proven that they're really, really strong when they're together. They're not, I mean, they're playing with an open hand. They're showing exactly what they want to do. And OG just pick it anyway. Just another huge mistake, in my opinion. You could have cut your losses on the Pango and been like, all right, that's a shitty death, but whatever. Instead now, with the amount of, I feel like the pressure's really got to be getting to them. Just multiple unforced errors back to back.
And look at this, how safe they're playing. There was no creeps, so backdoor protection kicks in. They're not going to force the issue for the melee racks. They don't know the buyback situation. If they see that it's 5v4 and there's still 20 seconds of no troll, for sure, they probably at least finish the melee.
God, the Juice has got an MKB now as well. Yeah,
Yep, so
he's big.
the whirling axes will not have much of an effect now on him. Guess he doesn't need axe. He's just gonna do it a different way. And Riddy's, I believe he did not have the blink, right? It was just straight up Ag. So now blink
Yeah,
Ags
he has
gives
the
him
blink
so
too.
much more room to work with.
This could be a game-deciding fight right here. Both teams fully smoked. They're kind of drawing lines to avoid each other effectively. OG
Yeah,
will
Roche
check
up
that
in
Roche
30
is not up.
seconds. They will run into each other shortly.
BZM in a rather precarious position here.
And he's working on a Lincoln's. He
will break a
desperately
smoke.
needs it. They spot Daze. Instant Shadow Realm. Onslaught from Mika's going to force the BKB from Tomato. Big Sunray coming out from Seb. In the meantime, the egg on top. They might be able to kill this Primal Beast. They do. Huge kill to start things out, along with the Dark Willow. Dark Willow buys back, though, but no Primal Beast. Got the Juice and Company. Still want to fight, apparently. Static Storm kind of whiffs, though. Whisper gets off his BKB. Riddy's attempting to get out. The Infest will be used, and, well, Lifestealer does get out, Cinderin, but Navi Jr. losing this fight horribly. 3 dead for them, and now the Roche looks to be OG's.
Finally, something good and structured from OG. They spring the trap there. They set up behind, assuming that Navi Jr. are going to come in from the left, and they'd be right in assuming that. They get the smoke break onto the Willow. They immediately force her to play defensive. They get all their abilities off, their BKBs. The Static Storm from Riddies is not good this time because they're not the ones with the setup. They don't get to get the jump with a stun into the AoE Doom. So he ends up throwing out one in desperation, trying to catch the Doom in it, but Whisper makes it out in time, gets his BKB off, and the fight is just over. So a good counterattack from OG. This is more of what we were expecting. And now with the momentum of the Aegis, let's see if they can try to get more than this, or if they're going to have to settle for just the Tormentor and no structural damage. I will say this is the type of game where even a meaningful gold lead for OG is not enough, because we've already seen multiple times what Navi Jr.'s lineup can do. This is a game that you're stressed until it's over, because you can at any point in time just get jumped and die. There's no guaranteed save your way just yet. Seb actually swapped away from the Wind Waker and went Refresher now, so they won't even have that save. Rubik Shard is the best bet, but you got to be quick to get that one off.
Radiant are scared.
And Whisper working on Octarine into Refresher. Not a big surprise. So they're going to get 2 Tormentors out of this. It's just gold at this point. Everyone has shards.
Yep.
And any other big items on the horizon. BZM's had the Ags now. He has the Lincolns, which I think probably should have come earlier, but that is very much needed. The Pulverize has basically ruined his game, it feels like.
Yeah. All right, look to Seb to be the big hero of the game now. Refresher complete. And has the shard for his Sunray. He has the Sunray facet. His hero is extremely strong now in the right circumstance. It's all about vision and getting the first,
Dire's top tower
making the first move. OG look like they are thinking about just full-on pressuring high ground. This can be risky. Seb's actually kind of showing himself. If he just gets jumped and killed, that would be a really bad start for OG. So he's got to be careful. Keep his distance.
All the tier 2 are down. Okay,
whoa.
instant telekinesis onto PMA, who tries to initiate. He's in a bit of trouble now. There's Rolling Thunder coming in. PMA finally the Stampede to
they got
just
the
get
Pulverize.
away. Pulverized onto BZM. He's stuck around too long. They popped the Lincolns. He has no way back in this game. It's already 5v4 Navi Jr. advantage, but the Static Storm is on cooldown as well. Surely OG don't fight despite still having that Aegis intact.
What did they pop his Lincolns with?
I don't know. It could have been Thunderstrike.
I guess so. I guess
I mean,
they
you
just
talked about how that's just gonna be cast while he's rolling thunder. So
I guess they just Thunderstriked and then, yeah, pulverized them. Probably didn't account for that.
So I feel like the Lincolns is not that good when you're being the one when you're initiating. It's actually better when you're being initiated on, weirdly enough, for that purpose.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Niku might run into Whisper. Still has that Doom.
Gonna lift them up.
Telekinesis into the Infernal Blade. Sunray is there. Yule's on the sideline as looks like Niku was doomed. He'll be killed easily. Can buy back into the game though.
Oh, this is not a good troll.
They're gonna lose
There's so
Ari in
many
the meantime
brambles.
though. Got the juice. Yeah, Tomato completely wastes his ult. He's gonna continue to spam out the whirling
Don't get
axes. This is
the
gonna be life
egg.
number 1
Oh,
pretty
this
soon.
is
The
so
egg does
bad.
fall. That is the first egg. He didn't even get the second one off. Infest into PMA. And this poor troll warlord left all alone. Pulverize on top. Triple kill. Forgot the freaking juice.
And this might not be over yet. Daze has Blink, and he gets Vision.
Oh boy.
He has Terrorize.
Shadow round. Terrorize is there onto Whisper. The rest of the lineup on the way. Curse Crown being used with that Ag Shard keeps the Doom in place, and another death to OG's name. He
Full
instantly
team
buys back.
wipe.
And now the range racks and the melee likely to fall. No buyback on Tomato, so 67 seconds. The Phoenix just got the buyback though, so maybe they try to defend 4v5 or they just give her the buildings. But if Navi Jr. go for the throne, they could theoretically just get it, but they're gonna go for the safe play. Top lane first.
Yeah, minimum 2 lanes here. I don't see OG putting up much of it. Okay, never mind. Like,
They
wait,
changed
they're
their
not buying
mind,
back for
trying to
second
force
racks?
buybacks. They're gonna have to. I mean, he's up in 8 seconds, so he could die once, buy back, and then do everything. But they're gonna lose the tier 4. This has to be a 4v5. No Troll Warlord for likely the rest of this game. Can you defend if you're OG? They might get knocked out of TI contention because of this.
Doom sold his Radiance to buy
Tier 4s
Refresher.
are down. Okay, Refresher pop. Whisper with the BKB. He's in. They get the stun off immediately onto Whisper. He has to run away in shame.
He's glimpsed. He's dead.
Rolling Thunder from BZM. Glimpse back. Whisper is done for the rest of this game. Likely the rest of this TI season. Throne completely exposed. PMA with the hoof stomp onto Seb. He has one more egg to work with. BZM trying to defend with all his heart. 4 seconds on Troll Warlord. So technically, OG kind of defends in a way. But now it's going to be 4v5 without the Doom instead of the Troll. Infest inside of Primal Beast. Going to pop back out. Now the focus on the throne. They have the fortification still. Static Storm applied to the Troll Warlord. Tomato is likely just dead. And that could be it. 5 versus 3. And now the focus onto the Ancient. Seb, no egg to work with. Rolling Thunder doing pretty good pressure from BZM. He gets his support. They, of course, have their buybacks, though. And now the core is just focusing everything on the Ancient. GG is called. And Na'Vi Jr. upset OG 2-0. Wow. And you can see how excited they are.
I am so impressed. I just think, hands down, they just played better. Like there was nothing else to say. They have really good team cohesion. They moved around the map well. They warded correctly to get the picks with Disruptor. They played with confidence. They're using their tanky heroes to get vision information, just playing aggressive. They made OG look like the underdog in this game. And by quite a bit even. It's like, yeah, there were like glimpses of hope here and there, but just you average out these 2 games, Na'Vi Jr. just played so much better. And that's got to inspire a lot of confidence. And they're top 4 now. They're 2 series away from TI. It's still probably the biggest challenge is yet to come, but we've seen momentum stories like this before. Everybody in their team has stepped up their game, and they're playing really, really well. That said, we say goodbye to OG, who can only be massively disappointed, not only with the result, but also the way in which it happened. I feel like these last 2 days have just not been the level we've seen them play all year. So it's unfortunate. It's the worst time to hit a slump, but it is what it is. You know, there's not much to say about it. You can look through the replays and you'll see the mistakes back to back in both games. And it doesn't cut it at this level. Got to play your best.
As we look at some of the highlights of the game, I mean, you could talk about every single member of Na'Vi Jr. just having such big impact.
Yes, every single
in this
one.
series. And for me, Riddies with that very fast ag, just prioritizing that got so many huge pickoffs on cores. And of course, BZM with a couple of dives that didn't work out too well. Whisper just wasn't able to find his footing in this game. They had a couple fights where it felt like they might be able to make that comeback and take the firm lead, but it was just fleeting. Because Na'Vi Jr. get their spells back, and their spell casting just seems to be second to none.
And that's another thing I think that's really impressive about this. This is an academy team playing in a really stressful environment for the highest stakes they ever have. And they don't falter when they mess up. They lose a team fight at Roche horribly. They get, like, I think basically full team wiped and lose the Aegis. And they come back 30 seconds later like nothing happened and just play aggressively again and do their thing. That, to me, is actually the most impressive thing in all of this, because how many teams have we seen against an experienced squad like OG where, yeah, you're doing well, but then you make your one mistake of the game and then you're like, oh man, you start playing carefully, you second guess yourself on every move. There's nothing of that. They're just playing like they're better. That is super inspiring.
If you did not show the logos,
yeah,
you think OG is on the other side for sure. Look at the excitement there from Na'Vi Junior squad. Very impressive. I mean, these guys are easy to root for.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what a story, right?
Indeed.
The Na'Vi Junior squad, are they better than the Na'Vi main squad? is the question here. If they qualify, I feel like there's no doubt about it.
I mean, like you said, it's still a very uphill battle, but I miss the Na'Vi chants in stadiums.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say that is something, well, I guess the OG counterpart, they're not going to have that at TI, unfortunately, this time around. Definitely going out a lot earlier than we thought, but still, credit for Na'Vi Jr. as, I would say, the MVP of this game. Who would you say, Cinderin?
That's
a tough
to
one.
pick.
Let's just give it to Riddies. I like to give it to supports because it's always like the cores always get the glory.
Yeah.
You know, the
I
disruptor.
feel like he did
owns.
so many things right. So I would agree. I think what is really cool about this is that you could genuinely have picked any of the 5. That's the level we're at here. Is that all of them played stellar. I think everybody did exactly their job. Could even argue outperformed expectations. But,
Oh, yeah.
you know, the expectations grow along with the performances. So we're starting to expect this level now.
True.
Cool to see. Like, honestly, just a great story. Losing OG like this, obviously, it's one thing that they get knocked out, but it is kind of sad to see them go out with a whimper, right? This was just not the kind of series you would want them knocked out on, but that's how it is sometimes. Bad day at the office, and it's over. You don't get many lives in these qualifiers, and this level was not enough today.
And the next series that we're going to be casting will be Team Secret and PSG Quest, which winner of that will get the pleasure of playing as Navi Jr., which, regardless of who it is going to be pretty hype indeed.
Not an easy task anymore.
Yes. Stay tuned, though. We'll be back after a break to cast some Secret versus PSG Quest.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back for another series here for the Western European qualifiers for TI13, Cinderin.
Yes.
13. Can you believe we've had 12 of them so far?
I can.
We're old.
Yeah, we are. We're so old that when things happen in the games, this is almost the curse, I think, sometimes of the older players, and us included, that might help some of the younger ones, is with the extreme changes that happen to the game over time. I think sometimes the younger players are just fast to adapt and learn, and the mindset and the way you think about things is easily, you know, it's easier to get stuck in old ways of thinking about stuff that isn't necessarily the same anymore. So
Especially with the large changes to the game.
yep.
You can't teach an old dog new tricks, is what I've been told. And I feel like an ancient dog at this stage of my life.
At the same time, it's
a lot
only
of Dota.
half true, because we have teams with really experienced players that are really on top of the game every time it changes. It's individual, you know.
That's true.
players
We
are
talked about Got the Juice being a 50-year-old, so there's some seniors and
He's probably like 18.
yeah, probably might be another 14-year-old. Who knows? But yeah, I don't know, man. This has been quite the qualifier so far. Our next series should be a good one, I would say. It's going to be Team Secret versus PSG Quest. Secret have looked iffy, I suppose. They did not look particularly good against Tundra. They destroyed Maus, and now they're in the lower bracket, of course, so they get the joy of facing off against PSG Quest, who... PSG Quest, yes. What's so funny?
It's just Secret we're missing one player in the lobby. Puppy wasn't in yet, and Ducalis just writes, "Where is Daddy?" I don't know. I just thought it was funny.
If there's one daddy in as a pro player, it would definitely be Puppy, 100%. But PSG Quest, they go down to the lower bracket right away after losing to Entity 2-1. And then they had to go through the grind. They beat Team Bald 2-0. They beat Nigma 2-1. And now here they are. So they have to do the full lower bracket run to be able to get to TI where they want to be.
Who do you think is the favorite?
I don't think I think it's pretty close. I'd say 55-45 PSG Quest, probably.
Okay, so they're favored, right? I think that's
slightly.
Yeah, I think that's
so.
kind of reasonable. But yeah, this one is easily... It's strange to say it now, but now that we saw the Navi Junior versus OG series, we thought that one was the most likely to be one-sided, but definitely not the way that it was. This one has 2-1 written all over it. But that, of course, doesn't mean it's going to happen. You know, one team might just get a leg up and be better today. But let's see how the draft pans out. So this time around, very standard stuff to begin. Shadow Fiend removed by PSG Quest. We remove the Enigma and Witch Doctor. We remove the TA. Quest has been the team, I think, aside from Entity, that rates Weaver the highest, because TA2000 plays it as a beast on carry. So they rate this really high. Omar is also a very formidable Weaver player. So that I think Secret might have to pick their poison here. Do you give that away or do you give the clock away? They will ban the Weaver. That's the more important one. Leaving Quest with Bannon to pick now.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you feel like there's been a hero for Secret that really stood out? I'm trying to think of, okay, this is the hero you don't give Secret first phase. I mean, Crystal has looked really good on his Ursa, but I don't know if you can first pick that if you only see one hero, except, what was it they picked it against that game? Darkseer it was in that one.
Yeah, he does have some specialty heroes like the Razor, but I think that was in a loss, though. That was a really bad loss, but not to his fault, of course. Not really. I don't think there's, like, Monkey King was the first one that came to mind, but that's not really a core right now, it feels like. Maybe Ember, actually. Cordon Ember. Ooh, okay. Bloodseeker for the Pango first pick.
Did
So
they
they actually
actually
care
think
about that.
Secret were going to insta-respond? Crystalis is a Bloodseeker specialist, so I get that, but Bloodseeker just doesn't seem that good this patch, and would you actually overall first pick it just to counter the Pango? I don't know. Noob is a god on this hero, and PSG Quest are not afraid of putting him on at mid. With we did see BZM just play it. I feel like it wasn't very apparent in that game, but with the changes to Pango now, where all the abilities are physical, you can do a ton of damage with the right build. And the other day, Noob was just soloing supports in half a second when he got his build completed. So see if he gets to that critical mass point this time. Clockwork is a decent counter pick. The cogs are annoying to navigate. You have a BKB piercing stun to get a little distance. He can't use his spells effectively during battery assault until he gets roll up. So there's merit to this. And Clockwork's just a good hero in general right now. So
Yeah, I'm expecting Ember to be banned by PSG Quest.
yes,
That one was very notable for me that Cordon absolutely
That's
owned
true.
with, and it
I
is
agree.
good against
That was their best hero.
the Pango as well.
Yeah.
That is out. That is shocking, though. I know that you said they play Bloodseeker, but surely they're not going to first pick Bloodseeker. Maybe it's like, from a Pango perspective, this is the only hero that I feel bad playing against, which I can understand. It's like, even if it's not that prevalent of a hero right now, just get rid of it, please.
I guess the other way of thinking about it is if you feel like you would have used a ban on this in the second or the third phase, you just get ahead of the curve here by banning it early. And that way you open up more ban slots later if there was nothing in the first phase that truly scared you off.
True.
And it seems like the responses that Secret were going to go for were either Clockwork or Ember. And now that they made their choice, now PSG get to spend bans specifically targeted at Cordon here, both the Ember and Storm out. I think these are the only heroes we've seen Cordon play. Ember, Storm, and Shadow Fiend in our games.
Yeah.
I think those were the three. So he has to show his hand with something new in this one.
5 seconds remaining.
I can confirm that is actually true. That's the only 3 he's played.
I wonder what approach he wants to take to a Pango, more than likely Pango mid. It's not a given, by the way. Malik plays it too. So
Timaresca has arrived.
support number 2 for Secret. Pango's quite good against this hero, though.
Yeah, in Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
I mean, in theory, Roots destroy Pango, but I guess once he gets his shard, he doesn't really care that much, as long as he can get his ult off.
5 seconds remaining.
And PSG Quest, they have played a lot of heroes, so
Yep.
their range is quite great.
Time to show some
Which
support
bodes well
here.
for them in this series. Yeah,
See
most
what-
likely.
What supports are good against Clock Willow that are still in the pool?
Rubik.
Yeah. Omar is a very good Rubik, so that would be one option.
They have actually not played Rubik this qualifier.
That's surprising, to say the least. Damn, they're really taking their time here. This couldn't have come as that big of a surprise, I think, but I guess they must be weighing some options also, perhaps with picking a second core. Hoodwink. All right.
That's an Omar hero, most likely.
Yeah. Bit of a double-edged sword against Clockwork, in my opinion. I would say it's quite good against Willow, though. You're outranging her most of the time, so you're hard to land spells on, and you can deal a lot of damage to Willow even during Shadow Realm if you land 2 of your spells, so decent. More time being burned into. Could be an inch, perhaps, for Ducalis. He sees his support matchups. All right, Elder Titan. Generally, Clockwork has been a good hero against this, historically speaking. You're one of the few supports that can actually jump ET even when he's behind the fight, looking for his combos, and you can't cast anything when you're in cogs. Or that's untrue. You can get you can get your splitter off, but you can't use your stomp, which is a huge part of the hero when Clock is on top of you. So don't think Puppy's going to be too mad about this one. I feel like the Ench or the Chen would have been quite good here for PSG Quest, so I wonder why they opt not to do that. Void Spirit for Corden, his newest hero revealed.
It looks like he's in the void right now. A lot of shadow on his face. Very mysterious character.
Lore accurate pick.
That's pretty solid against Pango in the lane, but wouldn't say Pango would have too much trouble still. As the Centaur comes out, very popular offlaner right now. And rarely banned, I feel like, which is interesting, considering how often it gets picked right now. I was thinking that they would go for an Underlord or something. That also ruins Pango.
Yeah, the concern for Centaur here is it's kind of hard to use Stampede effectively, right? You're playing against a lot of stun. Not so much slow. So, speak of stun.
Vengeful Spirit. So this
That's
was
a
played as a 1 for TA2000.
Yeah. I feel like this
played it
hero is
twice.
undervalued in this qualifier. I really do. I think it's so strong as a flex. It mainly as a core flex between 1 and 3. I just think
5 seconds remaining.
with the new facet that gives it the 1.5 BAT and the melee considered melee attacks, there are build paths that weren't previously particularly great on Venge that are now a lot better. You're just a stronger fighter in general. You want to buy the Ags. It seems like the style, the meta that the teams are playing is very mid-game team fight centric. So just automatically having 2 lives on Venge sounds really good. We'll see though if they put it, what priority they give it. They do not have last pick on Quest, so they kind of have to commit to one or the other idea. But I guess this way you keep your options open for the Pango. He could still be 3.
Yeah, could be.
Secret seem to think it's definitely mid. At least their first ban would indicate that with the Brewmaster, but
Seconds remaining.
Oh, man. I know I've said this hero every time.
5 seconds.
Well, it doesn't even look that good, actually. I was going to say Slardar. It actually doesn't look good here. I'm just thinking of the minus armor with Venge, Elder Titan, but I think you'd have issues with Clockwork and
that is quite nasty.
Dark Willow.
I guess not a lot of minus armor is also very good for Pango nowadays, so
That's true.
his abilities being physical and all.
Ban the Beastmaster. So if this is a Malik hero, the heroes, not that this is his full range, of course, heroes that are not banned or picked right now are, does include Slardar, actually. And Darkseer is still available,
Seconds remaining.
and Underlord.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Underlord for them actually doesn't look too bad. And they are banning out carries now, as Secret certainly needs something for Crystallis. And Crystallis, I don't think Razor is particularly good here. Troll was taken out, and the only other hero he's played is Ursa, but pretty meh as well. It will be the Darkseer for PSG.
Does limit the carry options a bit for Crystallis now, right? There's a couple of illusion carries you don't want to run, and they banned both Troll Lives. Okay, this took them no time. All right.
Okay, it was the Ursa.
Yeah.
You like this
Secret have been first picking Ursa against Darkseer against another team earlier, right? So if they get it last pick, then They're probably quite happy. I think this is a decent Ursa game, at the very least. The core-to-core matchup against Venge is interesting in the sense that Venge is likely getting Ags, so she's going to have 2 lives, and Ursa is a lot of the time a one-and-done hero. You know, you just burst someone and then it's over.
Yeah.
Venge might have some interesting counterplay with that, but the lane should be good against Darkseer Hoodwink. And it's Comfort, which has inherent value in itself. It's been Crystallis's best performing hero in the tournament so far, so him getting that late and feeling confident is definitely a big deal. Yeah, this should be an interesting one. I think Quest's lineup is...
Sorry.
It's a little different to difficult to play in certain situations, I think, because how do you start fights except either a Hoodwink stun or a Venge swap? But you don't necessarily want to compromise your carry's position to enter the fight. ET is a follow-up, Darkseer is oftentimes a follow-up, Pango's a lot of the time a follow-up, right? So for Secret, it's super clear-cut. You know, you send in the Clock, you send in the Void Spirit, you send in the Centaur, whoever you want. They will not struggle with initiation, that's for sure.
Yeah, should be an interesting game number 1 between PSG Quest and Team Secret. Winner of this gets to play against, spoilers, Navi Jr. and not OG. That's the big shocker for today. And we are in game now. We can talk about all the cool facets and whether there are any cool ones, actually. So for the Radiant, aka Secret, nothing special. Thorny Thicket for the Dark Willow. And for PSG Quest, I mean, the Soul Strike for TA, or for TA2000's Venge. We knew that was going to happen since it is a position 1. And the rest, nothing special, I guess. These are all very standard picks so far.
What do you make of this Darkseer opening build?
4 gauntlets.
Yeah, aren't universal heroes just great?
Yeah. Very cool.
He wants the staying power against the Ursa, I guess.
I mean, how many
Malik's
bracers
idea.
will he actually make, though?
Probably 2.
Too bad it's not Doom. Then you get all that money back, or most of it at least. Very important.
Well, the good news is you're not Doom against Ursa in lane. So
Yeah. Oh, Chrysalis. I think he spotted Malik there. And TA2000.
oh, might walk into a little bit of trouble. He's got
Okay,
it.
he does Wave of Terror. I'm going to call it Howl, probably at some point. Cinder. I cannot delete that. It's same with Shadowblade, sometimes calling it Lothar's. Do you have that issue for anything?
No.
That's a lie.
Okay.
Surely there's something. How can you fit anything else in that gorgeous mind of yours? You're an old man like me.
Yeah, well, I
Haven't you
use all
started to
my
go
brain
senile yet?
capacity on words. So. And those are words.
Okay, well, I don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't like words. All right, so mid lane, Pango versus the Void Spirit. Don't think there's going to be anything too special.
Oh,
The
little courier
very
snipe
early
action
stages.
for Puppy, and it's gonna get into Omar's face immediately. Counterplay from Malik will cover.
Top lane, though, Ducalis. Oh. Thought he was maybe going to get killed there, but still only level 1 heroes. He does take an absolute beating, though. How does Ursa like to play against Darkseer? Is that annoying? Because he is melee, after all, with the ion shells.
Well, considering Secret have been using Ursa as a direct counterpick to Darkseer, I would hope that Crystallis likes the matchup. Otherwise, it makes no sense, and Puppy's just out to get him. Considering he's kept him in the team for quite a while now, I don't think that's the case. You know, he had opportunities to play with other people if he didn't like him. It should be good. You know, you're one of the heroes that can really run down the Darkseer. I guess in this kind of lane, it's a little bit more annoying for the Ursa than, let's say, you were playing Darkseer plus melee support, which is a classic combination, because the Hoodwink can easily stop you in your tracks with just a bushwhack and disengage. And Hoodwink herself will also never offer herself up as a target for you. So it means you don't get to go on the support, really, in the lane. You only get to go on the tanky offlaner first.
Puppy with the battery assault to secure the ranged creep. And early on, CS lead for TA2000 on the Vengeful Spirit. That's the thing about this facet, Cinder. It feels unbelievable to last hit with. Not only because of the BAT, of course, but because of the projectile. It's, although I don't think that changes based on the facet, does it? Maybe it does. That's the only facet I've used on her, so I actually wouldn't know. But it's just her model. She's throwing herself. It's awesome. As top lane, Cause in quite a bit of trouble. They're going to try to fight this out against Boom, but the first blood will go to Boom instead. TA2000 gets the trade eventually. Won't be able to pick up the support.
Interesting, he took Vengeance Aura on level 3. I think... I haven't seen much carry Venge, so I don't know if this is standard, but... It's definitely, on offlane Venge, you don't take the Aura this early. I guess he really values the 7 damage, but, you know, you could... Instead, you can have another point in... Vengeance spells skill really well. So it's quite the choice to make, to take Aura level 3. His lane partner doesn't have the best base damage either on the ET. If he was with a Treant, for example, I think this makes more sense because the base damage increase is quite significant there. Oh, more pressure onto Boom. They're in their face. But Boom protects himself.
We'll run away just fine. Mid lane, getting a little hairy for Cordon, but I feel like he's had some outstanding performances in this short qualifier so far for Secret.
He's been impressing, I would say. And so far so good against Noob in the mid lane as well. He's 20-7 against the 15-4.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get a kill one way or another until level 6s are hit, but the fact that Void Spirit is up is definitely good news here for Secret. Like, I mean, would you say that this lane should be a wash? Like, just pretty even?
The mid matchup?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. It's... I don't always second guess myself on this stuff, but I'm a little bit more cautious with making calls on mid lane matchups and how they should go, because I feel like for my sake, a lot of it is based on experience and history, and things have changed quite rapidly, so I hold my judgment a little bit until I see more games with the facets and stuff, with saying, okay, this is definitely, you know, a Void Spirit or Pango favorite matchup or whatever, but generally speaking, most of the time, Spirit versus Spirit or Spirit versus Pango, most of the time have just been somewhat even. Pango is not a hero that crushes mid-heroes.
Top lane. Boom gets the hoof stomp off, and that results in him living. Bucalis is the one that ends up dropping for PSG Quest.
Yep. Pretty decent start in that top lane for Secret overall. Boom CS not the best, but he is also taking a lot of pressure, and they're at the very least trading it with kills, and getting Willow some good experience is going to be very helpful. Amazing targets for Bedlam this game. If he gets high levels and gets Bedlam level 2 at a good timing, can be a difference maker in these fights. That ability scales very, very well. Almost double damage on level 2 of level 1. Can throw it on any of his teammates, so just needs information. Puppy trying to cover the 6-minute run, and he will not be successful because he's unlucky.
Bucalis can't even see the rune. He's so large. Noob will bottle it.
Well, that's a nice little shield rune. Good luck killing Pango the next few minutes. Do you think they're going to change this rune?
Yes, I think it won't last as long. It lasts way too long.
Do you think it's still going to be the same amount?
I mean, I don't think they're going to nerf both of them. Both aspects. Why? What do you think?
I just thought since it came out that it was too strong in effect.
Yeah, it is.
So.
Bowling! Miss! Miss!
Alright, Puppy, that's a double gutter.
We're looking for a turkey here.
Yeah. Alright, Puppy, trying to be cute
Stomp
here.
top
This is not
lane,
happening.
double edge to follow. TA2000 will be fine.
Getting that pressure in as Boom is really valuable, though. He's obviously just going to keep trading off with the regen he has. TA2000, no regen on him. No tangos in the lane, as a matter of fact, now. So damage is Takes a long time to recover.
Looks like Boom is not a phase boots enjoyer. Very, very interesting to
Yeah,
see
he does this
everyone
every
build it.
game. He's the guy who doesn't get boots. It's
Yeah,
been
that's
every
what I
other
like to see.
Centaur, basically, getting the boots. This does mean he has a significant move speed disadvantage against the Venge.
Is under attack.
For
to
now.
actually reach. But yeah, for now, indeed.
He will be going for the blade mount. So no big surprise. TA2000. So going back to the builds for the Venge as position 1, is it going to be Echo Saber take apart into Ags that I've been hearing about?
Could be.
Radiant's middle
Straight Axe is what's queued up just now by TA2000.
Okay.
So I might just bypass the Echo. I personally like this build more. I think the Echo Saber aspect is maybe a little bit overrated. Because the thing that makes Venge Core crazy is the eggs in my book. And getting that just faster is just... It makes a difference.
Yeah, it feels so bad killing the illusion or whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah.
Do you get gold for it anymore?
I believe it
feels-
gives absolutely nothing, if I'm not mistaken.
Top lane, we have a TP. Noob making his way over. Shield Rune is not there anymore, but he does have a newly picked up haste. Shield crash into the Rolling Thunder. Boom. Gets a hoof stomp off, but he will likely drop here. Taking a while, though. Noob. He's very tanky.
Nice little stutter step there. He thought he had him already.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
You
guess the
mentioned it
jump.
earlier, but the physical damage aspect to Pango now means that armor even more effective against the hero.
It makes the Venge combo particularly interesting.
I also
of
think
running that as your
the
carry.
20 talent, where attack damage as swashbuckle damage, works really well with Venge Aura.
Yeah,
Sounds pretty cool.
true. Should be good.
Astral Step in the mid lane. Omar getting blood grenaded. And one more Astral Step to ensure things.
That said, though, I do think Boom is still... Or, sorry, not Boom, Noob. Is still going to take the other level 20 talent.
Shield
That
Crash
one's
AoE.
just-
Yeah.
It's just so good.
You can see Malik in the triangle right now. Ion shelling a bunch of ancients to get as much farm as he can. As the rune battle commences. It is a regen. Puppy takes it. That'll help quite a bit. So many plants to get through here with the acorn shot and bramble. Need a botanist to understand how to get through that maze.
bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like the Echo Saber will instead be on the Pango, not on the Venge. Would you look at that?
Oh,
So, I think the reason the 20 talent on Pango is so crazy to take the left one is that it should synergize fully with double jump, right?
oh yeah, 100%. Puppy.
So you're already...
That's true.
Yeah.
You kind of incentivized to go for it. If you don't, then why'd you pick that facet? You got to get that faster ult, man.
How much damage is that? It's 375 times 1.5, right? Damn. So your shield crash can do like 500 plus physical damage when you're level 20.
It's pretty good.
And you also obviously get the barrier and everything. Ah, it's something, all right.
Bushwhack on a Cordon, Rolling Thunder, but he astrals away. And nice cogs from
Yeah, this
Puppy
is
to
not-
ensure that this ain't gonna be a
whoa,
thing.
Okay. Thought maybe Noob
Dark
was
Will,
thinking
oh,
about it.
he
Yeah,
is thinking about
now.
it. Double jump. Swash, I don't know how much HP she has. Not enough.
Not enough. Jinx.
Damn it. Okay, we're even.
Tower gone. Good moves from Quest. They put pressure while they can here. Taking advantage of Secret not having those 6 supports just yet. And they themselves, with the early sharpshooter from Omar, will land them the kill on Willow. And Darkseer's been ever so quietly just farming. He's having a really good game.
Oh, he
Like,
was
considering
fine.
you picked Ursa against him.
TA 2000 looking for the swap, but no. Level 1 range is quite pitiful.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
Always has been. That's the one thing they haven't really... Maybe they have tweaked it at some point. but
They have. It used to be better.
it used to be better, really. Because I remember it being really bad in Dota 1 even as level 1. Like level 2 is the power spike. It always felt that way.
Dire's top tower.
It's 800 plus 150 per level. I feel like it used to be better than this. Maybe not. Maybe you're actually right, and then it's just not as good on level 3 as it used to be. I feel like I have it very strongly ingrained in my mind that it was 1200 on 3 at some point, but anyway.
Nope.
Doesn't matter. Corden will jump.
That's his last charge, but no way to close the gap for Quest PSG. I did that backwards. That's probably going to happen again.
What's this cosmetic on Noob that makes him look like he's on fire all the time?
Is that the parrot?
Is it a bug? It looks like a projectile that follows him when he swashbuckles as well.
No, he has the hologram effect with one of his items. It's a rare one. But yeah, technically
okay.
I think it is... actually, maybe it's not bugged. That was actually a thing, but it's hard to acquire.
I see.
The meta of cosmetics as a Battle Fury there for Crystallis. 13 and a half minutes,
Great
not
timing.
too bad at all.
It's very early. He is the one core on Secret keeping up. The others are starting to be gapped a little bit. 2k lead for Quest. With the 2 towers down, it does make sense. They're starting to get more map control, so we'll get a little bit more advantage. They will now smoke themselves, looking for an opportunity around the enemy
Ancient stacks.
top area, where they want to contest the 14-minute wisdom. Ducalis will ward, and they can't reach the swap.
Terrorize
It's too late.
only onto one. And yeah, Wisdom Room taken by Boom. They didn't really disrupt the ancient stacks. If they had vision there, I think they would have 100% tried to do that.
I really liked that attempt. They were just 2 seconds too late. The smoke for the Wisdom Rune would have worked if they were there. Yeah, literally 2 seconds earlier. That could have come together quite nicely, but a little bit off on the timing, and Boom will pick up the rune and control the area. And we're back to our farming ways. What a change up after the last series where I felt like we saw so much action. This one's a little bit more...
Yeah, it's chill.
A little
Very chill.
calmer, a little bit more... I don't want to say more strategic, because I feel like fighting is not a bad strategy.
Yeah,
But
that sounds like a very pretentious way to describe it.
yes, exactly.
It's very slow, but
alright.
it's very strategic. You say,
There's the Ags picked up for TA2000. He's ready. Speaking of fighting, I think he would love to do some of that now.
oh yeah.
Lest we forget, this Ags on Venge is not the old Ags that you might remember.
Oh,
where
bushwhack
she-
onto
oh.
2 heroes with the wall. Noob. Trying to find more. Shield Crash will not hit anything, but I think Boom is out of position. Echo Stomp secures it.
Burnout to the Ion Shell.
Could have been a lot worse for Secret for sure.
So a big part of the reason why this Venge Axe is so good is that after she became universal, it's just, it makes a huge difference for the value of it when you're playing her as a core. That you can rush this because it's even good damage. There's just like no downside to purchasing this item.
I
at
remember
all.
having a
It doesn't even feel like a
conversation.
choice.
I feel like it was with you, but you can. I'll give you a pass
Okay.
if you think it wasn't. When that first came out, you thought it was terrible.
The
Nope.
Venge Axe?
Hold on. Got the hook shot. And is there enough damage?
It's a lot of
Shield
barrier.
Crash doing a lot to keep him alive, and he gets bounced out of the cogs. He'll actually live. That's not a good sign for Secret. But yeah,
I mean,
the Venge Ags.
I cannot
remember-
imagine not thinking that it was good when it came out.
Okay, so for sure, I know who it is. I'm not going to name them though. An analyst, let's say.
Does his name start with J and end with Enkins?
I'm not saying that. They said it's bad because it incentivizes you to die. As Boom, being chased, he's spotted. A toast. Gets off the blade mail, but it's only a matter of time. And no more retaliate because he's broken. A huge break from Omar.
Yeah,
worst
I feel like
passives in the game.
that scene we just had in the river with Noob not dying is very indicative of this hero right now. When you go the double jump, the amount of barrier he gets when he hits multiple heroes is just crazy. So think of it this way. Every time you hit one hero, you get 200 barrier. That can be increased by 50% when you double jump. So let's say 300, just for the sake of simplicity. 300 barrier per hero hit. In that instance, he hit 3, right?
Yeah.
So it gets a 900 barrier, and that barrier is not 900 health. It's 900 health after reductions. So in EHP terms, it's like, I don't know, like he has high armor, right? He has 13 armor. This hero is a tough nut to crack when he gets his barriers off. You might actually want to consider some sort of way of dispelling it.
Nullifier, perhaps?
Yeah, or...
Oh, we got the Bramble. Nice swap. That's more damage
counterplay.
mitigation. To add on top of the shield crash thing you were just talking about. And they snipe out
what a
Cordon.
beauty.
Ooh. And Noob will continue on
you can drive
inside
between
the
the cogs now.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
That is
With the big ones, you can make it through the gap. Huh.
interesting.
That was a very sexy turnaround play. They landed absolutely everything on that ET sleep onto Corden. Very well done. And good positioning to begin with. They were baiting out the Pango and they were instantly ready to swap him. So they were anticipating Secret would try to go on him. Now they see Boom, he'll get out. Shishak might not be so lucky though.
They're coming for him.
He will. Nope, he won't.
Oh, Omar. Very good bushwhack, and TA2000 will likely clean it up. So he has Yasha on the way. It's going to be the Manta. Crystalist in the bot lane. They want to go for Malik. Has the Surge. Puppy just needs an angle for hook shot. Crystalist with the Blink Dagger. They're going to go in with Cordon first. He has the Ag, so that's the silence on the Malik. Will surge to the south, actually, which is where Ducalis and Omar are waiting with the Vac wall. Chrysalis has to use the Enrage, focusing everything now. Oh, but the swap out from TA2000, they get the Ursa instead. What a great read from PSG Quest.
They are playing a great game of Dota. They effectively, Secret haven't really accomplished anything in the last 10 minutes. There's just nothing going their way. Whenever they try for a move, Quests are ready with the counterplays. They're really taking advantage of the tankiness of their heroes and the saves they have. Great ET stomps, great swaps. The Darkseer with the mech is a hard kill. The Pango with the barrier is a hard kill. You're starting to see a pattern here, I think, in the logic. Almost hitting that bushwhack could have led to a kill instead. Are they actually just going to flat out dive Boom here?
Yeah, he's heading to the north.
Nubis.
He's going to get swashed. Attempted TP, but that was ambitious, my friend. Rolling Thunder among it. They have like 80 stuns on this team.
Nothing wrong with ambition, but I think I don't know if I would go with ambitious on that one. That was just flat out straight naive. There's no way I was ever getting that off. And they will steal the Tormentor. Oh, they're okay. That's quick.
Yep. It's the shard, so
they're not gonna linger for the wisdom.
bit of a whiff.
No.
Yeah, Centaur will be up in 8 seconds. Probably a little bit too risky.
Puppy.
Yeah, Puppy is found trying to go through the gate. Oh, none of the stuns come through in time. Omar, we've seen the Atos. He's going to be upgrading that to Gleipnir as soon as possible. Malik, Mech Pipe, and now going to finish Greaves as they go through the gate. TA2000 with the swap onto Puppy, but he's greeted by a big, bad, juicy bear in the form of Chrysalis. Life number 1 for the Venge is down. Now you got to worry about all the other abilities to work with. Has the swap vacuum. There's the swap back in, but a huge terrorize come out from Shishak. And the hook shot finally comes in as well. And it looks like that might be the death of Malik. He's inside the cogs, but he pops the pipe, staying alive somehow. And instead it's Cordon that is caught off guard. Puppy, the initial person they were trying to kill, gets out. Ends up being a 2-for-1.
That was a very late mech pipe from Malik, but he does get it off in the end. They almost had him. But yeah, that right there is the perfect example of the Venge versus Ursa matchup. This was what I was curious to see happen, because Crystal is just going to jump and kill the Venge, but it is going to force him to use Enrage and play defensively after, since he's immediately greeted by the same hero he just killed. And getting out is difficult. She can swap you back in, she can stun you again. It was good coverage from Shishak there. That would have been even worse. The Terrorize definitely saved that situation somewhat, but can't say Secret come out ahead. It's also just, it just feels so good on Venge, right? Like now he's just farming anyway. You killed him, but you didn't kill him twice. Did you really even kill him? Still getting net worth here. He's going to respawn on the spot and just continue like nothing happened. Real feels good there.
So with that, PSG Quest with a 6K lead now. As Ducalis goes through the gate. Roche is ready for the pickings if they want.
Oh, I just realized TI13 got the S tier neutral item for this hero as well.
Oh,
it is
specialist array.
insanely good on Venge. All attributes amazing. She's universal. The split shot is really great. She hits really hard. Just everything you could want. I definitely think this one is the one. It's gotta be.
The one.
The one. Okay.
Hey, he wants a
Swapping
barrier.
for a bit of barrier. Yeah.
Easy. No need to be stingy with your nether swap casting.
Here comes Pango for that massive armor reduction on Lucky Shot. It's crazy how much minus armor that is. 11.
Cool.
Because of the talent.
Noob will take the Aegis. As a Stampede is popped. Boom gets away as a result. Very slow game for Secret specifically. I think PSG Quest have built up a lead and now they can kind of milk it if they want to.
So correct me if I'm wrong about Pango. Oh, Cordon's trying here, not going to reach. Shield Crash can proc Lucky Shot, right? Now, that was one of the changes.
Yeah?
Or-
You mean as
I
part of the
assume-
Ags? Or just in general, yeah.
I assume the minus armor from Lucky Shot happens first. That would be consistent with how it works with Deso.
That's how it works with basically every spell in the game.
Because
Normally.
that's really, really important for how ridiculous his damage is going to be later. It means that if the Lucky Shot gets procced from his double jump shield crash,
Yeah.
it does an obscene amount of damage.
Mm-hmm.
Shishak.
Oh, they're coming for him. Oh my
They're
goodness.
actually gonna,
Malik.
wow, oh, okay.
Vacuums, they're looking for the swap? No.
They're confident.
range.
I mean, they see some heroes bottom, so they know Shishak is there alone. Shishak will get that tower at the very least.
And they're just going to chill. Wait for that creep waving now. Finish the tier 2 tower.
Down it
That's
goes.
Puppy and Cordon in the enemy triangle.
Puppy's going to get found. Omar.
Yep. They get the Atos into the sharpshooter. And that is the dead puppy.
Oh, not a dead puppy.
Very sad. Did they... I must have missed it. Did they get the... Oh, he got the shard from the enemy tormentor. I see. I was like, there's no way he bought that. You would very rarely buy the jetpack, I feel like. Do you think that's... Do you like jetpack? Do you think it's good? I'm not saying it's bad, but it's compared to other shards, it's pretty meh. Noob. Not calling you noob, Cinderant.
Nope. Thank you.
Chrysalis is going to TP out.
Appreciate
Go
that.
ahead. Go ahead, speak, noob.
I think Jetpack's primary issue is the turn rate. I believe they did buff that once, right? But it's still... Your mobility with it is still very awkward. And yeah, paying 1,400 for that... Sure, it can get you out of trouble sometimes, and the vision can be nice, but more often than not, I find Force Staff to be a better choice because you can use that on teammates.
Yeah.
If you're looking for the escape anyway.
All right, TA2000 and company ready to go high ground.
Okay.
2.5 minutes on the Aegis. The poke is here.
It's not poke. It's a full-on push. My
Well,
God,
it
that
depends on
damage.
how thick your fingers are. Fortification was used.
Poking him with a
And
fist is what you're
They're
saying.
going to go... Well, they were looking for a swap, it looks like. It's a Stampede. Actually,
Puppy's
popped
caught.
in itself as Puppy, yeah. Using that jetpack again.
I'll fly out.
And get to the other side.
Doesn't look like Quest have any plans of backing down. They really want to use this Aegis to get their first set of barracks. This is confident, but it's working. Secret feel completely unable to fight. They're just going to give it up?
It looks like that might be the case. They're going to take the range first, so the fortification does not refresh. TA2000 and company are backing away, so playing it slightly safe. Meanwhile, Boom on the top side of the map just taking out waves in as safe a way as possible. Still a minute on the Aegis. We'll see if actually, yeah, you're right. The particle on Noob, when he blinks, it goes away and like follows him. Yeah,
it looks like some sort of a shot that's reaching him from a hero. It
just never hits him. Yeah.
The Dark Willow Shadow Realm attack, even, is what it looks like. Knowing Valve, it's probably the exact same particle.
Yeah, why waste work?
Yeah.
So, from Secret's perspective, what do they need to fight? They have the BKB already on Crystallis.
Maybe the Basher is the deal breaker. It's just like strategically, it feels very, very difficult to fight into the quest lineup. It's just very well structured. I can understand Secret being hesitant because one messed up fight in the game just ends almost with the pushing power the enemy team has. And I guess the Basher on Ursa is what they're waiting for. I just don't know if that's a big ticket item here.
The fact that he took Craggy Coat, by the way, shows how much minus armor he's
that's
trying
true.
to fill the void of. That I don't think I've ever seen that on an Ursa before.
Same.
And if you activate it, you become slow. We'll see if he wants to use that or not. As smokes will collide. Noob ready to go. Has his haste rune. They're going to be able to delete Omar right off the bat. A PSG Quest rethinking if they want to go in or not. There's the buyback if they really want to fight. But TA2000 splitting the uprights and will run away. As the Stampede was popped. We're going to get some vision here. Noob is vacuum onto the cliff. Puppy is stuck, but he has the jetpack. Very lucky for him. And Noob can be able to get off the Rolling Thunder now. As a BKB already used onto Boom. Crystallis in quite a bit of trouble as TA2000 ready to go. Malik gets the kill onto the big bad bear. Puppy will die to the swash.
How do you kill this Pango? If he gets his jump off and he's standing next to Darkseer with Greaves' pipe that then surges him out, I feel like Secret put a lot of damage into him and it's still just not enough. As a matter of fact, it wasn't even that close. He was like 40%. He even bought the plate mail himself to have more in the way of defense. And that is definitely the melee now. No Ursa, no defense. They can't take a second lane because the tier 2s are still up, but another victory here for Quest as they can look to start preparing for the next Roche. Early respawn is in a minute 20. Looking very stable in this game number 1. No real mistakes.
Yeah, feels like they haven't had to sweat at all. They are in Europe, though, so not a lot of air conditioning, so I don't know where they're living exactly. Maybe there's actual sweat from the temperature itself, Cinderin. Can't forget about that very important factor.
Yeah, but that's why EU is the best region in Dota, is because we're accustomed to that.
Accustomed to whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get
into your sentence.
No, I'm not going to get into this conversation about AC again, all right? I know you don't like it, and I do. So just agree to disagree.
Okay. I will say AC makes a lot of sense in some places and is nice.
Okay.
But it's also overrated in other places.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to discuss it any further?
I'm just going to say agree to disagree.
Wow, that's my favorite saying. It's so stupid.
That's right.
Okay. Roche respawn 10 seconds away, potentially.
Yeah, Omar, that's a big pickup for him.
This is a big move from Secret. This 5-man smoke.
Yeah, they need to get something out of this.
Yeah.
Down 9K.
It's just not the first point of contact you're really looking for.
They scan, they know. They know, and TA2000 is the one they jump. Will they be able to kill him fast enough? No, because Noob comes in. Vac is there. No wall quite yet. Rolling Thunder creating so much havoc. TA2000 dies one time, but now his strong illusion is back. Crystallis already used Enrage. Easy kill. Puppy. TP canceled. Double kill for Malik. They were ready for it, Cinderin.
I love this dire lineup so much. I'm just seeing these fights unfold, and it's just so well crafted. Like Secret genuinely cannot find a target that is satisfying to go on. They're all bad. Tanky Darkseer or tanky Pango or Venge with 2 lives, and then the backline 2 supports are just insane AoE control artillery. It's just so, it's extremely formulaic, if you will. It's just very well constructed. Secret are completely unable to solve this puzzle in the game.
It feels kind of methodical in a way.
Yeah.
They're just going about their business, winning team fights easily. Now they get a tier 2 bot, and we'll try to go for high ground in the bot lane for a second set of racks. Puppy swapped. Uh-oh. Thought he was far enough away, but that is a level 3 nether swap. He has no way to get it back in the game, so with the Ursa coming up, this is going to be 4v5. Advantage PSG Quest. And Boom is in the top lane, cutting the wave, I suppose. He just has enough for Halberd now. Let's see if he TP's back. TA2000 going onto Cordon. Gets off to dissimulate. Goes to the north, so we'll dodge out
Oh, they
Noob's
hit
ult.
the sharpshooter. Beautiful.
He's still okay for now, but the swap back in, and he's dead. My goodness. We'll buy back onto the Dark Willow as Crystal is trying to do this all by himself. So it's literally 1 versus 5. Ducalis is dead, but I feel like Crystalis might be dead himself. 1 for 1, not worth. That might do it. That's GG's and
Just, my goodness. That
PSG
is
Quest stomping.
dirty. Dirty lineup. Great plays. If Quest can keep this level up, tomorrow can be really exciting. But let's see if Secret can bounce back first. But this was a full-on just... That was class.
Beat down.
Very, very great from them. Yeah, don't really have much more to add on this one. It's just every time Secret try to fight into them, they just can't. And they also feel like they can't play keep away because Quest is on their tail the whole time, just hunting them on the map when they want to. So, damn it if you do, damn it if you don't. Secret try to fight twice, they lose both, and the game just ends. What I'm trying to figure out is how Secret should approach the second game from the bans. I don't think they address the new Pango at all, and that is PSG Quest's very best first pick. So maybe a ban on that will move the...
Yeah, maybe ban on that,
over.
or they can pick Bloodseeker before the bans come out. Ask IceFrog to have a little hotfix patch. But yeah, the Pango owned.
Yeah,
And again, you can say that about
very-
pretty much everybody on PSG Quest this game.
It's clear from PSG Quest as well that they have identified which Cordon hero can cause trouble for Noob, so they first phase banned Shadow Fiend. That would have been the one counter pick that I could imagine Secret taking in the first phase that could have truly given him trouble, but
Yeah,
it
true.
wasn't available. They countered both SF and Bloodseeker first phase, and then just get their Pango and play a clean game.
Yeah, we're watching a couple fights where TA2000 dies once, and then they don't kill him a second time. You get your spells back, so you have swap, you have stun, and it just feels bad killing this thing. It really feels awful.
I genuinely think that is the worst target Secret could go for in the fights. But a lot of the time it was the only one that Quest was offering them. But it's a catch-22. You either go on the Venge and try to kill her and build the fight that way, or you go on somebody else and guess what? They just get swapped and then you're back to square one. Then you're fighting the Venge. So really, just, yeah, I loved it. That's my conclusion on the game. Great job, Quest. Secret need to really solve this problem game 2 before it's too late.
Yeah, and I would say MVP, let's give it to Noob. I'm a big Pango fan, Cinderin.
Yeah, he played a great game.
Obviously,
with
it wasn't just him, as it usually is not in these types of games, but it did feel like that hero served a very crucial purpose in this strategy of theirs, and
Yeah.
just felt unkillable, and technically he was, because he died 0 times. Actually,
And
went
look
for
at
an
the item
Assault
build.
Cuirass.
Yes, I was just
More
gonna
minus
say.
armor. Wow. That's
Yeah,
cool.
you build into the minus armor, and the reason the Echo Saber feels so nice now as well is with the minus armor you proc from Lucky Shot. The damage you output is insane. So you're just doing whatever you can to increase your chances of hitting that Lucky Shot and going to town in the fight.
Very
So
cool. I like it.
I am a big fan of this Pango build. I think it's solid.
Well,
So,
we'll see if Pango gets banned upcoming, because that definitely might be the case. But then
I think
again,
they will.
it's only so many things you can leave open. You open one door, you close another, it opens another. The saying something like that. We'll just, you know what?
Yeah.
Let's go to a break before I embarrass myself further with these terrible idioms, because I'm an idiot. We'll see you soon.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Hello and welcome to Game 2 between PSG Quest and Team Secret to figure out who is playing against the star-studded roster in Navi Junior that we all expected to make it this far in the European qualifiers. Suns fan here with Cinderin. Game 1, Cinderin was not great for Secret. They kind of got pooped on, I think is one way to put it.
That is a way, yes.
How can they come back in this series? Do they need a plunger?
Well, I think step number one is finding a way of addressing the Pango. I find it interesting that PSG Quest seems to be the only team that rates Pango this high and also the only team that rates Venge Carry this high, and they still got both and they got them together. And the synergy these two heroes have is incredibly good. So break that up first, prevent PSG Quest from running that strategy would be step number one. And really, I don't have that much beyond that because it feels like Secret were actually casting their spells and trying to fight quite well. They just couldn't break through the wall. And their lineup also didn't have the luxury of, okay, well, if we can't fight them right now, we'll play for a later timing, because I don't feel like they had a later timing either in their strategy. So maybe if you're running into something of this nature again, you pick a harder carry, or you run like an Arc Warden that we saw from Navi Junior on your mid hero, or something like this to try to solve that. They consider the Elder Titan the bigger problem so far in the bans, which is surprising to me. I know it did a lot. I'm not going to deny it, but would have thought they would have prioritized something else. And what a luxurious position for PSG Quest to be in. Other teams aren't first picking Pango, so they don't even have to ban it. They can just be like, okay, you guys want to give us the trade again? I think they'll ban Shadow Fiend and just, dare Secret to try to find their solution. No, they ban Weaver. Okay, so maybe you do first pick SF then.
Yeah, so SF, the difference. Bloodseeker, of course, the difference. So far, at least.
And I guess PSG Quest's logic here is, since they don't have to show their hero first, they don't need to ban the two counters, because if they don't like the Shadow Fiend matchup, they just pick another mid hero than Pango. Which would usually be really good to just, wow, enemy team first picked Shadow Fiend, what the hell? But the hero is just so good right now that I don't know what the direct Shadow Fiend counter is mid, where you can be like, we'll exploit the fact that you picked this first. They'll ban Wind Ranger.
There it is.
Maybe that is the counter to SF mid that PSG Quest could have run on Noob.
You mean Pango mid?
No, the counter to SF was the Wind Ranger, and that's maybe why Secret banned it. Because I was looking for the SF counter, right? Maybe this is the one that PSG Quest prefer against SF.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, this obviously was the Pango last time, but things have changed.
Radiant team back.
They like the Dark Willow quite a bit. It'll be Spirit Breaker instead, though.
Okay.
This has been run as a 5 for Omar.
4, right?
Yeah, 4 for Omar.
I don't think they've played it on Ducalis. Not that it's out of the question, but I think it's only been Omar playing it. Yeah, interesting response. Another PSG Quest thing. I always enjoy watching teams that really have their own identity, where it's like it's very clear that this is how they view the game and this is what they like. And what often happens in tournaments is when you get toward the later stages, things often like converge a little bit. But that hasn't quite happened with this one yet. It's not like PSG Quest are, oh, we're in the lower bracket, we're going to copy the upper bracket teams, or, oh, PSG Quest is definitely the team to beat in lowers, we're going to try to run their strats. It's very distinct that they're the only team to do this. Like, I don't think a single other team in this tournament would have picked SB here. So that's lovely to see. I hope they, I hope their ideas are going to work the way they want them to. They're not going to get the Darkseer with it, which is hardly surprising. So what else do they play the Spirit Breaker with on Malik, is the question. DS would have been the obvious one. Because usually Spirit Breaker 4 wants either Darkseer or a ranged 3.
A ranged 3?
Yeah. He really likes to play with a ranged hero.
Malik, so far in this qualifier, the only ranged hero he's played is Enigma, which is banned.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if they're going to be a little bit... They're going to bring out something new. The Venge would have been great, so awesome ban. I think Venge 3 would have been just great for this Spirit Breaker.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
And what do you ban against Secret? You've seen Cordan's hero, so you don't need to worry about mid.
Quest
I think maybe the clock? Yeah, nice. Okay, because that would have been the best support against the Spirit Breaker that you have, and also awesome synergy with SF.
Well, there is still Disruptor for the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah. Clock must be the best ban here, though, so...
10 seconds remaining.
Puppy has played Disruptor this tournament.
Yeah.
5 seconds
Also played
remaining.
Bat, and, well, we remember the Skyrath game. We won't mention that one.
Yeah, that one never happened as far as Puppy's concerned.
Radiant team pick.
Oh, Death Prophet.
Another
Okay.
PSG quest, more or less only hero. They will pick it early. He knows his matchup in mid being the SF. This is honestly one of Death Prophet's worst matchups in mid, I want to say, but maybe they have the flex of also playing it on Malik, so they keep their options open. This is a ranged hero that can play with Spirit Breaker very well in lane. So actually, I think I kind of like that idea better than putting it mid. But Secret don't know for a fact how it's going to be run. They all get Puppy's Bat. Pretty confident in that one. Didn't take him long.
Yeah, Noob played Death Prophet once in this qualifier so far. But, yeah, I do like the idea of it off lane.
I guess you just get Dark Willow here. Probably.
Man, that's still in the pool.
If every other game is anything to go by, you probably pick Willow.
They've definitely enjoyed their Enchantress as well. But, well,
Maybe
Enchantress for
Mars?
the issue quest, that is.
I'm just thinking of what heroes Shishak has played. It's mainly been Willow, Rubik, and Marcy, I think. Rubik
And
is
Shadow
okay.
Demon.
Shadow Demon is good. Yeah, that's good.
Demonic Purge against Spirit Breaker, really annoying.
It's also great against DP.
Yeah, true.
Okay. I'm liking Secret's adjustments from game one, I have to say, so far. I think this is going to give them a better fighting chance. Still don't know if they're going to be favored by the end of all of this, just based on how much better Quest looked, but it can be a bit deceiving when one team can't fight the other, literally, you know. It's easy to look good when your lineup is that much better in the aspect of the game that Secret had to play. Ench looks nice, I think, for Ducalis, again. He sees the enemy supports. It's a hero that can potentially put some pressure on Shadow Fiend in the mid lane with a smoke rotation. They get to conceal... I think that you definitely want to pick at least Ducalis' hero here, just so you conceal the Death Prophet's identity until the very end would be nice. So maybe Ench plus carry, but maybe it's too difficult to pick the carry with the limited information they have, so they might have to commit the DP to either role. Yeah, knowing Ducalis, I feel like he wants to play Enchantress in this one.
Yeah, a lot of Noob's heroes have been banned out so far. There is still Puck, if this Death Prophet is the off lane. Dragon
Puck's
Knight
decent,
is
yeah.
a terrible matchup against Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
And then for the carry, a lot has been banned already. CK, potentially, but against a Shadow Demon doesn't sound particularly great.
Esports turn.
Points away.
Yeah, we'll go back for the Pango. Pango against Shadow Fiend sounds pretty sketch. Could be Death Prophet still, though, I guess, and offlane Pango.
If this is Pango mid, this is the true test for me. It's like, okay, if he can come out of this lane unscathed and still own the game, I don't think any team has a counter to his Pango in this tournament. That's just.
Do they
I
still
cannot
ban
imagine
Bloodseeker
a
here?
worse lane matchup.
Do
than
you
this one.
take Bloodseeker?
Yeah, you could take BS actually. I don't mind that. It's also decent against Spirit Breaker. Oh, I'll get the Beastmaster. All right, this is a targeted. It's a good pick. You can roar the Rolling Thunder. You can roar the DP. Single target, really heavy commitment is what DP hates the most because she's all about equilibrium. You want to take moderate damage, but not very high bursts. And Beastmaster Shadow Fiend, that's a burst combo and a half. So definitely
10
a nice pairing. I'll ban the Gyro first. I feel like this Pango is still very possibly off lane with Spirit Breaker. And I know it's not great with what I said with the ranged pairing for the Pango, but I can't get over how bad that Shadow Fiend matchup should be in theory.
It's virtually unplayable, I feel like, yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
But again, I'm speaking from experience here, and it might be different with the new facet and with the new innates that the heroes have. So maybe Pango, with the barrier he gets from the double shield crash, can sustain against SF? Possibly?
So Gyro gets taken out, Troll as well. So very carry-centric for both teams. TA2000, we mentioned the CK, that's the only other one that he's played, so I think they're going to go for something new. Clink's taken out. So Crystallis is going to have to get his carry first. There's still the Ursa.
10
Actually, his hero, okay, other than the Troll, he's only played Razor, Ursa.
5 seconds remaining.
Is there any, like, does Shadow Fiend ever play? I mean, it feels like it's a spellcaster these days, but yeah, it'll be Razor. So, Crystallis going with the comfort again
Yeah.
instead of expanding.
So just as we've talked about Quest having their identity, this is one of the key ones that Secret run that other teams haven't been playing is the carry Razor. The difference is I feel like their successes have been far and few in between, whereas for PSG Quest, a lot of their identity heroes have been very successful. They will run a Morphling last pick for TA2000.
Okay.
Nice matchup into the Razor. You can just convert into him and link him straight back. And it will be Noob Death Prophet, so Pango is offlane. So they feel like that matchup is too bad. And they will run the Pango 3 with what will be a 4 Hoodwink. So the Ducalis Spirit Breaker is coming into play this time. And this solves a lot of their problems. By putting the Spirit Breaker 5, you get this melee plus range support offlane instead of the double melee that would have been very exploitable by the Batrider. And the Spirit Breaker Morphlane, it's not the best, but it can probably float. I feel like Secret should come out ahead on that lane with SD Beast.
Beastmaster
Yeah,
definitely one of the best laners.
Yeah, it should be quite good for them.
And if he continues with the facet that he's chosen, it'll be the Beast mode, which I believe is the same one. It's the right-click one, right?
Yeah, it's the one where you get more powerful when you roar, right?
Yeah. So they definitely have a lot of lockdown and initiation on the side of Secret. PSG Quest, do you think last game was more of an out draft or an out strategy? Because if it's out strategy, then Secret might be in some trouble.
I think both in game one, to be honest. I think after I see the game play out, I feel like that was just going to be difficult for Secret. If they played it again, I think they would lose it again. So, yeah, definitely draft, but also the itemization and the way that Quest approached the game was very solid. So the Beastmaster facet, you mentioned it, the Beast mode. You can activate this at any point to gain attack speed. And generally you see this used in combination with Roar to go for a fast kill. Can of course use it in lane at some point if it's meaningful.
Yep, for the other facets that are remotely interesting, since a lot of them have been seen before, a lot of them potentially today as well. Bull Rush for Spirit Breaker. We've seen the other one as well. This is the You maintain some of your bonus movement speed after charge, which is really powerful. I'm actually shocked that people take the other one, which is the long displacement, but then I saw it used in conjunction with other spells, and it is kind of crazy when comboed.
Oh, Ducalis. Awkward
He
spot.
is gonna get plasma field slowed, and sticky napalms are applied, but Cordon in the area going. Is he gonna get the last right click? No, it'll be
He
boom.
hesitated on the raise like twice, and then the hawk killed him. First one on
Angles are
Beastmaster
difficult.
isn't bad either, though. Gotta say. This was already what I was expecting to be a kind of secret favored lane. Now very much so with the Beastmaster advantage.
So we haven't gotten to the cast Death Prophet yet, but the two facets for her, I'm interested to see what your take is. The one that she took, or that Noob took this time around, is the silence applies slow, which is part of the base hero last match. So
Yeah.
it feels weird that it's just attached to that. And then the other one is essentially just makes your exorcist stronger. Like
Yeah.
it just gains souls from anybody that dies on the map.
Yeah, I guess the... what does he really want the slow for? I'm trying to think if there's like a specific matchup where the slow is really impactful. It's nice to have it against the Razor, for sure. And of course, it is a great way for the DP to be able to stick on targets with Spirit Siphon. Maybe it feels like it's just necessary to reliably get his hero running, but there are definitely issues for sticking on targets already, so I don't know how impactful this facet will be. You're going to get Demonic Purge, then it doesn't matter that the enemy is slowed from silence. You're going to get Roared, Flame Break. Oh yeah, Cordon on Noob action mid. Some decent trading going on. Definitely Noob favored. He gets to run a full drain.
Yeah, what is even the skill build on Death Prophet these days? Like, if you go for this slow, do you get an early level of silence, or you still just ignore it?
I mean, at that point, the slow is only 15%. It's still something, but... probably 4-1-4 still, I think. I don't see why not. And I guess in this lane in particular, you probably max Crypt Swarm first, since getting up close and personal with SF will get tough when he hits level 3. So Noob is getting the most out of the easy levels that he can, and then things are going to get worse very soon.
Secret are dealing so much damage in this lane, and Ducalis, 3 stacks of Shadow Poison. I was thinking maybe Cordon would come and maybe finish the job, but Ducalis looks like he'll be fine.
They
Instead-
did chase this for quite a while.
Yeah, but Shishak did take the water rune, so Noob not getting any value there. Cordon gets the other one.
T2000 going to waveform into kill a boar. Takes a beating for it, but it's fine.
Yeah, I think a big part of this game is going to come down to how much farm can Puppy get. How early can he get that Blink Dagger? Mm-hmm. We've
If
seen
that even is
Bat
what he
Riders
wants.
take over. That's true. It doesn't have to be the Blink Dagger, but
The last
Feels
time he
like-
played Bat, he went Boots Lotus, I think.
the Bat Riders we've seen as support, it feels like they have a pretty high impact when they just get a little bit of farm towards the earlier stages of the game.
Oh. I like being bullied a bit. Still gonna take the Lotus, though. Both offlaners will get one each.
And Cordon early on with a slight CS lead, 17 and 6 versus the 13 and 4. Noob out leveled for the time being, just slightly. And the question is, what can PSG Quest do in this top lane? Like, at what point can they even threaten for a kill? Or is this one of those situations where
Farm.
they have to give up this lane at some point, charge another lane? Is Cordon
Out there
mid
looking
lane?
for Cordon, yeah.
Oh, bushwhacking. There's the charge we were talking about. Gonna meet Cordon, and that is a kill for Ducalis. That is huge.
This is always going to be a serious threat for the SF, that Spirit Breaker counterpick. If you try to play aggressively, you can get punished quite quickly. But the bigger play there was Omar with the TP, so Cordon has to be careful with going up the stairs to try to pressure the DP. She's also... The timing of this was quite good for Noob, because he's also going to get a guaranteed water rune here at minute 4. And stabilize a little bit. Still, despite the death, Corden is even on experience. So not looking too rough regardless.
TA2000 is just living on low HP constantly. A master of the Morphling. And how are the secret heroes matching up against the Morphling when it gets to mid to late game? They have good answers?
All right, a little bit of a charge. Are they actually going to put some pressure here? They will. Well, he's going to get disrupted. That's the end of that play.
Oh,
Ducalis
blood
now on
grenade
the
onto
receiving
Ducalis. Yeah, he looks to be dead.
Yeah,
Axes
that-
finish him off.
I feel like that one was just straight up not happening.
God, this
They're
bird
gonna
is
take a
so
beating.
annoying. Another root. 3 stacks of shadow poison.
On the fourth one,
Four.
they clip him too. Huh?
That's gonna hurt.
Dire's
And you
top
get this.
is under attack.
Oh, boom. Okay, I thought he was gonna go for a YOLO axes.
Imagine that. Just throwing the axes in blindly and hitting. Would have been nice.
But yeah,
Against
how's the
Morph,
matchup?
you have Disruption, which is not as good as it used to be against Morph, but still decent. And you have 2 BKB piercing stuns, which I think is the bigger deal. Having both Lasso and Roar makes Morphling's game never truly safe.
Mid lane charge into a bash. Cordon can only try to get a couple more procs of his Shadow Rays onto Ducalis, but won't do much. Another big kill for PSG Quest. That's the second death on the Shadow Fiend.
Puppy now.
Yep, he's going to get Spirit Siphoned. And the Exo being popped for that, and probably get some value on this tier 1 tower as well with that siege.
The timing could not be
Very good
better.
timing.
This is ideal. They killed the Shadow Fiend right before this to open up the play with the 6. This siege creep comes in, and then they kill Puppy on the rune. And SF can't defend this. He knows the supports are backing up. If he even tries to Shadow Raise the wave, he will die. So full tower, I think, coming the way of Quest here. Minute 6:30 against Shadow Fiend taking his tower.
Pretty good.
Yeah, gonna love that.
Shishak is going to show himself. Ducalis thinking about it. Pops the bulldoze, but will back away.
Has fallen.
And they're more than happy taking that tower. And this has left the side lanes to just be 1v1s for the time being as well. So Seeker not able to take advantage of the lack of heroes in these other lanes. Ducalis making his way back to the top lane. Boom is level 6, has the Roar, working on Aghanim's Scepter as his first item. Might get gone on here, but can they kill him? Charge
Absolutely not.
into killing the Hawk. That feels good at least. They're pinging it out as Puppy making his way over along with Shishak. Is it Shishik? How'd you say it again?
I just think it's like shisha, the thing you smoke, and then with a K
Shishak.
after. So Shishak.
Shishak. I won't remember that. Gate
like
play from Chrysalis. It's going to be a bit of a surprise. TA2000 already used waveform down for 10 seconds. Plasma comes out, but Primal Roar onto Malik, but no follow. Big shield crash. Chrysalis is going to be the first to die, but able to get a little bit of distance. And looks like the Spirit Breaker goes down first. Now Malik swashbuckle in 3 seconds. 5 stacks of sticky, or not sticky, but the Shadow Poison onto the Morphling.
There's also
back
4
way.
stacks
4
on
on Malik as well. He looks like he's
Oh my
dead.
God, the damage.
Indeed. Plasma field used by TA2000, so turning to Razor briefly. And Chrysalis did end up dying close to the gate.
Omar chased him down the whole way on Hoodwink, committed his entire fight to killing the Razor, and probably well worth it. There were multiple really good plays there. I think the flame break from Puppy may be a little bit overlooked, that he managed to stop the charge. Could have hit 2 or 3 heroes with that, but got interrupted halfway. And Ducalis on that 5 Spirit Breaker has not really found the impact he's hoping to just yet, but it's going to get a lot easier with level 6 and phase boots coming up soon. The next fight should be even better for them. And you're right, this was Chrysalis' move and it didn't work. If he ends up dying bottom now as well after TPing, his game is
boy.
way, way worse all of a sudden. And they are
He's in-
trying, they have him charged, they know exactly what he's doing. Crystallis knows that
around.
they know,
Diving the tower.
but do they know that he knows that they know?
Well, I think that we know that they know that he knows, and he dies. So 2 deaths in a row for Crystallis hurts big time. No TP's even coming to support him. And this Exo will be used to push this tier 1 tower as well.
Yeah. And Beastmaster still hasn't managed to take the top one. He's farming some out in the jungle, leaving TA2000 to play the lane a bit. Looking like TA will go for the Lincolns this game. As we talked about, both Roar plus Lasso are serious threats, so
Yep.
can agree with this build.
Do you
And of
think,
course get broken by Shadow Demon only, actually.
do you think that he will prioritize the shard this game? Being able to use attribute shift while stunned?
I don't think he's going to buy it. I feel like it has its games where it's really good, and it is good here, but the cost is just so high for a carry to invest. Because it's like, I think if you're buying the shard, you need to feel like it is absolutely mandatory for you to be able to enter and play fights. Because you're sacrificing half an item for it, right? So I don't expect him to buy it, no. It would be nice for him to get it eventually from Roche. Or, sorry, from the Tormentor. Or from Roche would be nice, too.
Yeah, that would be a nice bug report to Valve.
Yeah, back to the old patch where Roche drops Shard.
We'll forever remember that, Roche.
Yeah, that was very
He
great.
was strong. It was cool at first. Then it got too good. That came out briefly before the Animajor, if you remember.
Yep.
Very exciting. One of the best lands of all time. Malik, 1,400 gold into his Blink Dagger. Omar, not going for the Atos this time first, is going for the Maelstrom first, it seems. So it looks like that might... does that mean he's going to slow it down a bit as Noob?
Oh, in
Silence
Noob.
onto the puppy.
Please.
Dead puppy.
Did you say,
Boom,
does that
should
mean what,
be-
sorry? You
Oh.
said, does that mean, and then Puppy was dying.
Oh, right. The Maelstrom coming first instead of Atos. Does that mean they're going to slow things down? He just wants to farm a bit more? What's the reason for switching that up?
Okay, good question, because I actually think the Atos is also really valuable in this one. He does go the Atos first sometimes, right? It's not just like player preference, because we've seen more Atos firsts, especially from like Ari. Maybe he, as you said, maybe they think the pace of the game is going to be kind of slow and he can just get away with it and find more farm. Could be that simple. My guess is as good as yours on that one, I think.
Feels a bit like game one now. There was a bit more action at the early stages, but now
Yeah.
kind of just a farm fest. Boom. Pretty close to finishing his Ags for the Drums of Slom. And who was it that just finished Blink Dagger? Was that, looks like Malik, I believe.
Yeah.
So what items are you looking for from each side that makes them comfortable to just start taking fights?
SF definitely needs a dagger. That's the first one. Corden going Kaya first is very interesting on that regard.
Yeah.
He wants Yasha plus the dagger, I think, before he really looks to fight. I don't know if Quest need much more to really get going. They have Atos on the DP. Maybe that's why Hoodwing isn't buying it. Maybe they only want one. And then the dagger on Pango, just... I feel like for them, it's easily go time. And they agree with that. They're going to smoke and go through the gate. Puppy will be spotted by Morphling on the wave. Puppy's dead. Again.
Yes, that is an understatement. Rolling Thunder was used from Malik, looking for...
Yeah, thought there was
Somebody on
backup
the
behind,
outskirts.
which there was, but they just
They are
weren't going to
smoked,
help.
Ducalis, he's going to be spotted. Boom, looking for the roar. Demonic Purge is used on Ducalis, so can't really use his Bulldoze. That's a dead cow for sure.
Nice disrupt.
Good disruption is going to block a lot of damage. Chrysalis, in the meantime, stealing damage from Noob, who dies. Double kill for Boom. And now the rest of PSG Quest on the run. Omar in the trees will be spotted, brought down.
Yeah. Crucial
losing one
disruption
member.
there.
If Puppy dies, they win the fight.
Yep. They lose their wisdom rune, but it's well worth it. This trade-off is obviously incredibly secret favored. Getting those 3 kills. Beastmaster with his eggs is very tanky, and then he gets disrupted. No way he's going to die there. So Secret planned that out well. Get themselves a little bit more on the board with those 3. And killing Noob is quite big. He was 4-0. So who got the bounty for that? Boom got the bounty for both him and Ducalis. Oh, never mind. It was a courier as well. So 2 kills and a courier for him. Very high net
Couriers
worth on
count.
the Beastmaster.
Ducalis charging. Boom. Is there going to be
He's no
any
backup.
backup?
Oh, there will be.
TP
Okay.
is coming. Oh, he immediately changes his mind.
It's fun to see how fast he turns with the facet.
Awesome.
He just immediately just sprints away.
Yeah, to the point where I mean, I guess I can see the other one, like I said, being good as well. This one just feels so consistent, you know?
Yeah.
Because the whole idea of Spirit Breaker, well, the way you're supposed to play in theory is in and out. You charge, disrupt the fight a little bit, then walk out with Bulldoze, and that just gives you basically haste. Really cool. As
And it's-
Roche will be taken by...
And it's
Secret.
also more damage, right?
Yeah, while you're
because-
hasted. True.
Because when you connect, if you ult instantly, the duration of the bull rush is long enough that your ult will do bonus damage, right? Because that's greater batches damage is based on your current move speed.
Mm-hmm.
So makes for bigger burst combo too. Easy Roche for the side of Radiant.
Interesting. They give the Aegis to Boom.
Oh, they found Boom. That's Noob. I keep calling him Boom for some reason, but Boom's here.
Boom, noob. It's almost a palindrome, so...
Boom, baby.
Yep. Big kill. Secret. Taking the net worth lead just slightly. What do you think about the Aegis on the Beastmaster?
It's quite interesting, but he is their strongest hero right now, so I think they just really want him to frontline and be an absolute pest. It's a little bit similar to last game in the sense that I think fighting into Secret's lineup right now for Quest is incredibly hard. This Beastmaster with Shadow Demon behind effectively has like 2.5 lives.
Radiant's top tower is under
Quest needs some time. TI13 does have the Lincolns, but probably not quite enough for him to truly get involved. And we didn't talk about this too much, but aside from Razor, who can you really turn into that feels good? I guess Bat is okay to get Firefly from.
Think about
Cordon's
that. Charge
charged.
coming in, a Cordon. Rolling Thunder to follow. Chrysalis is there waiting, though. And it looks like Quest wants to back away. Ducalis attempting to TP. Will be fine. Requiem
Close.
not quite in time. Omar does get killed, though. And now the Blink Dagger for Cordon is online to go along with his Yashikaya. So cast animations will be improved. That is why the spellcasting Shadow Fiend is back. And they're going to smoke right away. And they have their sights set on Noob, apparently. Cordon spots him. Noob. TP disruption is coming for you. Not even needed. Lasso instead. Another huge kill for Secret.
Yeah, his game has gone down the drain. 4-0-2 to 4-3-2. 3 back-to-back deaths with no even trade-offs in the situations. Secret definitely running the show right now. And you imagine the problem PSG Quest are facing right now is that Morphling just needs more time, and Secret is not willing to give them that time because they have so incredible mid-game pressure. Just pushing out the lanes with Beast, Bat, and SF, and then grouping up and making smoke moves whenever possible. Makes for a very dangerous map for Quest to play. It will help when Omar gets the Maelstrom, because it's largely going to be about pushing out waves. Okay, dude, Colin's
They
going
want
to
to go
charge
on
Beast.
Boom. This is the Aegis. They're working with Malik.
nice.
Rocking his ult as well.
He's completely alone
And
for
it's
now.
coming for him. Shield crash on top. And that's a dead Beastmaster. Okay. So just like that, the Aegis feels wasted in a way.
That's a
onto
nice
the
play
Beastmaster
call.
at least.
They had this ward around the middle area that gave them information about Secret's whereabouts, and they just go for the double kill on Beast. Since Secret showed multiple heroes on a ward, and now they might lose Shishak too. He didn't blink in time, against that charge. Doesn't get the distance. Can maybe be cute here.
No,
Okay, not against Swash.
he was deleted. Koron has the Arcane Rune, and once he gets BKB, I think he's truly online. We're going to see some cool combos. And I assume Ags is part of this build still?
Yeah, I would think so. But it's either... It's generally a matter of do you get the BKB or the Axe first, not do you get them. So, looks to be the BKB that's his first choice. I think that's reasonable.
Oh, early Lotus from Malik. Not very often you see this as the second item for Pango.
Offlane Pangos have the luxury of going different paths, and you're playing against Bat Beast. Lotus sounds very good against those heroes. You could have argued for a Lincoln's too. Just like Morphling already bought his own, you could have had a secondary one. Lasso. I found Omar. Not getting out of this one. He's trying his best, but... TA2000 versus Tormentor. Who is stronger? Who is stronger?
TA2000. The water prevails.
I feel like we saw this last time we had a
Shard.
Morphling as well. It's so close. But Morphling is stronger. than
That's
the
a nice
cube.
shard, though. They have tried so many different ways for Spirit Breaker. Where do we put this move speed? Used to be 25 talent. Used to be, I forget even at this point. Used to be the Ags. Now it's the shard.
Yeah, 100 more bonus move speed. That's
He has
it?
the Shadow Blade. Is that all it does? 100?
That's literally all it does, really.
It is strong, though.
I mean, move speed on this hero is of course amazing, but I'm just surprised it doesn't do anything else, like maybe 1 or 2 second cooldown reduction or whatever, because I feel like the different iterations of shards this hero has had have, like you said, been varied. The planar pocket one was kind of weird
Yeah,
as a
they
shard.
made that the
Nice.
Ags instead.
Yeah, but now it redirects everything, right? For 6 seconds.
Yeah,
It's not
it
capped to
is
one spell.
Less
so.
of a skill shot or skill activation.
Yeah, the shard sounds very... I feel like something's going to be done about that that makes it a little more interesting, because generally the shards have more to them than plus X move speed on one spell. It's not too interesting. Smoke coming up. Shadowblade online for Ducalis.
Okay.
So
This is
five
without
Spirit Breakers managed to
Chrysalis's
find quite decent
BKB.
farm.
No BKB on the
Boom
Razor.
will break the smoke.
Yeah, ooh,
Instant.
Lasso. Very close for Puppy. Nope. He's going to get roared instead. Rolling Thunder to come in. Cordon with the Requiem deletes the Death Prophet right off the bat. And here comes TA2000. Actually turned into the Beastmaster. Gets the drums of Slom. Now waveforming away. Trying to take out Puppy at the very least. As the chase is on, looks like he might need to retreat. As a waveform, they pop the Lincolns. There's the first waveform.
There's Pike again in 2.
He does. And the Flame Break helps him a little bit. And he is away. So a little
That's
bit
that
of
combo.
mispositioning there for the DP. But yeah, the Requiem set up with the single target stun from the Beast.
Yeah, Beast SF is crazy, and it's hard for Spirit Breaker to counterplay this because of how fast the cast is from SF. So I think the dream initiation for Quest is going to be seeing Shadow Fiend and just charging him. Just combo break him, throw away your life if necessary, to just not let the Shadow Fiend play this fight. Might be the name of the game for Ducal. Oh my god, when he runs after it looks so funny. Yeah, I think that should be the goal. Because they don't have a save in their lineup. So either, even if you Lotus the Roar, DP still dies. She's just going to get killed by SF instantly out of the stun.
I wonder, what does Yasha Kaya feel like on Beastmaster? Does the roar should be faster, right?
Yeah, but then you have Yashakaya on Beastmaster.
I know, but you know, just interesting. If that's their entire combo, right? Single target stun to set up Shadow Fiend.
I hope he buys it now. That'll be funny. Just make me look stupid.
I'm never
Yeah.
going to see Fist of Death on Lion 2 games in a row. So Chrysalis will be finishing his BKB momentarily. That feels like it's been a long time waiting.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower
And TA2000, we've seen his build. It's a bit of a slow one because it's Lincoln's Hurricane Pike, and then he's going to go BKB after. So it doesn't have the shotgun potential, doesn't have the huge stat influx, like a Scotty or whatever.
I guess Conda after this, probably.
Oh, yeah, he needs damage after this for sure. I mean, honestly, a butterfly would be pretty nice, but you do need stats.
Quest have 22 seconds to do this.
They're gonna have plenty of time.
Secret are pinging the gate. They do not know this is happening. I think they're starting to plan how are we going to take Roche when he comes up here, and they have been
Bamboozled.
absolutely 4 seconds to go. Excellent decision making there on the side of Quest, getting Roche number 2 like this.
So
Very
Aegis for
nice.
TA2000, Banner for Malik.
Malik going Shiva's next.
At the very least, this
Three-quarters
buys
of the way
them
there.
time. Now, what do you think of late game between these two teams? Oh my god, the Spirit Breaker's so fast with the Shadow Blade.
His Light Collector as well, so 5% extra move speed there
man.
too.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think Spirit Breaker is an absolute late game beast when he has farm as a support, and he has. I think Ducalis is going to keep scaling the way he's playing the map. He's just finding really good farm. That's a 5. I
Hey,
kind
did
of
you-
like them late game.
So his Ags, I was just reading it because it's playing our pocket. It says Barathrum. I didn't know that was officially his name from Dota 1. Like, they kept it.
Yeah,
They didn't keep many names.
he
Interesting.
kept a lot of them.
Be quiet.
It's just you have to look in the lore for them.
True.
He's dead.
I never do that. As Barathrum has died.
Yep. Now he has
I
time
miss
to go
saying
to the
that.
bathroom in his 40-second death timer.
You tickled me. That's my kind of joke. Good job.
Thank you. 5 kill for Secret. Looking good, but once again, it does feel like Morphling has not had a big role to play just yet. The Death Prophet is starting to get some defense to mount against the Shadow Fiend. She still needs to be very cautious about Roar. Here we go. They get on the Beastmaster.
They try to kill off the
Nice
single target
disrupt.
stun man, but Disruption will hold him in place, but the Rolling Thunder continuing to go on. Boom, pops the BKB, gets the ult onto Malik, and that is the Requiem on top. Down goes the Pango. No way to get back into this game, at least not yet. Noob, pop the Exo and BKB, but not going to get any value out of it. So it's a hit and run for Secret. It doesn't turn into a full team fight.
Yeah, considering Quest opened that one on the Beast the way they did, I think that's a good result for Secret once more. Disruption really has been a key spell in this game to stop this Hoodwink Spirit Breaker support duo from finding key kills. So, working very well here for them. Ducalis and TA2000 are going to agree to disagree on who gets to farm top. But they're going to agree to kill Corden, that's for sure. That's a good find if they... Oh my...
Goodness gracious. Might have been better off trying to auto attack and get a bash, but that's a tough call to make. Obviously, we saw how long he was TPing for. That was close.
Only surviving because of that ward that saw the Morphling heading in his direction. Now Morphin's dead. He has Aegis.
Yes, he does.
He's gonna
Definitely
pike
does
away
not
for
want to
now.
burn it here. Doing some damage to Shishak. And
he will
wow,
burn it here.
wow, the damage. My
He didn't
goodness.
shift.
But reinforcements are here. Malik in the Rolling Thunder. Get the charge onto Boom to start things out. Need to contain this hero. Chrysalis and the Shadow Fiend are here, though. They take out the Shadow Demon to start things out. Puppy is next. Nice bushwhack. Only on the one, actually. Plasmic Fear from TA2000. So turning the Razor, trying to steal his damage. Standing his ground with a BKB. Chrysalis dies first. And now the waveform away for TA2000. Boom and Cordon. Finally, Cordon's ult comes out. It takes so
What?
long. And Noob gets taken out as a result.
He didn't BKB.
And Boom will be TPing out. Who is that? Shadow Fiend?
DP. He just got
Oh, DP.
requiemed. Never BKB'd. Okay. Well, that's a good end to that fight for Secret. That was looking like a
Interesting.
complete disaster, but they end up getting 2 on the way out. They recovered the gem as well, I believe, right? Did Secret get that one out of there from the... I think DP had a gem. Or is it... Oh, okay. Omar recovered that. So they do at least keep their gem intact, but... Yeah, that was something. That could have gone even better for Quest than it did. It's still a win for them, but losing the DP on their way out definitely softens the blow a bit for Secret.
Got to
And
test
you know
that
what?
BKB button when he's back. Make sure that hotkey still works.
Looks like Corden is not getting the axe just yet. He's getting a Lincoln's for this reason. He needs to prevent Ducalis from being on his tail in these fights. Okay, Ducalis. Okay.
He really is a race car. It's awesome. Oh, yeah, anyway, back to my question from earlier. Late game, you talked about Spirit Breaker. What about the rest of the lineup overall? Like, do you like, let's say it's just dead even. Which team do you like more in a late game scenario? Just from the
I think
heroes.
it's really close. I feel like every hero is extremely late game relevant here. Hoodwink has shown many a time to be a formidable late gamer. Spirit Breaker, I just mentioned why he's strong. All the cores scale very well. I think the main issue for Secret is going to be when their BKBs expire in the fight, that they're in trouble. But until then, they have explosive
Smoke,
damage.
Cordon is
T2000.
spotted. They pop the Lincolns.
Oh, they get him. That's bad.
They're gonna burst down this
That's real
Shadow Fiend
bad.
right away. He gets out the BKB, but he dies shortly after. Now the Rolling Thunder. Nice lasso onto Noob. Remember to pop his BKB this time. Boom, in the meantime, trying to finish the job. He will get the kill, but he's gonna die shortly after. Double kill for Boom. Crystalis, the last core alive for Secret, and a big team fight win for PSG Quest. That is what they needed.
I mean, this is the best case scenario. Is exactly that. Pile on Shadow Fiend and don't let him cast a single spell. And this time around, I think the Shadow Demon was coming in for the save, but I think he got silenced by DP, which should really never happen. Shishak needs to watch his positioning. He has to stay... He has so much reach. Like, he has 3,000 range on his save. He has Blink Aether Lens. So if he just stands far behind, I think his goal in the game should be to get a good disruption off defensively, and he doesn't need to worry about any of his other spells. So if you guys are going for a move, stand far back, don't get interrupted, and save your SF. That's your job. And that time around, a bit of a misstep, big punish.
Mm-hmm. Now, TI13 now has the Butterfly coming.
He's getting big now. Still deathless in this game?
Yeah. I mean, he did go for a pretty defensive build, I will say. But
absolutely.
This is
Looks
where
like
he
doesn't
starts
want
to get
Conda
really
at all.
scary.
So
I can respect it.
I mean,
Satanic looks to be next.
Yeah, maybe the time for that is just over in the game. When you go this route, maybe you just don't get Conda in general. I mean, I still feel like it's a really good item, but as you said, Satanic seems to be next on the menu. Spirit Breaker almost having the Ags, so we talked about that planar pocket. The thing that's crazy about this is Ducalis can just charge in, and is this dispellable?
Probably.
It doesn't say. It's kind of important because he could get Demonic Purged and then lose it. But otherwise, he will be absorbing Roar, Lasso, and Demonic Purge, and I guess Static Link? I don't know if that gets redirected to him. Probably not. I think that one's hard-coded to be on the target. But, I mean, imagine the Spirit Breaker charges in, uses Planar Pocket as a surprise, and Secret Roar and or Lasso him and lose the fight. It's entirely possible.
Remember when Static Link was ground targetable?
Yes.
Wasn't that
Like
weird?
threw out, yeah, it was.
It was really weird.
Threw out the fishing line, basically.
And I think it was not blocked by Lincolns as a result of that back in the day. Things have changed as Roche, still as important as ever. Won't be up for 2 minutes, though, so a bit of a later spawn. And looking at Noob's Death Prophet, been struggling a bit this game, bottom of the cores right now.
Also gonna get a Lotus. I was actually wondering if he was gonna consider an Aeon Disc in this game, because the way the way Secret initiate on him and burst him, Aeon Disc is going to offer him incredible protection in this game. But if this is not a disc game, I think we haven't seen the item bought this tournament. If this is not the game for it, it's just not the game.
Lotus? Ever, right? What do you mean?
Aeon Disc.
Oh, Aeon Disc, sorry, yeah.
Because like even if he's demonic purged, he will still get the hard dispel, right? And he can still get his BKB off when he gets comboed. So I think I'm not missing something here, right?
I don't think so.
No, it should definitely protect him
Planar
fully.
pocket available.
Yeah,
Officially
what you got
finished.
in your pocket, Mr. Cow.
I haven't seen if they changed the spell effect or anything for when you cast it. Is it obvious?
It has a very
when I
clear
read-
sound cue.
And does it redirect in midair? I doubt it. Right?
No.
That would be pretty cool, though. If it needs a buff valve. Puppy approaching. TA2000. Ooh, blinks away.
Right.
That's not the hero they want to run into. As a Lotus and a Lincoln supplied right now.
Very good vision placed in this area by Quest as well. They have have an observer on the hill below them, and they have the observer on the gate. And the Roche will spawn in 20 seconds, so both teams are not going to leave this area. This is a potentially game-winning moment for either side.
Yep, scouting with an illusion for Crystallis.
Omar will get the news soon that this is up if he stays and checks. 4 seconds.
All right, Roshoff, let it be. We call it outruns every projectile.
This is so fast,
Absolutely ridiculous. But boom, Gleipnir. That's a good
didn't
target to
BKB
start
you.
on.
Oh,
And
did he
he's going to
disrupt
get
him?
blown up, but the disruption comes in just at the last moment. Is he going to be able to get the roar off? Yes, he does, onto the Spirit Breaker, doing a ton of damage. In fact, but Crystallis dies on the other side. Requiem a little bit too late from Cordon, and Morphling is perfectly fine. They've lost their Spirit Breaker, but that's about it. They finally get Boom in the end, and now they can transition to Roche.
I understand him not BKBing on the Beastmaster. They have to be more clutch with this. He gets disrupted on 20% health. It's too late. It's easier said than done, but if this is how you're setting it up, whoever is being initiated on hard by Quest has to get that save, and Secret unable to. It makes for a very easy fight for Quest afterwards when that Beastmaster's out. I actually don't know if the roar was intended for Spirit Breaker. I didn't notice if he targeted him or if it got pocketed, but either way, the result's the same. He's the only one to die for Quest.
Cheese and Aghanim Scepter for Malik. So the offlane Pangolier gets a free Ags.
He does not have a Maelstrom or any
He has
swashbuckle
Basher coming.
proc. Okay, so he gets the Basher. That will help a lot. And of course, making it easier to activate Lucky Shot.
I mean, who
Minus
else
armor.
could they have given it to? The Spirit Breaker already has one. Hoodwinks, even though I think it's cool, no one ever gets. Death Prophets I haven't seen in years. And then Morphlings is just, I don't know, it's just kind of weird. Maybe it's good, depending on the game.
Yeah, the DP one is not that bad, I think.
You think so, huh?
Yeah, because it's whenever she hits them with a spell or an attack.
Yeah, it's one little
She sends out
ghost,
a
right?
ghost. Yeah, it's not one of the best ones for sure.
I mean, if Pango transit, well, he's going for Greaves next.
Pango's probably just the best one, right?
Yeah,
The
even if
Hoodwink
it's
one
just the
could have
one
been
item.
interesting, but it's unreliable. The Pango one, you know what you're going to get. So. I would imagine you don't like Decoy very much, right? Because you don't like Troll Ult.
What do you mean? Decoy's cool.
Yeah, but you're not in control of it.
Yeah, but it's not your hero. It's an illusion.
Oh, sure. Oh,
Yeah, that's what I love about it.
sees Boom, doesn't get it
Yeah,
though. They have
charges
vision.
coming. Are they actually going to go with this?
Cowls
No,
is
they're going to
very
cancel.
slow.
Ooh, lasso. They find the Spirit Breaker. Rolling Thunder coming in. Ducalis. Oh, Cordon coming in with a big Shadow Fiend ult. He gets the cow. And the Hoodwink died as well. Buybacks galore, though, available. As Cordon, Lincoln's gets popped. Charges coming, not even needed. The bigger kill coming the way of PSG Quest. They lose their supports as Boom on the high ground just gets decimated by this damage. And Noob
Cheese
now
for Noob.
turning his sights onto Crystallis after eating the cheese. And PSG Quest in a very good spot. So only 2 supports died for PSG Quest, and the Cal bot back, and now they have even the Roshan's banner. So
And
this
they
fortification
push
might be useless.
fast. Yeah, we'll use the banner here to protect this wave. Disruption. Corden feels
Buy
like
back
he has
now.
to buy back now.
He's
This is
gonna
not
have
going to
less
stop
souls,
them. It's not
though.
enough.
Yeah. And he doesn't have his
Planar
ult for
pocket
another
on the
20
demonic
seconds.
purge.
Oh, there you go. Cool. And Cordon has to be careful.
Whoa.
TA2000
Whoa.
wants to go in deep. The charge canceled by the Yules. Lasso.
Oh, the Lotus!
Deflected! Oh my god, it was the Aghanim Scepter version as well to call us diebacks technically, but that was huge. Buyback from Chrysalis, but that is a dieback onto the Shadow Fiend as well. And TA2000, man, the planar pocket was
shit.
clutch as F, man. TA2000 still with the Aegis for 2 minutes. They have the full set of racks in the mid lane.
Wasn't
Putting
wait,
some
hang
pressure
on.
on the puppy. It reflected Lasso as an Aghanim Scepter version because he has Ags on Spirit Breaker.
Oh, I thought they lassoed Malik and he Lotused himself, and he also has the Ags from Roche.
Oh, it could have been either,
either
I
way,
guess.
it could have been either, but
TA2000
Wow.
gets the second melee racks. We'll see in the highlight here pretty soon, but the game is not over yet, and this fight is not over, in fact. Chrysalis has to be careful. He does not have buyback now. Already at half HP, pops the BKB in retreat. Same with Boom. Not really getting much out of this. TA2000 wants to finish this right here, right now. Chrysalis able to get back to the fountain, though. Boom will do so as well, but this is 2 full sets of racks for PSG Quest, and they still have the Aegis for a full minute. And they know that Shadow
Puppy
Fiend
might
can't get
just
back in this game.
die
Puppy has to
here.
use Yules to stay alive. Boom. Doesn't have his roar available.
disrupt.
He'll finish up these racks easily. Boom has to be careful. Plasma Field poke continuing. TA2000 wants to use this Aegis as there's the lasso. They find the Pango. This is a big kill for Secret, and it looks like the rest of PSG Quest want to get out. Playing it safe.
Yeah, no,
We'll let the
no
Aegis
Lotus
expire
this time.
naturally.
Imagine he Lotuses that one too. That would have just been a game ender. Secret at least hang on now, but that was so
Wait,
costly.
so whose Lotus was it?
It doesn't matter whose Lotus it is, right?
But it was the Ags version, right?
Yeah, but
Of Lasso.
so whoever is Lotused, the way Lotus works is just your hero casts the spell.
Your hero casts it. Okay.
Right? So whether it's Omar Lotusing somebody with Ags or a hero with Ags Lotusing themselves, doesn't matter. It's just the spell is just cast on you. So I don't know who to give the credit to, but whoever did it probably just won the game. That was really,
Oh,
really
man.
clutch. And poor
So
Corden
disgusting.
too. He's just going in for the kill and he's like, you know?
He's just collateral damage at that point.
And you don't yell at Puppy after that because you know the machete. So you gotta,
he's got
just
it on
quietly
the-
sit there and accept your death.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, this puts PSG Quest in the driver's seat, 20k lead. And remember, this is an elimination series, so Secret going out means they will not be going to TI again. So Puppy
Yeah,
will
back to back.
make a new streak of not going to TI. Don't think he'll catch up to Kuro quite yet. It'll be quite a few years for that one, Cinderin.
Well, it get further than him.
Ducalis a recipe away from finishing his BKB. Feels like he's really hard to take down regardless. Is this the play right here? So he was Lotused, and maybe he activated the... It's so hard to tell. I guess it was Lotus, though, if we're looking at that. I just don't know what the planar pocket looks like. You know? But that's still really cool.
Well, it has to be Lotus. Planar Pocket absorbs the spell. It doesn't cast it back. So no matter what, a Lotus was involved, right? But
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. It absorbs it.
yeah, he would have just been lassoed instead of his ally. Which, again, if he was Lotus and used Planar Pocket, it would make sense too.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
then,
you're right.
you know, he would just absorbed it and then cast it back.
I need to sit in the
Clutch.
lobby and just test that planar pocket out. I need to feel its effects. I mean, it is a good Ags now because it just plain gives 75% magic resist. So
Yeah.
what can you do?
Especially for a support, right? This is so incredible how much impact you can have in a fight by just being a lightning rod for your team. 6 full seconds. It's a long time. It's the duration of the BKBs. So... And yeah, if it is indeed dispellable, then you can Demonic Purge it off, but then at the very least that has already gone onto Callus instead of the DP or the Morph. Speaking of Morph, he could buy a Refresher here. He's going to keep his gold, of course. He doesn't need it yet. Does have it available. Timeless Relic for Puppy. Can now lasso his teammates even longer. That doesn't work that way, don't worry. It probably works that way if the hero you lasso and has Lotus has Relic, then their lasso should last longer.
If only. So do they, I guess they are waiting for the next Roche. 15 seconds till we know.
No reason not to. They have full map control, and Secret will be forced to come and meet them there. But maybe with this amp damage rune, maybe TI13 is feeling himself and wants to go end the game right here, right now. But nobody's showing. If anybody goes to this wave, he's going to wait for them and kill them. But they're not doing it. Secret are patient. But the path is already being drawn by Corden. It's like the game will end up here. Either we come back. It's going to be the last stand kind of situation up there. But Quest are aware that that's going to be Secret's access point, so they're already heading over there to block off that path and prepare for the Roche, which has now spawned.
Fast spawn, very fast spawn.
Yep.
And this will be another Aghanim Scepter for someone. Will we see Decoy? I want to see it, please. I mean, what does the Morphling one do? It's like stats, right? Enable strong illusionist. Oh no, this is the old, kind of the old version of Morph. Huh.
Yep.
That's interesting. Okay. That is a... I do not remember them putting that one in. It used to be the one you steal stats based on attribute. Oh, Secret? They're actually trying to go for this? Oh my god,
no,
they're going to get clap-neared on 4 of them. Cordon, though, gets a decent ult off, but he's already at half HP. And here comes the Rolling Thunder from Malik doing work. Boom, gets the kill onto Noob, who buys back instantly. But the huge waveform from TA2000 just killing everyone, it seems, from Secret's side. And this might be the end of Secret and their run for TI.
What a bushwhack. Was that 3 heroes that Omar found there? Gleipnir into bushwhack combo?
It was a lot.
It looked a little promising for Secret there because they managed to burst Noob, who once again did not use his BKB, but he had the buyback, so he came straight back on the gate anyway.
He needs to put that in another slot, for God's sake.
This one he might have just been caught off guard by how quickly they broke his Lincolns and then locked him down, but either way, they have margin for error. Yeah, Omar's tipping him. Nice BKB, bro.
And looks like they will go for the megas before securing the game itself. Buyback from the Beast, but this is seemingly impossible for Secret. Puppy goes in with the Yules. Try to delay things as long as possible.
That'll cost him.
Disruption onto Puppy. He's dead. Does have buyback. And you can see TA2000 not wasting any time. Megas are secured. Fortification popped on this last tier 4 tower. Aegis intact. 3 versus 5 plus Aegis plus Cheese plus 36k net worth on the side of Quest. Ancient fully exposed. There's the lasso. They're going to try to do this one more time. Gleipnir's going to hold the Beastmaster in place. TA2000 pops the BKB, and this should do it. PSG Quest move on. Secret's road to TI is done.
Great series from Quest. I think really, I'm very impressed with them. I think, so you said it was like a 55-45 for them. I wasn't sure who to pick today. I think this is a resounding 2-0 victory. This wasn't really that close, in all honesty. Game 1 was unplayable for Secret past the mid game. This one was on a knife's edge for a little bit, but it just felt like one moment is all it takes where they find and burst the Shadow Fiend and they blow the game wide open. And yeah, they played a great game, I have to say. It was nice to see Secret warm up a little bit and not just fall completely flat after game 1 and bring a fight to them here. But Yeah, Quest with their strategies, their identity is going to get them a top 4 finish at the bare minimum. TI13 ending the game 11-0 and 12 on Morph. Very nice performance from him.
Yeah. As we look at some of the highlights now, this was an early fight. Well, not that early. I guess it's 30 minutes in, but
This was the deciding, or one of the deciding fights.
the deciding fight was not this one. Let's be real. The reflected
Yeah.
lasso was disgusting, which we'll be seeing here shortly, I'm sure.
Yeah. So this is where Beast, he's already down to like 15% health when he gets disrupted, and he's going to come out and he'll try to stand his ground, but in the meantime, TI13 is just going to work on the back line. The Razor died so fast here.
Yeah, the Razor, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the Razor right now. I mean, Chrysalis played fine. I just don't know that the hero as a 1 in these games didn't really feel like it was super impactful. Like they got some cool combos with the Shadow Fiend Beastmaster for sure, but it feels like once that happens a couple times, it's going to get harder and harder to do that once PSG quests are a little bit more prepared for it, I suppose, and they start itemizing against it. Like we see the 2 Lotuses, as we talked about. Obviously, the Lincolns on the Peng or on the Morphling. Just much harder game for the Beastmaster after that.
Yeah, and here's the lasso, I think, isn't it?
Yep. So whose lasso was this? It was Malik's, maybe?
God,
I
man.
think it was Malik's.
So clean. Yeah. Very impressed with Quest today. Just a good series for them. They played their stuff. They played it well. I can't really say there were many curveballs in the draft or whatever. They're showing up with what they've got, and essentially they're saying, we have our own heroes and our own meta. Can you beat us or not? There were no surprise picks, I think, in this one specifically. And neither was the case really for Secret. I kind of feel like this was 2 teams that met head-on with their best strategies, and Quests were just better. Secret's adjustments after game 1 were good, but it was not enough. But at the very least, they made it a competitive game because of a couple of the bans they correctly identified they had to go for. But Quest is a cool team to watch. Their series coming up tomorrow against Navi Jr. should be very interesting. I think that's a great match between the playstyles. Going to be a lot of great spellcasting. I feel like PSG Quest also, as a team, are very good at playing around each other and casting spells, and that's been Navi Jr.'s specialty so far as an upcoming team. So,
yeah, for sure. So TI13, deathless in this game, absolutely owned as we look at the bracket once more. So Navi Jr. against PSG Quest in the lower bracket. That'll be tomorrow. And of course, the next match today will be Tundra versus Entity in the upper bracket to see who gets to go to TI. Should be a really exciting series. But this one, Secret didn't put up as much of a fight in the whole series as I thought they would, which is unfortunate. Rip Cyborg Matt, my boy. But I have to say, PSG Quest, very fun to watch. They have a cool play style. And like you said, they kind of play their own game, which is always nice to see when have a lot of copycats in Dotes. It's kind of how it goes with Pro Scene.
And it seems like their own stuff, the pool is big enough that they're hard to ban. Secret did make adjustments, but it's still a deep enough hero pool that they could solve it. So yeah, well played to them. I have pretty high hopes for the series tomorrow that it's going to be a banger, whoever wins it. And honestly, whoever wins that one has a really good shot against the loser of the next series. So this doesn't feel like the type of qualifier where it's going to be, okay, one team from upper is going to drop down and still just be better than the rest. There isn't this clear division. I think a lot of people looked at the bracket for this tournament. They were like, all right, Tundra's getting one slot, and then it's either OG or Entity getting the other one, probably. Like something like that, I think a lot of people would have thought. I would say with the 4 teams that are left, genuinely anyone can get the second spot, I think. So
Yep, I agree.
that's good heading into tomorrow.
All right, well, that does it for me and Cinderin today. But of course, stay tuned for the next series where Tundra will face off against Entity in the upper bracket. Good luck, have fun.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology. advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Western Europe Regional Qualifiers for the Road to the International. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we're getting ourselves ready for the final series of the day. It's going to be the upper bracket final between Tundra and Entity, and of course, being two teams going through from this region to the Road to the International. One of the winners of this upper bracket final, they're going to be the first to secure one of those two spots. Fogged,
Yeah.
how are you doing? We'll have a quick kind of look over of what's happened already today for people that have tuned in just now and have missed the previous series. Because some pretty wild stuff, right? Some pretty big names, big teams that they're no longer in the runnings for a spot here, Fogged.
No, absolutely. The Quest looking hot. That was some very good Dota that was just played. This was really fun. And then earlier before that, I know we mentioned last night, there was a lot of really exciting games, even though for some people the time zone might not be the greatest, but it was definitely worth waking up for a lot of these, of course, because, yeah, Navi Jr., they looked excellent excuse me. We got to see, of course, like the teamwork from them yesterday. That was phenomenal. And I think it's now, Cinderin was saying it during the cast, it's no longer a surprise at this point. These guys are just good. Their teamwork is excellent. I think I heard from Amar on Gork's stream as well that even Falcons was losing in scrims to Navi Jr. So that was a big match, big one to watch. Unfortunate for OG, of course, everything that happened. But good to see these guys moving on, Navi Jr. And then Quest, of course, versus Secret was... The second game was a little bit closer, but overall Quest had better gameplay, better game plans, and yeah, now we're going to get to see Junior versus Quest later on, which that one could be pretty hype. I think that one could be very close.
No, absolutely, yeah. I believe those will be the two tomorrow games. We're going to start tomorrow with Navi Junior versus PSG Quest, and then have the winner of that play against the loser, obviously, of this series that we're about to have coming up on your screens right now. So, yeah, in this upper bracket final, Tundra versus Entity. Looking at the routes, they both had Tundra. They didn't drop a game. Entity, they did drop a game here and there, so that's sort of the difference in the past between these two teams. From what you've seen from these two teams right now, coming into this, would you say Tundra are seen as the favourites to take the first spot?
Yeah.
Or you feel so? Well, this is sort of like to the extent of like a 70-30, or
I wouldn't go that far, probably. Like
Okay.
65-35, maybe 60-40,
yeah.
I don't know. Something like that, just because the games that I've seen, it's just been a little bit more convincing. Entity, they win games, but the one thing about Entity is it's been a bit similar for me for quite some time, is they're a bit slower of a team. They're not mostly a very fast-paced team. They have won some games in like 16, 20 minutes when they have like a gotcha meepo from Watson or something like that, I think it was that I remember recently. But besides that, their game time, it's pretty long. They're usually like the 50-minuters or something like that, while a lot of other teams are ending between that 30 to 40 minutes that we've been seeing from this patch.
Yeah, we'll see. That meepo in particular is mentioned, something that we've seen getting banned out quite a bit. So
yeah,
unlikely, I feel, that we're going to see the chance for that sort of fast cheese play coming out from a team like Entity, especially with Tundra being their opponents. And I'm sure having that very much in the back of their minds. But Tundra's run, as I said, they got the 2-0 against Navi Jr., which is looking more and more impressive now, considering what we know of Navi Jr. from their performance in the lower bracket. And then obviously the 2-0 against Team Secret, who of course had the rough route for them today. Right, they got knocked down 2-0 by Tundra, and then they got knocked out 2-0 by PSG Quest. So a rough couple of series there that Secret had to endure. But yeah, Tundra on the up and up, and then Entity, of course, what was it? It was 2-1 against Quest, and then 2-1 against OG. Let's see which of the two of them is going to be able to take it. Best of 3 is all that stands between these two teams and securing a spot towards the international. The Game 1 draft is just about to begin. We should be able to get that onto your screens. And let's have a look. Let's have a look what we get. As you mentioned, right, with these two teams, of course, the fact that there's a Thompson in the mix, there's a lot of stuff that...
Quirky stuff.
Honestly, it feels like you can't even prepare yourself for it. Drafting against some of these positions, some of these heroes, some of these players and their roles. What do you even ban against the Thompson mid? It doesn't really matter, right? He's going to have something up his sleeve that you weren't ready for.
Yeah. Well, now you get to look at, because they've been playing a lot of pubs. Everybody, I think, at this point can just look. You know that Thompson's playing this, Morph lane. He's playing this Grimstroke and stuff mid. He's playing the Strength stuff. So they should know. Maybe you just don't overreact to it too much. Yes, you can ban it later on down the lines and stuff, but I think in the first few bans and stuff, we stick to the basics. We stick to the super strong heroes. You go for what's comfortable for you. You stick with your strong stuff. So they're going to go early with the Clockwork. ET has been more of Tundra's, absolute specialty, but they usually don't open with it. So... we're getting to see this Clock as the first pick, which has been kind of common. The Dark Series left. A lot of heroes are going to be left in. Same thing for Brewmaster, etc. So we'll see what trades off come out.
There's the Enigma, the other offlaner that's been getting through quite a bit, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. There's, as we said, there's a lot of right? There's this kind of like changes a bit of the game because like sometimes the carry picks now change a little bit just to be able to counter the Enigma, and then when the Enigma gets countered in the lane, perhaps it gets switched to a 5 position, so could definitely see some stuff kind of get switched around a little bit here early on, depending on, of course, which heroes will be played inside that carry role and stuff.
Tiny Bam.
I'm so excited for this matchup, honestly. This is I've been looking forward just because I want late game Dota that's close. Like I feel like we have a lot of times it hits 30 minutes and it's just like boom, it swings to one side because there's like a morphling that gets like super fire or something like that. I want like really close stuff coming out into that mid game and just good heavy late game battles. And I think this definitely has potential for it. Tundra have been ending games a little bit faster and a bit more convincingly. So hopefully we can get to that later stages with an Enigma already set up.
Tundra. So if they want to ban out another one of the carry picks here on top of the sort of route they're going with the TA and the tiny bans.
Mm-hmm.
What else do they want to try and take away from Watson?
Entities turn to ban.
I'll take out the Pudge. Seeing him get quite a bit of play from support to the carry. You never know where he's going to quite be. He's had success in both.
Even though I think we've seen most of them lose, except in the support. I think we've seen the core ones lose. Us, at least.
We had the jungle Pudge win, right? And I think you're right.
We did have the
actually,
jungle
carry
Pudge
Pudges
win, but the
carry
core ones
Pudges we've
lost.
had. Yeah.
5 seconds
It's not
remaining.
been amazing. Yeah, I think we had a series yesterday, right, where two teams sort of exchanged the Pudge carry between drafts, and both lost the games that they tried it.
They did.
Entities
Definitely some
turn
scrim
to
stuff that always comes into play. You know, people sometimes look and they're like, why are they doing it? Like, they do play a lot of scrim. So, take the Pango. This hero, as we saw, of course, in that last series in particular. I think this hero just opens up your draft to make some cool stuff nowadays. Like, in the past, I think Pango is just like, it's a good hero, right? Like, flat out. And now it's probably just a good hero as well, but this hero is also now just a insane minus armor hero. As we saw, the Venge, Pango, ET draft. Like, oh my god, everybody's sitting at like minus 20-something armor, at least in that last game. So, this hero is pretty crazy.
Tundra Esports turn to
Tundra,
Take the Rubik.
get the chance
I
for
like
the
it.
Rubik. Yeah, that's a very nice pick against these two.
Yes, because it's the both.
We've
If it was maybe one, you
yeah.
can consider, you know, but if it's both, it's
No,
nice.
we saw some, I think in that earlier series, Navi Jr. Had the Rubik, I think it was Days,
Yeah.
and he was getting some fantastic steals and some game-winning black holes stolen.
remaining.
They turned that game around too, I think mostly because of him. I want to say they were like 15,
Yep.
20K behind, and then he got like 2 black hole steals. So yeah, this is always going to be something to look at and always something to be able to bring a game back, right? Like even if you're behind by a good margin, if you get a black hole steal, even if you get a rolling thunder in some situations, it can turn the tide. So, and the Clockwork Rubik has been an old school pairing that used to go together. Not always the strongest one in particular, but if it does have good spells to steal, I think that's where it makes a difference, where already Pango's Rubik is set up for that. Let's look how else they want to look to shut down the Enigma. Since none of those carry heroes really was banned, they can pick their, they have their choice of the litter. They'll go with their Void Spirit, another common Topson one, and a good hero versus Pango if it's in the mid lane. And that could actually also be a steal pick a little bit, right? We've seen no one, not so much lately in this tournament, but loves his Void Spirit.
That's true. Yeah, it's true that because Entity could have always switched things around, had
They can flex.
some DM Pango or some support Enigma.
5 seconds.
Yeah, they can flex a lot still, a pretty good amount. Could still be mid Pango, offlane Pango, support Enigma, offlane Enigma.
Yeah, I imagine they'll keep it. I don't know. Does the Pango mind too much about the matchup?
No, I've seen the Void Spirit come out slightly ahead, but overall, I've
Sure.
also seen the Pangos, like the really good Pangos come out even. It's just what I've seen lately from the Void Spirits, you know what they do? They dissimulate dodge the shield crash, so you don't get the barrier.
Okay.
So that's what I saw a couple times when them doing, and then you can actually harass and bully back the Pango a little bit. So I believe it was, at least Corden did that in the last one. I saw a couple of them doing it, so it's kind of cool. So right now they actually have 3 heroes in a way that can be obnoxious for a Pango shield crash, right? So they have Clockwork Cogs that can stop the shield crash. They have the Rubik Lift that can stop the shield crash, and they even have, the Void Spirit spells, right? They have the Aether Remnant, and they also have his Dissimulate to be able to dodge it.
Entities turn to Tundra.
CK and the Grim. That's a strong combo, those two.
So do they just? What I've seen every game from CK, it just is an instant Underlord pick for most teams, at least for the offlane, just to have that matchup.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, I'd imagine the temptation will be there to get the offlaner now. Otherwise, kind of having those offlaners, you're getting the chance for, for the further bans to be targeting against the offlane could leave them pretty limited.
Tundra hasn't played the Underlord though. I mean, it's only 4 games that we've seen from them recently. Everybody's picking the Underlord versus the CK, but maybe Pango and Enigma make him feel like he doesn't want to play it as much. Trying to think of what other options. They're still like the usual suspects, the Centaur and stuff like that, which is pretty good, especially because you have a Rubik. Rubik Centaur is always going to be a strong lane. See which route they want to go down.
Just checking out Ramses. At least he doesn't seem to play a lot of Underlord. He's gonna play it though.
He's gonna play. You see the CK.
Yeah.
Like it's literally every game I've seen. It's actually I think won every one of the games as well too. If I want to say that we cast it, I think Underlord has beaten the CK every time.
Sure. I mean, but as I say, if he's a good boy and he only has his one account, he's barely got any Underlord games. He played it in the last month. He's played it 5 times and he only won 1 of the games with it. So it's the stats aren't great. But again, maybe he's been on in other places playing this hero, and we just don't have the records for it. But on his main account, hasn't had a lot of success with the Underlord.
Oh, Brew is actually still in. They could have even considered. Maybe they were talking about that, considering Brew and Underlord, because I think either one of them would have been fantastic. Brew versus CK is just amazing. In lane, in game, etc. So Underlord, of course, is other one that's also fantastic, but whatever.
And Ramsey's record on Brew is it's a whole lot better than his Underlord.
A lot better, right?
Okay. So whatever it was about this draft, interesting to see that they would rather take the hero that he's played a little less for whatever reason. Thinking that indeed the Underlord, the strength it has, is worth it that much to take it over.
It is amazing. It's amazing versus CK, and overall in the games as we've seen in Underlord, the meta right now, at least from what we've seen. In majority of these games, the aura carrying team just wins, except if there's like an X factor, like offlaner, like a Brewmaster with a Radiance at 10 minutes or something like that, which we did see the other day. These offlaners with auras are crazy, and especially when they hard counter the carry, which it kind of does. Firestorm is amazing at all games. Atrophy aura is going to be amazing. They have Rubik as well too for damage reduction. So for Tundra, I think they're pretty happy right now with what they've got because they left this Underlord. Didn't touch on the Grim pick too much here, but this is actually a pretty cool one. Of course, Rubik has an insane game. He has honestly so many great spells to steal, especially with this Grim added in. But this Grim, the Soulbind, could be pretty good, especially versus something like Void Spirit and paired up with CK. This can make the CK very, very powerful, and maybe that can be what changes a little bit of this matchup versus the Underlord in the later stages with the Inkswell.
10 seconds remaining. Turn to
and they'll do the bristle. So it's the most common Enigma kind of counter pick. So now, can you switch things around? Do you just pick a 5, move this to a 5 Enigma, and then you make
you can
you pick a different mid?
Exactly. Yeah, I think there's a chance of that if indeed you really do not want to play this core Enigma into the bristle lane. I mean, do you think is it that bad? Is it warrant? Is it worth kind of changing that because of that bristle that's playing into your core Enigma?
Oh, it's a good question. It's just the other thing too is there's a Rubik, right? So it's besides just the bristle, it's the Rubik factor that maybe you do want to just let this Enigma play a different style of game.
That's true. Yeah, there's a Rubik. Yeah, Rubik in the game, and there's a bristle in your lane. Do you really want to have the pressure of playing the core Enigma? You might not.
I think they might switch things around.
I think I'd like to see them switch it around. I think if they commit to it, it's going to be a hard game for DM.
Trying to think what his better situation would be. He'd be a Pango Grim versus a Bristle Clockwork, probably. They're discussing it. They're probably seeing what they want to do.
Yeah.
I see no one's chatting, so he's probably discussing like mid heroes and stuff versus the Void Spirit, maybe, or if he does. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see which one they do end up deciding.
I mean, he could just go with a DK if he wants to get something in on the mid.
That's true.
Oh, they're set with the Doom. Okay, so this looks like it's going to be... They will have to
mid,
keep the
Doom off.
Pango mid, and then DM's
Yep.
just going to play Doom off lane, and yeah, they'll move the Enigma to Fishman on support.
Okay.
Which, yeah, this looks good, right? This looks good.
Yeah, this looks better. I'm
Yeah.
still a little worried because the CK versus Underlord overall, this matchup kind of thing, and now Void Spirit versus Pango. I think Void Spirit's happy. I think I like Tundra's a little bit more. Entity's more up to just execution, which could be a little bit more difficult. If they can get the double dooms and stuff and all that, of course, it's going to be great. Just some worries for Watson being able to carry the game. And then depending on how no one's lane ends up going, how he's going to do. But not a huge advantage. I'd maybe like 60-40, something like that for Tundra. But I think theirs is just a little easier to execute. And I just have the worries just because I think I've seen it now. I want to be able to pull it up, actually. I'm going to pull it up really quick. I think I've seen the Underlord now 3 or 4 times, at least versus CK. And if I'm not mistaken, it's won them all that I saw.
Yeah, I think with at least the games that we've been covering, that is
The ones that
definitely
we
a bit of a
casted,
pattern.
so.
Yeah, Underlord has been looking very good. And these teams have been very, very strong with it. But as I say, from what I can see, it doesn't look like Ramses has played a lot of it. So we'll see what sort of impact he's able to have with the hero.
That's fair.
That maybe
But the
something
hero
holds
is,
them back.
I mean, the only thing that could, I would say, like, I guess, like, hold him back is how his Fiend's Gate usage would be. The rest of the hero is, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, right?
Sure, but
be
you know, a
honest.
bad Fiend's Gate, you know, if it's not that hard to click on the enemy fountain. I mean, well, it kind of is, but you never know.
It kind of is.
You never know where the Fiend's Gate could be taking you.
Yeah.
So
So
we'll
let's
see
have,
what
I'm
kind of plays come out.
bringing up the Underlord right now, and I'm taking a look at it. So,
Oh, is it record at this qualifiers?
I mean, it's 50-50, of course, the
Okay.
overall win rate, but versus CK in particular,
Yeah, you got that number?
1, 2, it looks like at least 2 of the wins, 2 or 3 it looks like. I don't have the exact number.
Okay. He has won some games against CK. That's what we'll go with.
He's won most of the games against the CK.
Most of the games. You would go with most of, yeah. It's good. I mean, there's a reason, as you say, why people are picking it
Instant pick, yeah.
when they see that CK. Well, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, game 1 of the best of 3 here between Tundra and Entity. Winner will be going forward towards the International.
We're gonna have lots of fun tips, of course. Some relations, of course, between some of these players in the past. Ramses, as well as no one, immediately tipping it off, and then the flurry of tips come out, of course. Pure Katomi, etc. Lots of players have played with each other, of course. I'm looking forward to this one. This should be cool. I'm looking forward to see if Watson's actually going to be able to have a good game or not. I definitely have some concerns for him. But let's see and let's hope if this Grimstroke can make the difference, too. Because they do have some busted heroes, right? They have some really, really strong ones overall in the patch. We've seen Enigma time and time again. Doom, it's been banned most of the times, or a good amount of times here. Then Pango as well too. So they've got good heroes. It's just, do they have good heroes versus a few of these counter picks that we've seen? You know, the Void Spirit versus Pango, which works sometimes, not always. Because Pango's just a really good hero.
Pango has seemed pretty crazy. A hero that I think once again is going to get hit by the nerf hammer. I'd imagine in the next patch. With how much they keep trying to hold him back, but you can't hold back this hero. The changes doesn't matter. The players keep finding ways to just display how powerful this hero can be in the right situations.
Well, they buffed him.
Yeah. Well, surely Valve thought they were nerfing him, because why would they buff him?
Look at his dude. His talents are absurd. The
But
10,
why
15, and
would
20
they
talent are just
intentionally
insane.
buff him?
I don't know.
I guess they really like Pango.
Insane.
I mean, it's a cool hero. It is a cool hero.
It's true. It is very true. We'll have to see how he does, right? Oh, so lane, he'll maybe be a little bit behind, but overall in the game, we'll have to see how he does. Because as I was mentioning, there's quite a bit of things he has to be careful for his shield crash, the Aether Remnants, the simulate dodges, lift, cogs, etc. But overall, I think a lot of these Pangos have been able to deal with it.
Good early cog play there from White Mom. Getting a lot of damage down onto Kato. DM. It feels like, this lane, I feel like they could get some kills down here, right, Tundra? This Bristle clock lane.
Yeah. I mean, Clockwork plus anything is just... Clockwork. It really just feels like one of the best heroes in the game at the moment. just because you're so debilitating. You're causing them to play. You're not playing Dota. You're playing a mini game in your laning phase. You're like, oh, I got to ferry mangoes because I got because a Cog in me. You know, it's really different. So Pure should have a pretty good time set up down here. First few waves, no one's doing excellent.
Under the tower as well, getting a fair bit of harassment down onto Thompson.
Got to be honest with you, no one has been in top form. This is like the no one of the past, which it's crazy to see for me, but you know, when no one was in his prime, it's been what, 6 years ago, right? Let's say something like that, when they were dominating every tournament, something like 5-6 years ago. And I'm still seeing him when he's playing versus some of these new, like 17-year-old players in the mid lane, and he's still bringing it to them.
That's going to be first blood. Watson and Fishman are able to take down 9 class.
Nicely done. No heroes really deal too well with the Eidolons early on, it seems like, especially not especially not in the safe lane too. They have good double nukes, but this hero just, the Eidolons don't care. The magic resist them on them.
Bottom lane.
I'm just continuing to watch mid lane. No one.
They're going to make a play here for Pure. Cogs are going to come out. Whitemon's able to hold back the end just in time. Pure getting very low.
I'm distracted by mid because no one is. He's doubled up the wave. He's actually almost like tripled up the wave in a way versus Thompson. So he's really messing with the CS. You see 14-5. Thompson's able to get a couple more, but no one doing fantastic in this matchup.
Top. So far, Ramsey's getting just as much as the CK really out of this one. Despite losing his support in that early move that Entity were able to make against them. Ramsey's having as good of an opening as you would expect here on the Underlord in this match.
Yep, Watson having a very good time though. Maybe Ramsey stepped up too far here.
I mean, they were thinking about going for Fishman themselves at the same time.
Oh, he put the Eidolons on top of him. Oopsie. That was a pretty big mistake there. Just fed them away. 30-second cooldown now. We'll have some alleviation up top. Yeah, he literally just put them right. I guess he was trying to surround him or something. But
not a Firestorm. Yeah, easy CS for Ramses.
Yeah.
I mean, he won't. Yeah, Fishman. He won't be doing that again. That's for sure.
No. I was like, if he had them actually back further away, perhaps, but it's right on top of him. 9 class though steps up far.
Should have a good chance of getting him with the Malefice. They do, but Ramses, he may find Fishman in return. Oh, not enough. Fishman's going to live. I mean, they might get him as well. The stun's back up in for Watson. Fishman gets the Eidolons out. Fishman will die, but at the end of the day, Entity will be fine with that. You know, if it's going to be Watson getting the solo XP on the CK as the carry, it's even better for them. So
Super
Watson,
worth it.
3 kills straight up already from this lane, just 4 minutes in.
Beautifully done, honestly. Power of the Enigma, too. It's just this, I mean, of course, the gravity well doesn't work on yourself, right? So, but he's actually just making Watson take no damage. This 15% damage reduction is crazy in the safe lane. The Watson farming freely. Mid, as we said, no one is doing amazing versus Thompson. We've seen this one go both ways, of course, in the matchup, but very nicely done.
Bottom lane. Despite getting very close to bringing down Pure earlier, outside of that, Pure's been farming perfectly fine.
Oh, the other I was actually going to mention a quick thing is like Clockwork, of course, super annoying hero, but now that I was thinking about it a little bit more in this laning, this might actually be one of the lanes that they don't mind as much with the Clock because they're just getting fed stick charges from Quills, so they do have mana to use spells.
Question is if they can keep their lives, though. As Pure
Tommy.
Try and chase him out.
Get walked out.
The stun coming out. DM being buffed up by Katomi Bandit. It's not going to hold back Pure long enough. Katomi's gone. Same time, top lane, Ramses finds a chance to step up there with 9 class having the catch, and they kill off Fishman once more.
Those two are going to run out of tips real quick. 9 class and Fishman. I know these two have some words with each other in pubs sometimes.
Oh, friendly words.
Yeah, we could say that.
Oh no.
They're vocal players. They can be a bit vocal. It's okay. 6-minute power runes being checked. No one is level 6 already. Thompson's not. Thompson's actually getting bullied quite a bit here in this lane. Whitemon will help out.
No one considering going in for that.
And he does get the rune.
Did have to dissimulate ready. Still wants to maybe make a play
Good move
around
from
this.
Whitemon.
Thompson's got the 6 now, so a bit harder for them to catch him, despite having the 2
They're pressuring with
supports there.
Catapult. Thompson, he has to go get the rune, but this tower is going to take a ton of damage. They actually got the idol on splits as well on the creeps.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They have to bring Rubik over. You have to do something to at least spam this wave out, because this tower could just, I mean, get below half HP if you don't start pulling aggro.
Fate Bolt start clearing them out. At the same time,
Up the
top lane Watson,
again.
he's
Wait,
getting solo kills.
kill.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, Ramses.
I mean, I told you
mentioned
the stats weren't looking good for Ramses Underlord. Maybe we're seeing that come into play here. Dying solo there to
Watson
Watson
has
CK.
all 4 of the kills so far in this game in a CK versus Underlord matchup. Of course, it's like later on, it's like, yeah, Underlord is still going to be good versus CK, but that's remarkable stuff in the laning phase already. Set up for success to have good item timings. This armlet's going to be so fast. Wisdom Rune exchange as well, too, 1 for 1. Really nice stuff for Watson starting here. DM, of course, is suffering a bit in that bottom lane on the Doom, but wow. Watson is going to have a pretty explosive mid-game, it feels like, even though he's versus perhaps some counter things. This armlet's going to be one of the fastest ones I think we see. Tries to push armlet's going to be out pre-10 minutes.
Radiant are scanning.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
They have the 3 heroes up at Tundra. Watson is on his own. And he's looking to try and make a
making
play
another
into the
solo
3
play.
of them. He's going to go for 9 class, but as I say, they have a lot of backup here, Tundra. 9 class getting away. The root
They
from
baited
Ramses
him.
will come in, and with the 3 of them, they should get him. I mean, Watson seeing if he can maybe catch on to 9 class. 9 class in with the Jukes. I tell you what, Watson, he's also going to get a chance to juke this out a bit in the tree line. TPs
No
are coming
way.
over. They've got the burst. They've got the cogs to trap him. They'll kill him off. No one. Get the kill
No
onto
one.
9 class in return. See if he can get anything else. He's going to go try and go for the chase down onto White Man. He does have mana to play with the magic wand if he wants to go for it, but he won't. He'll settle for the 1 kill. They get the CK. They needed to do that. Takes quite a bit.
Smart move.
Bringing the 3 heroes up there.
Yeah, very smart though, right? Need to be able to do that. Just slow down his momentum. So now that armlet maybe does get slowed down a tiny bit. So good move. Playing around the Underlord. He still does have max, 3 points in Firestorm. So you see how much damage he can actually do versus the CK. He's not careful. But Watson, he's playing very aggressive.
Seen the mid talking about aggressive here. Thompson's trying to dive the tier 1 for Kataomi. He's not going to get the
dropping low.
damage to sort of finish him off, and now he has to back off with the Astral. For the shield crash, we'll get
Cogs.
interrupted by the cogs.
Definitely could see that happening quite a bit. These shield crashes getting interrupted from what we were saying earlier. All right, they slowed down the CK a little bit. Tundra, everything else looking pretty good. Game pretty even though across the board here after these lanes. No one being shut out. Levels are pretty decently distributed. I guess Tundra have a little bit of a level advantage here on the supports.
They dive
DM.
bottom. Rotation comes in here from Thompson. Easy takedown as they bring down the Doom. Same time in the mid. They're looking for 9 class. 0-1. And he's going to put the Rolling Thunder to make sure they secure this one. Get the bounce back off the wall. We'll have to dive to tier 2 a little bit. Of course, with the shield up, doesn't matter. Doesn't mind taking that damage whatsoever. So they get the kill.
Instant
Rotation
movement.
over.
Wymon's here.
And they've got the hook shot. They're going to be bringing Ramses in as well. As the Fiend's Gate gets laid down. He's got the pit control onto no one, into the Remnant pullback from Thompson. And watch buckle to the side from no one. Is he really going to be able to get out of this? I mean, he's got shield crash back up in a few seconds. They're trying to chase. There'll be another Firestorm coming out from Ramses. Shield crash. They got to be able to give him any sort of protection on his own. So they get the kill. Fishman, he tries
they
to
got the lift.
TP out, but 9 class. He's in just in time to get him with the telekinesis. Tundra, they'll take out the 2 of them.
And they
Actually,
get
3 of
Kataomi.
them. Yeah, they were chasing down for more.
Watson.
I mean, Watson on his own. Can he do
Cogs.
anything? Indeed, the Cogs pushing him back, taking out his mana. He's got no further mana to play with.
Literally hit by
one
one
rift.
cog as a CK, and you're pretty
Yeah.
much
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh wow! So they actually it actually happened. Like so, the shield crashed behind the tower. It got caught by the Aether Remnant. I think he actually gets away if it's like behind the tower. He gets the 3-man shield crash because it's like a 700 barrier, but it gets hit by the Aether Remnant. He doesn't get the shield. They end up chasing him out. Now a 2K lead. So Tundra. Some good movements, and hey, that was a quick Fiend's Gate. So gotta give
That
that credit.
was indeed, yeah, good stuff from Ramses
That was a
getting
good one.
involved.
Is under attack.
Making sure they get that big kill against no one.
Dire
Now back to the top lane, puts some pressure onto the tier 1.
That lead, I mean, those kills compounded things pretty quickly. Pure even just getting free farm, it's just jumped up to 3K in a matter of seconds. I think they also got, what, a D ward? Yeah, Obs ward and a bounty rune right afterwards too. And now they're also going to get a tower top. So quite a few things that they've been able to claim here on Tundra in just a couple of seconds here. And Ramses, this is I like what he did here. So we've seen a couple days where the Atos rush comes out from these Underlords, and I'm not a huge fan of it. I like what he did here though. Vanguard, disassemble, Atos, go back for Crimson. That's nice. Because even though he died top, like getting solo killed, I think the Vanguard allows him to feel more comfortable to play in that top lane early on.
Yeah, it's difficult to go for Watson to go on him solo.
Yeah. Good lane. They have Doom at the ready. Still no level 6 on Katomi, so no double.
No one. He's going to be able to get the Rolling Thunder off. Ramses is ready to join the fight with the Fiend's Gate laid down, but Ninth Class is caught in the river, and Ramses, he won't follow through on this, doesn't want to try and join the fight. Watson's thinking about going over towards him, as he'll take the Fiend's Gate back over. And I'll tell you what, I don't think Ramses necessarily expected that.
They might join.
They're going to get on top of him immediately. He's got the pit down to hold back Watson. So the rest of the team didn't want to follow through on it, because back in the mid, Whitemon and Thompson have the control to take Fishman down.
Whitemon stopped them. They actually were trying. I think they were trying to go, and Whitemon jumps in and just like makes sure that they can't actually join Watson up there. So good bailout, perhaps protecting Ramses a little bit too. That Tundra flank, reacting to the movements very nicely, and also not overreacting. Right? They saw 5 heroes in mid. The Fiend's Gate was put down, and Ramses like, no, I'm not feeding myself. Very good play so far here from the side of Tundra. Just a little bit better here than the side of Entity. So far, Entity, it's mostly just been Watson having that really successful time. Ninth Class, of course, has probably one of the better spells that he can steal besides one of the big ultimates. Shield Crash is stolen, by the way. This one is absurd, right? Now he can actually... You can survive as a Rubik in dangerous positions, which normally you wouldn't. Entity looking for a smoke up. Trying to get some extra levels for their supports, because now they're pretty under-leveled in comparison. 2 level 5s versus a level 8 and 7.
Now what? He's going to find Ramses super low HP. Got the hookshot coming in, but it's not going to be in time to save Ramses. Easy kill there for Entity to find.
Whitemon will just burn all his mana really quickly. No one wants to contest the Wisdom. Whitemon might need help.
Yeah,
He's
might
got
have a
another
good
cog.
chance at this. Can no one get around this? He can't. The cogs are too much. So Whitemon able to secure the spot to get the Wisdom pickup.
Not worth the risk. If you jump in on no one, you get hit by 2 cogs or something, and TPs come. Might die, even though it's pretty unlikely. Trying to get some tower damage here. Good kill that they at least find onto Ramses. All in the meanwhile, though, Pure, absolute free farm, level 11. We haven't looked at this Bristleback pretty much at all this game. Ags is done. He's ready to join.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, both sort of carries at a similar sort of level of farm. How do things sort of match up between a carry Bristol and a carry CK in the overall game?
It's a good question. Probably need to wait until later stages, until like Silver Edge for CK, maybe eventually for CK, but he can kill this Bristol.
Okay.
Just need to get the angles on him.
Yeah.
But Bristol can also kill the CK. Kind of goes both ways, I would say. In a vacuum 1v1, obviously, yeah, the CK will be able to reign supreme in most situations, but that's not Dota.
Top lane. Fishman on his own. If Ramses or 9 class catch a glimpse of him, they would go for it, but Fishman staying safe in the trees.
Listen careful. Ramses is getting very close to the first big aura item that does make things very difficult in those big team fights, because not only versus the CK is this Crimson Guard going to be amazing, but there's a Pango on the other side too. Every spell physical. You can actually do pretty decent amount of blocking and stuff like that. I don't know how it all works, but we'll have to see how it does work versus the Pango. It does feel like when they have that Crimson, they could look to move up and stuff like that. I mean, of course, right now they feel pretty comfortable with just farming. Thompson rushing the Meteor Hammer even to farm extra. DM.
Tempted to dive in there. Look at the hook shot. Pure, he's building up the damage here with the Quills and the Sticky. underneath the tower. Can they get in for one more quills? The Firestorm damage, that'll do it. The Ramses finishes off DM. And get the push in for more. Pure, considering diving further. Same to be said for Thompson. Tries to lay down the Remnant, but no one just out of range with the shield crash. Will get away, losing their Doom and losing their tower.
If he gets hit by that Remnant, could just die. Nice try there from Thompson with the angle. Again, Fiendskate, I feel like we're seeing this so much. These Underlords, they're quick on it. The numbers just come in, and Entity try to TP, but it's slow sequence. They don't want to do that. They'll just feed one by one if they do. They have to be prepared for the moves before they happen if they are going to look to react. A little bit more of just chilling back and farming from Entity, while Tundra kind of dictating the pace for the most part here. They're getting items pretty fast on. Pure is very close to a BKB as well.
It's going to be very tough to take down in the midst of these team fights. They start grouping around, and pushing with the bristle.
And I mean, DM, he is getting closer and closer toward his Shiva's Guard and stuff like that, but overall, like, starting the fights does feel complicated for the side of Entity. Who wants to go in first? Well, on the side of Tundra, they can kind of just, they have so many different ways to initiate, right? Clockwork can hookshot in, Bristle can just charge in, Thompson can charge in. Entity's definitely looks a little harder. They have the Rolling Thunder, and that's about it to start these fights right now. They are smoked up, so maybe looking to get Katomi in a position to get a good Soulbind double Doom. Watson does have the Orchid. There's no Dispel, of course, on Thompson, so if he does get it on him, could just bring him down. Thompson gets himself away.
Very quick step there. Doesn't leave it up
Thinking
to
about
chance.
kind of baiting back in.
And they're thinking about
He's
going
got
in.
buddies.
They've got the hook shot, they've got the drag back, they're going to see if they can burst through Watson. Ramses is also ready to come through the Fiend's Gate. They get the soul button onto the two of them. Swashbuckling
good
as well.
soul bind.
Thompson's gone. The turnaround's in place. I mean, with the double kill, they can maybe look for more because they've got the Rolling Thunder bouncing across Ramses. Watson, he's got to reset a little bit. The Black Hole's there for
Two-man
Fishman.
hole.
He's caught the two of them.
Good
Yeah,
guys.
they'll lose Fishman, but the Black Hole's absolutely worth it. It allows them to take down Ramses. Now they'll just kite out Pure. He's put the BKB. He's going to try and get Watson, but Watson, with the
toggles.
TP and the armlet toggle, he gets out of there. Entity,
Oh, that was sick
they'll take that
toggles.
fight any day of the week. As Tundra, I guess they feel that with their advantage, they could go for that play, diving in with the hook shot and jumping the CK. But Watson surviving, the wraparound coming in, Kataomi, excellent soulbind. It just allows them to turn it around completely and start to shut down some of that lead that Tundra built up.
Great Soulbind. Thompson started channeling Meteor Hammer. That was a little weird. I feel like that was
greedy.
very over ambitious. Like, he did the jump initially, 8th
Yeah.
Remnant stuff, backs away, then channels. He starts channeling Meteor Hammer. They both get double Soulbind, and he gets pulled in on top of CK. So that was a little greedy, I would say, by Thompson trying to go for that there. But an excellent reaction from Entity. They're all prepared. And Pure, that's his BKB show, and doesn't actually get anything out of it. So, yeah, pretty good. But ult's on cooldown now, so for Entity, definitely slow down a little bit. Let's see if Tundra wants to play fast and take advantage of these cooldowns. I would imagine they would.
They're looking for the potential angle. Scan has been hit though by Entity. They know that Tundra's coming. So unlikely to be found. They'll be able to keep their distance. Entity. Thompson still have the illusions in the mid, but space and time is being given now for Entity to continue to catch up.
I like it. Yeah, they're playing very smart. Everything's on cooldown. You see DM's just bottom side of the map. Fishman's far left. Everyone's just trying to farm since they have that downtime between their ults. So Tundra, I mean, really trying to get this tier 2 mid. But ults, they're going to start coming back up here on the side of Entity. Shiva's is also now done for the game. It's going to help kill threat versus the Crimson and Bristle. Only the one aura coming out from Ramses this time. Maybe because of the Doom and stuff, he's thinking that the others won't be as valuable, but interesting.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And they really
Fishman,
want this.
in preparation,
Yep.
20 seconds till the wisdom. Love to see it.
Ramses will have something to say about that.
Dire's middle tower.
Isn't he just going to see him?
He's just going to kill him.
He is just going to kill him.
Especially with the TPM from Whitemon. Not a whole lot really the Fishman can do about this one.
All right, deny it with your Eidolons. Just kidding.
There we go. They will at least get their own, though, on their side of the map entity. Tundra, they weren't in position to go for a steal there.
They do know that Hero's ported. They know at least the Whitemon TP to the far left. They know Ramses can join in, probably bottom, but they want to look to make a play. There is a Fiend's Gate, so Tundra can actually bring 5 here.
Back
they'll
here,
see
but
them.
he's seen them. Yeah,
There's the
high
Fiend's
ground
Gate.
ward, using all the information. Ramses comes in the ATOS setup. They want to try and fight, but the Rolling Thunder's in from no one. He's able to catch them on the stairs. The Soulbind as well. No one's kind of stuck to the side. He even considers going through the Fiend's Gate to try and break himself out of that kind of corner that he was trapped in. They'll still kill Whitemon, but now no one could be in trouble. He's surrounded here by the 4 of them. Ramses the Doom will now end, so he's ready to throw out another pit, another Firestorm
Watson's
down
here.
onto the Pango. No one's gone. So they want to try and fight on here. Tundra still with the 4 versus 3, and now the 4 versus 2 as Pure starts to kick out the damage with the Quill Sprays. They're going to drag back with the Remnant from Thompson to set up for Pure to get the triple kill.
Oh, that blows the game open a bit there. Tundra very prepared for the fight. Pure scouts it all out. And did he chooses to go for the fight anyway because they have the double Doom, but it does nothing. It really doesn't. It kills the Clockwork, but everybody else is charging right through. Pure evaporating Heroes.
Yeah, and it was a bit awkward as well because like no one, he got in there, and I think maybe if he didn't get trapped on the side, he would have been able to get a couple more bounces across the 2 of them and would have given him a better shot. But yeah, that awkward spot that you sometimes get trapped in around the edge of the stairs did stop him from being able to bounce back.
Yep. A little unfortunate for him there. And then it's I kind of like a 1-by-1 trickle afterwards there, to be honest, Entity. It was like them protecting each other, right? It was the save your buddy syndrome. Katomi's like, oh god, I need help. So Watson goes in to help him. And then Watson's like, oh god, I need help. So a couple sequences of deaths there that have gotten Tundra in a very comfortable position. And Roche, it's picking.
Oh, they can go for that,
just to go for that there.
I guess that's the thing about their drafts as well, Tundra. These 4 heroes around the bristle, they've all got ways to catch and chase, right? So as soon as they start getting a kill or 2 out of the fights, that one of these heroes is going to have the ability to close in and catch anybody that's trying to be on the retreat from Entity.
Yeah, and this time like Ramses, the Atos, I always like it on Underlord. The other day, you know, it kind of looked a little weird because he built 0 auras beside it, but this one, it's so good. Playing versus the CK, playing versus the Doom, the extra bit of catch, like you're saying, it just helps their team so much. So, yeah, Tundra, they're playing quick, they're playing the numbers, playing versus those longer cooldowns of Entity very nicely. Just better fights that they've taken so far. Overall, it's been them kind of just dictating pace. Besides that laning phase top where they gave Watson tons of kills, it's for the most part just been them making all those moves.
I really just feel with the
in a very comfortable spot.
Yeah, the lead that Pure has in farm, and he's yet to die. It's going to take a lot of coordination to find a way or some sort of setup to bring this Bristle down if you're Entity. Like, killing Pure in the middle of a team fight at this point seems pretty impossible.
Absolutely. Yeah, it definitely does feel difficult. They also have, there's a lot of potential plays that Tundra can also do in, like, to reset fights. Like, let's say there's a Doom. They can actually Fiend's Gate and, like, reset people positioning out of Dooms as well. So they have a lot of different ways to take the fight. While for Entity, taking the fight, they don't have a lot of ways to take it. Like, they need a very ideal double Doom and probably a couple hero Black Hole while the Rubik is taken care of. So quite a few steps, it feels like, for them to have a successful fight. Now, I kind of was saying that in the beginning of the draft. That's just like, sometimes when I see it, just like Rubik versus this Enigma and stuff, and when the Enigma gets put on the back foot because there's so many counter picks, it just gets hard for the Enigma to ever get a spell off. And Tundra's played it. He played it very nice, honestly.
Able to take these tier 2 towers and the pressure on whilst Entity, question of where they're going to pull their resources towards and when they're going to look to try and take the next fight.
The next fight looks quite complicated because there's just so many. They have BKB for Watson, so he's protected, but the Doom and the Pango both don't have the easiest ways to protect themselves versus the Control now. Thompson's double silences that are going to come out are going to cause big problems. He could just either snipe the supports or he can disrupt the Doom and the Pango from getting their spells off in a good sequence. Bottom, they're setting up. TP onto the outpost behind. Toby. Nice sneaky TP. Does get himself away at the least. And they're still getting farm at the least on Watson, but I'm just not really seeing the rest getting too much. And it's just, yeah, the matchups that he has just are very difficult. You were saying from the draft, that Underlord pick in particular. Here's item build. Yeah, not needing to deviate too much. S and Y status, this is going to be excellent if he does get doomed, but of course versus the other disables, and then AC to deal with the hard physical damage of both the Pango and the CK.
Just completely avoiding the fights for now. Entity.
Maybe waiting for Fishman's Blink.
He is close.
Blink on Fishman and BKB, I guess, on the Doom. It would be the two next biggest timings with the Ags on the Pango. That would be like a triple timing that they get together. So perhaps they could wait for that. Or they could look to strike before DM's BKB, because that might take too long. And Tundra, they're actually going to hit first.
Oh, yeah.
So they can't wait forever to fight.
They're ready to fight whenever it's Tundra.
Yeah, they are super ready.
Whoever they catch, they're going to kill. It's going to be very hard for Entity to set up a fight in return. Thompson.
Class is TPing in.
And they're going to be able to jump Fishman first. Probably in their best interest to just get everyone else out of here if you're Entity. No one indeed rolling away. Yeah, it's got the TP as well. And there it is. Blink out and a TP. Nothing to quite catch him. A good attempt from Whitemon, honestly. Good try there with the hook shot. Had the angle, but didn't quite have the timing. But that was pretty close.
That was close. That was very close. Yeah, you can see they're very keen to fight at any moment when they do find anybody, especially still at this age, just for 50 seconds. AC is soon around the horizon. Shadowblade is done for Watson to hunt. He wants to get the Bloodthorn, it looks like, first before perhaps going for the Silver Edge. But at some point, it does feel like that Silver Edge would probably not be necessary.
It's going to take quite some time,
An
though.
uphill battle for Entity, but they have the big ultimates, so there's always the potential, if there's the slip-ups, of course, from Tundra. At the same time, also, though, you got to be careful with those big ultimates, because there's a Rubik. Although 9 classes had honestly, a pretty quiet game as the Rubik, it's just still the potential of it there.
Tundra, very close. This AC on Pure, level 20 as well.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good one. That talent is pretty crazy, especially with the Aghanims, of course.
Looking at Thompson's on this top lane. They've got the silence to the pullback. With the Phoenix Gate laid down, Ramses is ready to head over and join, and Thompson, he's going to be fine.
Nice
Crimson Guards popped by Ramses, and indeed he's able to slide out of there.
I was like, I was looking at Thompson, like, he has no Dispel still, because he went down the Aghanim. I think he's getting close to that Manta, so he will have it very soon to be able to do so, but he's got the bailout of his teammates, so.
That's got to feel pretty rough for Entity. You know, they try and get out and set up for a move. They find Thompson, but they don't even really come close to bringing him down to half HP.
Nope.
They're going to try again. Maybe they can make a move. Whilst I think maybe Ramses, I don't know if Ramses is shown yet on the bottom lane. Okay, he's going to show now, and they know that he doesn't have the Fiend's Gate, so they know they can fight into this without the quick presence of the Underlord.
He has no TP or Fiend's Gate, so that could be a very good timing for them to go for it. There's no Phantasm, but it's up in 20. But yeah, they got all those timings that we were talking about. No BKB on Doom yet, but they got the blink on the Enigma and the Aghanim.
Oh, they got the high ground, smoke into smoke, and they get the jump. They'll get him with the Rolling Thunder onto Pure. They get the Soulbind down onto both Pure and Thompson. Pure is able to put the BKB though. BKB as well comes out from Watson. They get the Doom drop down onto Thompson. And another bounce the Rolling Thunder. They'll kill Thompson off. No one jumps over towards 9 class. The second kill to be found here is Entity. They start the fight off exactly as they'd hoped for, and they're going to be able to finish it in style as well, potentially Whitemon. We'll chop back over the creep wave, he'll get away, so they won't get another one, but they will definitely take that there. They have to look for these windows of opportunity, make these moves, they get the 2 kills, and yeah, just set up in perfect position. And as I said, at a time where the Fiend's Gate and the TP wasn't quite back up, so Ramses, he couldn't be there this time to help out.
Absolutely. Good patience, too. I think I'd have to see the replay again to see exactly how it was, but I think I saw it right. The initial Soulbind went on to an illusion, I believe, and then when the illusion died, it reattached to Thompson, and then the Doom came out as soon as it reattached. So that was actually pretty good patience, if I saw it right.
I think because
so they get the kill on Thompson.
Yeah, they laid it down immediately onto Pure, and then it definitely latched onto something afterwards, yeah, not at the same time.
Yeah, it was like an illusion, and then something happened to the illusion, I think, and then Thompson jumped in, it caught him, and then they actually get the successful Doom. So, I mean, great positioning from Entity that time around. Tundra got caught off guard. Pure, of course, survives, takes right through it with his SNY, but at least some kills. Now for Tundra, they have some downtime. They have 50 seconds where they can look to strike back, take over the map. And Entity, a little bit of split up, get that farm going.
Yeah, they'll pretty much have the Bloodthorn done for the next fight. And then, as you
Nice.
say, well, you would imagine Watson will just go back for the Silver Edge next. Or is there something else that he feels he needs to get as a CK rather than just going all in on this anti-Bristleback build?
It's either AC or...
Oh,
it's
check the
Silver Edge.
replay again,
That's what I was
Fox.
thinking.
There you go.
Let me see.
So I think he just got him
Oh,
straight
no,
away,
it was just the
actually.
Thompson. It was
It got Thompson.
Okay,
He
sorry
pops
about
the
that.
Manta, but he's still linked up with him.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
either way...
I thought because he
yeah.
was... He was inside his illusion. It looked like it caught the illusion at first. Sorry about that. Thank you for the replay. Thompson. Jumped.
It's got the Astral Step. That will be enough. They didn't have quite any further lockdown. Whitemon's going to try and get
Whitemon's
back in
in.
on this. Need to jump on the counter, but Watson's here
Deleted.
ready to back him up. They just turn, they delete Whitemon, and now with the Soulbind down on the two of them, they're going to be able to completely destroy Ramses. Look at the Doom jump down onto Pure. Pure puts the BKB, but Watson
He's surrounded.
drags him back in, and he pretty much traps him. He's going to be able to clear out one of the illusions to try and break away, but Fishman is
Black
in
hole.
with the black hole. He's going to be able to drag Pure back. Pure, he gets caught once more by the rift
Oh,
from Watson.
what a fight.
They take the four heroes out, and indeed Entity continuing to come in with some fantastic moves now, taking away that lead that Tundra have had. And both times it has been Tundra sort of starting the fight. Obviously the first time bit inadvertently with the smoke into the high ground, but that time, I mean, Whitemon, he was going in. He wanted to try and make something happen out of that. This is definitely not what he was signing up for, though. 4 of his team's dead.
Dude, Watson is literally rank 1 godding moding right now. It's pretty ridiculous what he's doing, because that was almost all him. Yeah, they got some follow-up and stuff with the Doom and the Black Hole, but that was him starting the fight. It forced a reaction. Then Whitemon goes in. It's Watson who surrounds him, insta-kills him. This is unbelievable. This is some really, really good performance from Watson in a difficult scenario where he's clutching it up.
Oh, yes. And with that sort of team fight under his wings, he's going to be very close to his next time, which indeed will be the Silver Age. So we saw how he was able to deal with the Bristleback just then. And when he got the Silver Edge, it's going to be even easier. There's quick smoke from Tundra coming out. They want to try and contest this Roshan. They don't have Pure for 20 seconds.
Low.
They're trying to scout it, get the steal maybe as Ramses heads in, but Watson, he'll get the kill and he'll get the Aegis. And now he's ready to fight. Turns towards Whitemon. Whitemon's gone. They drag back Ramses in. Ramses is kind of stuck in the pit very awkwardly. Fishman will fall as Thompson jumps to backlines. He's able to take out the 2 supports. But with Ramses gone, Thompson's now completely on his own, and no one's got a fantastic angle to keep him trapped here as the Pango with the bounces and the silence. Triple kill for no one. This game has flipped in completely on its head, really, in the last 5 minutes, as it's now Entity with a 4K lead and the advantage.
All right, back-to-back sequences of just perfect preparation from Entity. Top being on the high ground, getting the jump, swinging to bottom, just excellent calls. Whoever's making the shot calling right there, perfect ones. And no one, we see I think he like insta-killed. I didn't actually see 9 Class even jump into the fight. I think he just died almost instantly to the Pango's control and damage. As now, Pango has an AC, so CK doesn't have to go for it. He can go either Silver Edge or Heart. A super good fight. I couldn't ask for more. I couldn't ask for at a better time as well.
Yeah, we'll check this replay out once again. They really wanted to get over to try and stop them from getting the rush, but they just couldn't quite get the hit in time. And yeah, as soon as Watson's able to BKB and fight back, especially the fact that they took the risk of trying to go for this, obviously, when Pure wasn't up. I mean, obviously they needed to if they wanted to try and interrupt the Roche. But that's always going to be a difficult move to make. You're making this play without your highest net worth hero.
Oh, and Entity's going again, too. They've got every spell pretty much just non-stop up now after winning these last 2 fights.
9 Class. Try and get DM on the
Get him on
cliff.
high ground.
Won't succeed, DM. Able to bounce away there with the Ogre Seal Totem. He's going to be perfectly fine.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Huge stuff. Greaves finished up. They finished up what? It looks like 2-3 items kind of in sequence now onto multiple different heroes after those last 2 big fight wins. For Tundra, their growth has completely stagnated. No growth onto Thompson. He's had the Manta, but dies back-to-back twice. Same thing. Pure, I guess, has had some growth, but Ramses as well. He now has his Aghanims finished, but it's taken, I think, an extra 5 minutes, like you said. Those last, like, 5-6 minutes from Entity put them now in a comfortable spot.
Yeah, huge stuff. Huge stuff. And yeah, as you mentioned, yeah, Watson, with how well that fight went, he's just going to forego the Shadow Blade upgrade and Silver Edge for now, and indeed just get this heart out, which is going to be there. Pretty much in just under 100 gold, so he should be able to send that out for the next play. And at that point, we've already seen just how freely he's able to just pop the BKB and dish out a hell of a lot of damage. When he's got the heart, it's just going to take too long, really, for Pure to stand his ground and you know, build up the Quill Sprays, build up the Nasal Goo to try and threaten the CK. Watson, whilst that's happening, with as much HP as he's he's going to be able to stand there and just keep attacking back, healing up with the Chaos Strike. And in a situation where he's got at least one, you know, +1 or +2 around him, this CK is now at the point where he's not going to die.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they do take down Watson. And I like the heart build is interesting because even though he's versus Firestorm, which is percent base damage and everything, sometimes he can feel bad. There's too much, right? They're not all going to be stacked up with illusions and everything too, so he can do quite a lot of work.
That's the tower gone, or potentially they've got the fortification. Unlikely we're going to see any attempt of a defense here from Tundras. They've got to think long and hard about what they want to do for their next move. The last few have cost them pretty heavily.
Yeah, I want to say overall for them, they need 9 class to have a, you know, they had this good sequence for the first like 20, 25, 30 minutes or so. They need 9 class, I feel, to actually be in better position to get some of these steals. I feel like he hasn't gotten anything this game. He always just getting jumped. I mean, you can blame him, but you can also just give the commends to no one. I think no one's gotten on top of his Rubik 3 times in a row, or 4 times in a row, and just kills him in one single shield crash combo. So Tundra now needing to reestablish things around Pure as Entity is blown the game open themselves. It's very good back-to-back team fights. And Octarine's now done for DM, so there's kind of no fights where Doom is not going to be up anymore. It's always going to be ready. So Lincoln's, I believe you said, right up here, so he does have that protection, but his allies do not.
Tundra to DM. And the Remnant, he has got a BKB at the ready for field necessary. The Soul Mine's going to come out again into the double doom, catching both Thompson and Pure. Thompson's out, and now with no one with the Rolling Thunder bouncing up to the high ground, and Fishman jumping in. Will immediately get interrupted there by 9 class with the telekinesis. A turn, but Ramses, he's gone, and there's going to be a little bit of a chance for no one to escape. Does get caught, obviously, by the stolen doom that 9 class was able to drop down. Pure now looking for the cleanup, turns over towards Katomi. Watson, he's found his target though. Gets the drag back over towards
Pure's
Thompson.
doing damage.
He's in so much trouble, Thompson. That's him dead a second time in the fight. They'll finally be able to keep the CK out of the action with the triple kill cleanup for Pure. They get this cleanup. It's an expensive one because they did need to both use the Whitemon and Thompson buyback, but Pure does manage to come out on top. And now you look at the buyback situation, funnily enough, for Entity. Their 3 cores don't have buyback for them. 3 cores, they're dead for a whole minute.
All right, 9 class. There's a couple of fights that he did get this. He got the Doom again. He got it onto no, and he ends up killing him. Pure had it. He just hit 25 before the fight, right? We did point that out. He had 700 damage. He was just ripping heroes apart. He did 7,000 damage.
I mean, he pushes
can get the racks
with this AC. I mean, they're going to realize soon that these buybacks, they're just not available. They don't have the money on DM, no one, or on Watson. So this mid-rax is gone. I mean, if they wanted to go for a second one, they can. They've got the time.
What an interesting fight that one whole was. I mean, Pure just was kind of ignored. Yeah, he got doomed, but afterwards he just ran in. He might be able to get 2. He's gonna be close off the cliff. All right, Doom's back up. He'll back up.
Yeah, that'll be enough to force them back, but yeah, a lot got from that. And yeah, in a very interesting manner as well. Not often when you see a fight where the mid, you know, Thompson in this case, dies back. But it works out as a whole for the team. They get themselves a set of barracks from it. As all that matters at the end of the day is as long as Pure survives and cleans up, he can get this push going on his own. Takes a full set of barracks and forces out the fortification.
I mean, we had a moment bottom, that whole bottom situation where it was a Watson, you know, rank 1 god kind of thing, and now Pure busts it out himself. Just an unbelievable kind of team fight from him to just walk down everybody as back to even we go. These fights are all execution based. That's kind of how it feels like the whole game is going to be dictated, because the scaling, it's definitely strong from Bristle.
The river.
9 class again.
9 class has been found, and of course...
That's a gem he just gave up.
And there is a bit of a window where it's a bit spooky for Tundra, despite taking the racks. Obviously, they've got the situation now where Thompson's buyback's still going to be on cooldown, and Pure, sure, he is massive, but he has spent up. Did go for the full Satanic. So if there is a way that they do find a chance to bring him down in the next sort of a couple of minutes or so, there could be a chance for Entity to strike back with a high ground push themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, Pure, he bought what? He ate his Aghanims and got the full Satanic, so he's pretty close to being 6-slotted. Or whatever, 8-slotted, whatever it is nowadays, but... he's still very strong. I mean, this 25 talent does make it like possible for him to be able to take these 1v5 fights, but
I mean, they're making this move up towards the top. As I say, Pure, he is massive, but he does not have buyback gold.
Is under attack.
I mean, he cannot 1v5. He
So
cannot
if they-
do it by
if they
himself. He
kill
needs
him-
allies around him.
It could be pretty huge. He's going to
Sure.
try for the TP. But they're ready. They've got the
He's
stun now.
going
Have
down.
they got the damage? I mean, Whitemond's going to come over to try and help out, but indeed the damage is easily there from Entity. They're going to drag back onto Whitemond. He's trying to escape it with the Ghost form from the Ghost Scepter, with the Jetpack as well, but he is gone. Both heroes gone without buyback. The big one, as I mentioned, no Pure now for 90 seconds because of that shopping spree he went on.
How long for Roche? It's 90 seconds. A bit fortunate there for the side of Tundra, but Entity, at least Watson's going to go hunt.
he
Don't see
is.
Ramses. He shows
See what he
himself.
can catch. And then on top of them with the Rolling Thunder, Watson. Close the gap. Will get caught by the pit. Doesn't matter. Still gets in with the Rift.
He's got
Got the
it.
chain locked down. And indeed, Ramsey's also out. And again, quite like Pure, also short of the money to return to action.
Keep this push going. 5 heroes alive. Spells at the ready.
They might get a
Should
mid-set of
be able
barracks
to get-
themselves.
Yeah, should be able to get the racks. They've also now gotten 2 level 25s, CK and Pango. They've got a banner. Glyph is used. Do you just go tier 4s if you're Entity?
I mean, I
I
guess you
think
don't
you
have...
might just go tier 4s, Owen.
Do you think you've got time? They're going for
You
it.
might.
I mean, they're
I
going
think you might have time.
They're going to have seen that he ate the Ags and bought Satanic. They know that he is. There's no way that he's got buyback gold.
I think they can end it. It's going to be close.
Or, I mean, they've got this. They've
I
got
think
it.
they can do it.
They've got it. We've seen a few games like this. You got to be careful with the money you spend because sometimes you can't buy back when you need to. GG is called. Entity will close up this game 1.
Holy crap. And I have to give so many comments to Watson. What an absolute monster this game. From start to finish. Laning phase, he's 4 of the early kills that he has for his team on the CK.
Yeah.
Into the Underlord, into some counter picks and stuff. It didn't seem like there was that actually. Maybe for a couple minutes there in like the 20 to 30 whatever mark, but for the most part, this was the Watson show. What a performance from him and from no one. This Pango, he did not let the Rubik do his job. I saw 9 Class get Doom and stuff like that a couple times, but Pango was just one-shotting Rubik on top of him multiple fights. That was really cool game from Entity.
It was, and I think, as I said, Tundra, Pure, I think he's going to be kicking himself a little bit. You know, when you make that sort of move, especially the way he was pushing top, he definitely got a little bit ahead of himself after that triple kill. You know, he gets this triple kill mid, he takes the mid racks, he's like, I'm the king of this game. I'm ready to get this easy win. Spends up, makes the solo push top, dies, and then is not there to defend the Ancient. It's a rough end to the game there for Tundra. But indeed, up until that point, great back and forth from these two teams. Entity taking the win. It was a great game, Fogged.
It really was. Honestly, this was a treat to see. Of like, of course, there's some misplays and stuff like that come out. Like this one in particular, you can say misplay from the Tundra overall, but from Entity, this was just them looking for fights when it probably wasn't as expected. Because I think initially leading up to this, Doom was on cooldown and stuff like that was starting to come back up, and they just take this fight in complete fashion. Right, 5 heroes just get wiped, and 4 for nothing. And yeah, just really good calls, really good shot calling, I would say, from Entity, because there's, I would say, a little bit harder to execute in some situations in some of these team fights, but they did it. Great positioning, great movement around the map after, yeah, a solid, 30 minutes, I believe it was? Like 25, 30 minutes from the side of Tundra, and then boom, 3 consecutive fights that Entity just kind of clapped, especially Watson.
Yeah, absolutely. 16, 3, and 4. What's the hero damage done for the NJs? The highest in the game, 33k
Yeah,
hero damage. It looked great, and yeah, but the position that you said that the sort of draft the CK in, they felt that Tundra, Tundra obviously would have felt that they had answers, but those answers just didn't pan out at the end of the day. So this game 1, Entity, big smiles there from no one, great bounces from him with that Rolling Thunder, and that sort of mid-game move. At the end as well, where he was able to just chain lock down these heroes. Yeah, the exact sort of level of gameplay you'd expect really from these two teams coming up until now. But as I said, definitely from Tundra's side of things, they're going to have to take some deep breaths before coming into game 2, because this could have very easily been their game, Fogged, and they're going to know that.
Yeah, it could have been. They just, a couple of plays just that Watson was just clutching it up, right?
Yeah.
You can't expect this from this guy always, but I think we should, because he really is such a beast. It's such a good performance. I can't say it how many times this game, just how many games that I've seen these Underlords just really shut it down. Yeah, Watson,
He was
what a
ready.
player.
Yeah, it was. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. This game 1 going to Entity. Well, a lot of action, a lot of back and forth, and a lot of fun watching this one, ladies and gentlemen. Can't wait to see what these two teams have in store for us in game 2. So don't go anywhere. I know you won't, but we will be right back after the break to see what goes down in game 2 of this upper bracket finals between Tundra and Entity.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western European qualifiers for the Road to the International. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we're getting ready for Game 2 now in this upper bracket finals between Tundra and Entity. Entity, of course, the ones to take that win in Game 1. Quite a back-and-forth game, a lot of very high-level plays, Fogged, but at the end of it all, Entity, they seized that opportunity to close this up. They had no hesitation there. They knew exactly when they could just go for the throne, and they were absolutely right. There was nothing that Tundra could do in those final moments to stop them.
Yeah, first 30 minutes, Tundra leading the charges, and then just really good calls, really good timings waiting there from Entity, getting that high ground fight in particular. Watson was always in a position where he could carry this game because of how farmed he got this game. And yeah, he finds the angles time and time again in this one. That high ground positioning. Then he starts the fight bottom, right? The one that was in the jungle. He gets that stuff going at the tops, and then afterwards it's him just cleaning house. So overall, Entity, a really good execution game from them. Post 30 minutes, their draft is a little bit slower, I would say as well too. It does take a bit of time to be able to kick into that point. It's a bit greedy, of course. Doom and Enigma does, there's some cooldown based stuff that does cause some problems perhaps in the mid game versus a faster team. But overall, yeah, they get to the point where Watson is able to just super carry and take some really good fights. So that was a treat to watch. I hope we get another kind of close one for the first 30, because we've had some that are very stompy for first 30.
Oh, for sure. And I'm sure Tundra, they're going to be able to kick back pretty hard in this game too, considering that from their run so far, of course, this was their first loss, yet to lose a game up until that point in their upper bracket run. So a bit of a shake-up for Tundra, and we'll see how they're able to come back in this game too with potentially something pretty similar. I think both teams after that game, they won't feel the need to really change much about the drafting. In terms of how the play was gone, I think this could have been a game that could have closed up either way. Honestly, with what we saw from the start. So I think, despite the final few moments where Tundra's going to be, a bit disheartened about, outside of that, I think they're going to feel that everything else up until that point was being done pretty well.
Yeah, I think Tundra, they had probably more mistakes and stuff like that compounded it, in particular like Thompson. I think some of his deaths, he started falling really far behind while I feel like no one actually played this game almost perfectly. He had, I think, maybe one death that was maybe not great, but besides that, his job as this Pango was to be very disruptive, give information, and prevent Rubik from getting good steals. 9 class, he stole Doom a couple times. I saw that, which he did get off, but it was impossible for him to get Black Hole. Fishman was waiting for him to use a steal a lot of times, and also no one was just Rolling Thunder blinking on a Rubik, and Rubik is pretty fragile, especially versus physical damage. He literally was just insta-dying to this Pango. So for me, there's a couple different differences between that mid position and then the 4 position and stuff like that. So Tundra, good 30 minutes, but need to play a little bit cleaner if they want to be able to play versus Entity's later scaling draft like that as we get past 30.
Let's see how things change here in this Game 2 draft. We're getting early Monkey King gun this time.
It was gone out last time too. You're playing versus Thompson, right? Might as well just take it out.
True.
Yeah. Here's what. They banned Monkey, Witch Doctor, Phoenix.
All right.
And then they took out a Willow afterwards.
Yeah, still there.
Means that, okay, that's probably more appropriate. I think the Pango is definitely a very big problem. So Willow's going to get through. That means other side, Enigma's in, Bru's in. Was Storm banned out in the first? Storm was banned out in the... Oh, he is again. Sorry, whoops. Do you go your support route, or do you maybe just flex an Enigma? Yeah, you go your support route.
Now going back over to Entity. Do they themselves need to ban the Enigma?
10 seconds remaining. Entity's turn to ban.
I don't think so, actually. You mean Tundra, or you mean Entity? Sorry.
Entity.
I don't think so, no. I don't think that they've shown... Tundra's played it, but... I don't know if they've shown that it's their absolute top. Maybe they will, because the Willow has a hard time stopping it or doing anything for it.
5 seconds remaining.
Willow, of course, has the fear from distance, but early on... I think I'd be a little shocked to see them ban it, but... The reasoning is because they can still flex it. Like they can, if Entity, let's say they grab it or something, but
They're going to feel
take
that
it out
trend.
anyway.
Yeah. I mean, their hero is... It's one of those heroes that, you know, you get a black hole. Sometimes that's the black hole that wins the game. It really can be that crazy of a spell in those later portions.
10 seconds remaining.
And yeah, if you don't have the right lane matchup against it, the laning phase is never fun.
5 seconds
No,
remaining.
Gravity Well is also just broken. I don't know. I gotta be real. That ability should. His innate is just too strong. 15% damage reduction at all stages. It makes him as a godly 5 besides just Eidolons. Because you're playing right next to your core the whole laning phase, right? You're literally within that radius. So he's always taking 15% reduced. Let's stick with the clockwork. Whitemon overall, I think he did play quite well. He did cause them to have that really kind of weird fight in the jungle because he kind of initiated that, so they'll go for the Io Marcy, and it is versus a Phoenix, so that punching power.
Okay. Who plays the
Ooh.
Marcy on Entity? They do it as offlane or they do it as carry?
10 seconds remaining.
It's been Watson majority of the
Watson
times
carry.
I've seen it.
Yep.
I don't think he's played it in
5
a bit of time.
seconds
I have to look.
remaining.
I think I haven't seen it in at least a month, so I have to look back at least a bit past that. Let me see. I think the last time I saw them play it, it was Katomi.
Yeah.
I want to say. I got to look. 1 second. Yes, so Katomi played it about 20-ish days ago, but right now they have Io and Willow, so it has to be a core, unless they do some crazy stuff. But besides, I mean, it's usually been Katomi. The only reason I said it was very likely him is because of that Io. And the last time they did Io Marcy, it was, how long ago? It was about a month also ago, and they did do it. Yeah, Io Marcy was Watson playing it, and they were playing
It was
versus
Watson.
Heroic.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's got to be
And he
that,
did do the
unless-
Battle Fury.
Unless DM's got some flexibility to try it. They're going to get the Razor through. A hero that we haven't really seen for that much of. I think it was in the earlier series today. But at least on our
It was.
halves of the days, we've not got to see much Razor.
It got Morphlinged, as far as I remember. Like, I think a lot of times when I see Razor, if Morphling's not banned, they just pick Morph, and then they just turn into Razor and link him back, and it's a disaster usually. But I guess because they see the Marcy, they can play that lane matchup, the Razor in the off lane, to shut down Marcy. And they'll
Okay.
take the CK away. So we saw how good that CK was last game. Don't blame them.
10 seconds
They do not
remaining.
deal with Phantasm.
No. No.
5
And maybe
seconds
this carry Marcy with a Battle Fury.
Battle Fury, baby. Yeah. Okay. Well, Underlord's in the pool if they want to go down that route, or they can do the Brew.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, right.
Both can
Underlord
look
for sure
pretty
feels
strong.
always nice, right? Especially when you've got the Io. You've got so much global threat.
Yep. I think Underlord or Brew look really strong for the reasons that we said in the previous time. I saw the Phoenix CK lane the other day, and it did do good versus Underlord in lane, but in game, same thing happened. So they'll do the Brew. I think I like the Brew more. Actually. Like, I love Underlord. I think this hero is super good, but I think Brew just is a better hero overall.
Sure,
I think Brew's
sure.
just probably the best offlaner next to Darkseer and Enigma for me. And he
I think
does
Yeah.
a lot.
10 seconds
He does do a
remaining.
lot, especially with like with an IO, right? Every time you brew split, it's a very likely a one team fight because you're gonna have a reload to come in. And versus CK, of course, with the the Wind Panda in fights, you're always gonna have an answer. So now they at least have the answer to clear out the Phantasm since their other heroes don't the best.
Yeah. And DM are definitely a stronger Brew player than Underlord, I'd say. Actually, just checking his records right now in professional games, he's had about 30 games on both. Brewmaster, it's a 64% win rate. Underlord, it's a 41. So quite the difference there. Of course,
Yeah.
it could be a lot of other factors, but the difference in that numbers does scream quite a lot. So a very high win rate on
Absolutely.
his Brew.
I really like. This is my favorite. Is it my favorite brew pairing? I think it's my favorite brew pairing. There was another one. I had it written down somewhere because I write down hero combos that I like, so me and Lacoste can try them in our pubs and lose. This have you used this Dota Pro Tracker thing with lanes combo, by the way?
No, I saw someone talking
The
about that, where
website.
you can see which lanes are kind of dump string other lanes.
Yeah, you get to see like lane combos at certain MMRs and stuff like that, and see like it shows like net worth at 10, etc. and stuff like that. It's really interesting because you get to see a lot of trends that end up coming down as well. highly recommend to people who like to play
10
offlane and stuff like
seconds
that or
remaining.
whatever to, if they do want to take a glance at that, it's pretty useful.
5
Bat Rider gets taken
seconds
out, Void
remaining.
Spirit as well. I think I like that Void Spirit quite a bit. I mean, Thompson, I think he had a bit of a weird game. I don't know, the Meteor Hammer I think made him play strange. I didn't like a couple of his channeling Meteor Hammers in team fights, and I think taking that one away from No One is appropriate. I think No One's just playing better than Thompson right now, so at least just from that last game in particular. And definitely would be a good Void Spirit game. There's no lockdown for him. It's a CK flying stun. Clockwork is unreliable. Razor no. Phoenix no. So might even take out. They take out Ember Spirit as well too. I don't know. I haven't seen No One play it as much. So, but I think these
No.
elusive heroes are a problem in the mid lane right now.
Sure, you'd be more concerned about that than no one just playing something like his DK.
Probably. But DK actually looks quite good too. Other than No One here, I'm forgetting one. I feel like I just saw No One play Storm every day, so just
He
trying
did
to
play
think
a
what
lot
other.
of it.
Entities turn to ban.
Take out his Lesh.
Okay, I guess because the IO, that makes sense. We've been seeing a couple of these Lesh just trickle into the bends. And it is also Phantasm clear. For Entity, what are they worried about?
10 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
it's just the mid laners calling what they want.
5 seconds remaining.
As we said, on Tundra, bit of lack of disable.
No one. What does he want to do with that in mind?
Is it just really the DK? Because that's kind of what I'm feeling like it's probably going to end up being also.
Something to hit some towers could be nice.
What about Zeus? I feel like no one's playing it anymore.
I feel like Zeus, I don't know, hook shot and CK rifts sound pretty scary.
Yeah, sounds kind of weird. Maybe not.
You know,
I'm just
you
trying
get caught
to
of
throw out
position,
other
you just
heroes.
Die.
Because if it's not DK, I'm just trying to think what else it would be.
Entities turn to pick.
Both teams are lacking catch, so.
Does he still play his tiny mid? He used to be good on that back in the day. But it's
Isn't
going to
that
be the
the
Ember
Ember?
Spirit
Oh, no,
you
it's
mentioned
not.
earlier.
It
So
is the
definitely
Ember. Okay. Well,
yeah.
I just didn't think that they would do it because he hasn't done it, but there's not really, there's like no stuns. So the elusive, and he's good versus Phantasm as the game progresses and stuff like that too, so.
10 seconds remaining.
I kind of like it. Let's see what Thompson wants to be able to try to bully it.
Select your heroes.
Alchemist
Whoa.
coming in to the mix here for Thompson in that mid lane. What do you make of this? The Alchemist to close things up.
I've seen him do it before. And go for what? He went the Radiance and stuff, I think, the last time he did. As long as he plays active to like make stuff happen, because he does have two kind of farming
Yeah,
off cores. He has a
Yeah,
CK Razor
the
and Alchemist.
three
It's a pretty heavy
cores-
farm core.
All three of them, right? They're going to want to hit quite a few creeps. I mean, obviously, Thompson can play active
Yeah.
with the movements of the concoction if he gets like an early blink dagger in his build. But if the game slows down, they might struggle to find space for all these three heroes to keep up in farm fogged. This is quite a greedy three cores. Whilst on the other side, it feels like Entity. They can get very active and make a lot of very early plays. I guess surely, so to some extent, also DM as the Brew. He's obviously going to be pretty farm heavy, trying to get the Radiance. But I think there could be room indeed for No One to get very active very early on and cause some issues for Tundra. Sort of a portion of the game where their three cores might not quite be as prepared. It all depends how active Thompson plays. And we do know Thompson,
Yeah.
regardless of the hero, even on Alchemist, he can play very active, getting around with the blink and going for those plays with the concoction.
Yeah, last time we saw it, though, he did rush Radiance, and I was not really...
Okay.
I mean, he kind of had to, but it did put him in a weird spot where they were, like, all farming. I think they ended up losing that game, but it actually was closer than I expected it to be. Marcy Carey, haven't gotten to see too much of it. Watson, of course, a specialist on it. It's one of his that he does like to play. It's a bit different. Well, I don't know. I'm a bit torn on this one. Because the late game scaling, of course, is good for Tundra, but I think I like Entities more. Entity just has a lot of different power spikes and a lot of different aggression they can do early,
Yeah.
which I think could catch Tundra off guard.
Especially with the way that Entity was playing last game and the fact that it should be a good Ember Spirit game, and we saw how well, like, kind of no one was in the zone last game with his moves and plays on his mid Pango. So this Ember could be pretty scary for Tundra. We'll see how they deal with it.
The other thing, like Tundra, I mean, it's a lot. Obviously, it's going to be how execution up the wazoo because there's a lot of relocate play and stuff like that. And if they can take out the egg, which they could sub-reverse, that's the other thing I'm looking at. It's not really the best of egg hitters overall.
Well, they got the Marcy,
so
right?
that could be something.
But that's
they
kind
do,
of it,
but
I
that
guess.
means he has to commit.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, he is their carry, I guess.
He has
yeah,
to commit for
doesn't-
the egg. So yeah, man, this is going to be a really fun one to see at the least. I'm looking forward to see how no one ends up playing because he played, honestly, even though Watson played so well that it made me, of course, have to give him that MVP, but no one was very close for that secondary one. He played absolutely unbelievable on this Pango, and I said it during the game before. I love watching like some of these older guys, of course, bring it to the youngins, since we have a lot of these youngins in the mid lane now.
30 seconds to battle.
Definitely a couple of veterans here, though, today. Thompson and no one.
It's true. Very true. And let's see. Let's see how these lanes end up going down, because that's probably gonna dictate quite a bit of the pace that Entity can look to set if the lanes don't go very well for the Ember in particular, or for the Marcy, which could be a difficult one versus Razor. But we'll see, because Marcy has ways to play around the Razor. That's why when I saw this pick, I was like, Razor versus most melee. Seconds, Fishman. Does he get it? No, so 3 for 1. Razor versus most of these melee safe laners is very good, but Marcy has a way to play around it, right? You can jump away as soon as that link comes out. Tell me. You might just be dead.
It's going to be your first blood. Who are they going to give it to? They're going to give it to Pure. First blood for Pure.
Ideal.
Let's see how this lane goes down. Is this a lane where these two can threaten for kills? You feel this Phoenix CK?
Phoenix and CK. Yeah, we've seen this one threaten for kills. Maybe not onto the Brew so much. This hero seems pretty unkillable. This is a pretty tough lane to kill overall, right? They both have ways to play around it with both DM and with Katomi, with Shadow Realm and with the evasion and stuff, so it might be difficult for them to set up kills unless someone misplays. Mid Thompson should be pretty good to free farm here. Just acid spray, shove it in onto no one every single time. But no one should be able to farm himself also, just under the tower here with the Flame Guard.
And you talk about the top lane, Watson being able to jump away from potential static links. Is there the chance for kind of 9 class to get in some positions to get the cogs down and make those sort of escapes a little more tricky for Watson? He's going to get interrupted and such.
Yeah, top one is probably like very execution. Like there could be some kills that happen based off of that.
Mid.
Is he actually gonna be able to? Oh my goodness.
Not quite, but these punches, and indeed any time that was sort of without the acid spray, but next time if he's got one or two of these spells to play with Thompson, he could trade very well with no one.
Can't get in range to go for any type of slight kind of play here either. We'll get the last hit for it. But Thompson trying to cover his deny bases here. The bottle's about to be delivered for no one, so he should be able to sustain himself, and he's getting all these last hits, so he should be able to farm. So is Alchemist. Probably the more boring lane.
Yeah, it's going to take quite a mistake from him to die in this matchup. Still get this damage though. Acid spray and concoction. No one constantly being kept very low by the combo of Thompson.
He's going to get the double water rune though, so that's the trade-off.
Top lane. I'm going to get the kill in there. If we're going to try for Watson a little bit with the static link, you should be able to kill him. But still Ramsey's able to get a good amount of damage to continue trying to have the CS advantage.
Got him.
If you're able to get
They
in
get 'em
under
both.
the tower and get both of them. I mean, Kataomi, he'll give his life for that any day of the week. That's a huge cleanup to find for this lane.
Yeah. I mean, Brewmaster things with that Willow. They just straight up traded better. 9 class might be in trouble. Disposer's already used. Ooh. That was like what I would do with my blood grenades. Sorry, Fishman. They were like not actually close at all, but whatever. Enthusiastic blood grenade. Top is going to be like very contested CS, so they're both going to have probably pretty horrific last hitting. 9 and 7 on Watson, 6 and 4 on 7 and 4 on Ramses. It's a very, very just fight battle lane. bottom. Now the DM has a bit. DM and Katomi have a
Mid.
good advantage here. Level
I
3
mean,
on
no
both.
one's able to get the solo
What?
kill. He gets in. I think he didn't quite have enough. Yeah, didn't have enough mana to kind of get a concoction going defensively.
What?
And it just dives
no
the tower,
one.
sets up with the 2 points in the slide, 2 points in the chain.
No one is on a tear. His landing has just been as always as good as ever. Love to see it. That's a big deal. That means he's gonna hit level 6 so much earlier too, so he can make early game rotations to the sides. Might even set up too. Katomi's even making a way toward bottom, so maybe they can even set up onto Thompson. Bit of a low armor hero. 4 on the Alchemist, so the Blightstone's gonna be very effective on no one.
We're around this water room. Thompson will be able to get the concoction out, but this
Decent
feels like it may be a
damage.
bit of a bait from no one, because no one, he's got Katomi by his side. He'll be able to come in and again with the bottle charges. Another slight chain's available in a second. So if they can chase this, Thompson hiding in the trees, prepping with an over concoction. He'll get the connection onto no one, but the chains are there. With the damage from the slide, the flame guard, no, Thompson's going to need
Whitemon's
help,
here.
and he will get it with Whitemon, swinging across.
Oh, nice
and making sure that
rotation.
no one goes down. Thompson survives and may just be able to clean up the 2 of them. Double kill for Whitemon
Ooh.
as he comes over just in time to keep his mid safe.
Smart play. Played around his ward. Since he still had that ward on the high ground over there on the dire side, he walks up, gets the vision for the concoction, resets, waits for Whitemon. Great rotation from Whitemon.
Very much needed.
And Whitemon gets the
Fair.
D ward. So that was very nicely done. All right, outplay back and forth we got going on here. Setting us up for a very, very fun game. We're seeing top, though, starting to get
Bottom
pretty
lane.
Watson favored. Bottom also pure.
Yeah, they tried to
Struggling.
pressure him whilst Whitemon was elsewhere, but weren't quite able to do it quick enough as Whitemon returns. In the mid,
Ramses.
Thompson. He's got the
Whoop.
concoction just in time, but again, falling incredibly low. Top lane, Ramses will get finished off by Fishman. Action
Oh,
across
boy.
all lanes.
That is not what you want at all on Tundra. You picked Razor to shut down Watson. He is not getting shut down at all. He actually has pretty much full free farm and a kill, and Razor's not farming. Razor's only got 15 CS up here. That is a big deal, especially when they've gone down this like triple kind of carry core. And yeah, Marcy having a free time, almost level, gonna be getting 6 pretty early on too versus a Razor, and then the link doesn't matter. You'll just kill him through it, or before the damage
Nice.
actually adds up.
And it's so hard, I feel, to play and recover as an underfarmed Razor off the back
It
of the laning
is.
stage, especially in a lineup where your other 2 cores, it's an Alchemist and a CK. So I feel like neither of these are going to be able to do much to bail you out of a tough start.
Whitemon, they immediately run to him. They deny the ward, so no D ward for you. He's very good at knowing where these wards are, Whitemon. He will survive as well. Doesn't get the last hit on the ward, but does put some pressure. He's for some type of move. Means Pure's left alone, bottom. He's getting pretty
Last
okay
one.
CS anyway.
Yeah, now that he's hit sort of the level 5 and has the 3 points in Chaos Strike, he's pretty much permanently going to be able to maintain that full HP. Difficult for Entity to find an angle to go on in with just the 2 of them, at least before, pre-split on DM.
Yeah. And Thompson, he is going to go down the Radiance route, so thinking that
All right.
he just probably not really another build that he wants to go. The Blink is kind of all in, so. Tries to stack his camp. That was blocked earlier, of course, from Katomi. Top, Ramses again.
They're going to get the setup.
Oh, boy.
And they should have the damage. Nothing that 9 class can do to help him out. As this top lane continues to go worse and worse here for Tundra.
Saw what Watson was able to do last game when he gets himself some kills. He did not get the last hit on either one of these. Unfortunate for him, but either way, set up for success with items. He's not queuing up the Battle Fury right now, so he's looking like he wants to be early game centric on Watson. He's got the armlet queued. Phase and armlet.
I mean, I like it. I feel that they've identified the
prefer
fact that Tundra, they need time to hit creeps. Thompson needs time to get his Radiance, get his build online. Yeah, get this armlet, start making relocate plays, getting aggressive around no one and his Ember Spirit as well. There's a lot of global moves that they can make at a time that Tundra may not be able to deal with them.
Yeah, the armor is really nice too. Armlet versus Alchemist versus Razor CK. It's three mostly physical cores. Yeah, Razor's a bit mixed, but
I mean, top, they're thinking about going for Ramses. A TP does start to come in. She gets put to a stop there, 9 class cancelling it.
Ramses has to be very careful. He kind of just needs 9 class behind him at all times, or he's just dead up here. So 9 class, I don't think you can move too much.
I mean, they're teasing in, and they're going to try
Watson's
and
just
go
gonna
for
go.
him with the Unleash. They've got the wraparound here from the two of them as no one comes crashing in with the Sleight of Fist chains. It's both of them dead again. A double kill for Watson. I think you got to stop sending people up towards this top lane if you're Tundra.
I think you have to stop sending just 2 heroes. You have to send more. You have to be prepared or something like that, because Entity's just bullying Ramses. This is a Razor that's going to have a very difficult time recovering. Yes, you have an Alchemist farming well. Yes, your CK's farming well, but as you said, you have Razor. You're not one of those heroes you want to be put into this position early. This armlet is getting enabled much faster for Watson. And also the IO. Getting kills on IO is all important. He has double bracer. He can go for his mech very early. A really strong start for Entity early on.
And for Tundra, sort of where are the moves going to come from first? When you look at Tundra's lineup, who's going to be teaming up and trying to do stuff across the map to make it difficult for Entity to keep getting away with these plays?
It's a good question, because now that the Razor's slowed down, your playmaking kind of has to come from Thompson, it feels like, right? But Thompson doesn't want to go for Radiance, so I'm not too certain, Owen. Like, they're still farming well. I'm just worried how they're going to be able to fight back when the pressure starts building up fast. Relocate's ready. Primal Split's ready. So, I feel like for Entity, they are ready to take a fight if somebody does show in a lane.
Yeah, especially when that armlet's done on Watson.
Yeah.
You know, they could bring him in, as you say, on top of any setup that's been made elsewhere from the
looking at
brambles or the chains or the split
They're
stuff.
going mid.
There's the chains, and indeed, in comes Thompson, and get the concoction off. But there is no escaping this, and these sort of moves, they could just keep doing this. Anytime there's a relocate, they will go for a kill.
And look at Ramses, he's still up top. No one is in position. The relocate's coming back.
He's going to have the magical damage to burn him down, right? Another slight of sure, he's losing the right clicks, but he's not losing that much. Another sleight of fist, he gets the kill. Ramses 0-4.
I mean, it's another no one show. He is cruising this early game again. Great rotations. He's almost, he's got the javelin finished up. He's setting up perfect movements. And you have another death for the Razor, 0-4. Here. Doesn't get the proc. A lot done, though, from Entity. They're very happy right now with this early game pacing. They can keep looking to pressure with their good levels right now, too. Whitemon has now hit level 6, but as we said, no one is playing versus pretty limited stun, so his movements, they're pretty damn threatening as he finds Whitemon, and it's a freebie.
Yeah, he doesn't want to pop egg for that. Knows that he's dead either way. These kills just continue to roll in for Entity. The whole map very much feeling that it's theirs. As Tundra, they've sort of just got to just hope that this doesn't speed up anymore. Just hope that they can continue to have time to hit the creeps. Thompson can get his Radiance, get his build online. Because if Entity keep playing like this, it's going to be a tough game for Tundra. In the mid, they can jump it. TP's coming in. They've got to bring them all in to stop Watson from getting away with this, but they're not able to stop him from getting the kill. They may be able to get him in return.
And he's turning.
He's turning over towards 9 class. He just takes the double. And now Ramses is in a terrible position. DM's able to run him down with a bruise split. This game, it's getting pretty brutal, Fog. Triple kill for Watson. There's 4 dead on Tundra. How on earth did Tundra slow this down with their draft?
Right, they just try to bringing everybody and they lose everyone. Uh-oh, and their Razor pick is just not working at all. The Alchemist, he's farming, but that's about it. There's no plays happening on the map. Entity running away with things. A 12-minute Maelstrom now for no one. They have a good draft to fights early this time, and they have a really good draft that scales into later stages too, and they're set up for absolute success. So Tundra, you may have to just accept the fact that you don't want to fight right now, get Radiance, get your next item timings, and then hope for you can go from there. But you have to be prepared for the fights. You have to be, over-prepared. You cannot triple
they tried
one by
to
one
there,
versus
right?
this IO lineup.
All those TPs coming in, it didn't matter. Entity just able to make the moves quicker, and they've got the tools, the heroes, to do so. Watson in a fantastic spot with his armlet and well on the way to the BKB.
A mech already, too, for the IO, so he can just, still keep standing. They don't have a way to prevent DM from using Split, really, because they don't have the most disables, and they have no silences. No one.
One.
And they caught the stun. So tanky,
I
though.
mean, he's got backup. I mean, they could just get kills themselves. Watson's going to get brought over by Fishman. They kill off 9 class. It's almost impossible for Tundra to make an aggressive play right now. They just got to stay hidden and stay hitting the creeps and hope for the best.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but I don't even think that favors them at all, unfortunately, with the Razor's positioning, right? But I think that might be the position that they actually have to do. Just hit timings, at least for Alchemist and CK, to feel better. But, I mean, Ramses' game is... It's one more death probably from being almost, if not already, over. Because I don't know how he shows up to actually ever get a link off.
And they're looking for no one. Thompson. See if he can get the setup, but the slight change dodge, it's there. And Cox he wants the 40-minute wisdom rune. He won't be able to steal it. Whitemon's able to secure it still. But again, this is 4 heroes kind of having to come over to this spot to just protect that wisdom rune, not even to be able to get a kill.
Nice hook shot.
They can't catch no one. They will be able to get Kataomi. See if they can do anything about DM, as DM's able to get the split off. Should be able to escape with the split. So just the support death. It's something. I guess Tundra, they'll take whatever they can get right now. It's something.
Absolutely. And they do have their Radiance finished, so that could be the timing now if they can look to fight around it. Just, yeah, I think no one has to be something you probably just like avoid him, but he's doing a lot. Like, he's just constantly setting up for potential relocates.
Yeah, 10 seconds
Thompson's
until
pinging
relocates
for
back up.
perhaps help.
He's going to be concerned that there will be a potential relocate. As I say, there's not quite there. 5 seconds. So they'll be able to just move over manually here, the two of them, Fishman and Watson. Thompson backs off in time, though.
No one's just... He knows that he can play like this because of the lack of stun, so he's just pushing the limits of his hero. At some point, though, might die if he pushes it too far. Because they are prepping for him. They have had like 4 heroes kind of in the area for him. So a little bit of a punch back there. Bit of farm at least there for Tundra to hope for something, but Ramses,
he's very dead.
Or is he? He is.
And no one's out. Always ready with a Remnant, and they've got a relocate coming in. They're going to try with the Supernova. They should be able to take it down, though, easily with the Unleash. The Supernova's gone. They'll be able to clean up both supports, and there's 9 class can get a hook shot off. He can't. Gets caught by the dispose of Watson. Double kill for the carry Marcy as Watson continues this flawless game, of course, largely in part thanks to the backup of Fishman on his IO. This duo, this safe lane duo, it's caused so many issues for Tundra, from the laning phase to now the fact that this whole map, it feels like nowhere's safe for Tundra.
Yeah, I love that Watson went down this route, this build. Instead of going for the battle for it, he just, yeah, it really is just identified. He's like, they went very greedy with their 3 cores. I can play for early timings. And honestly, the armlet works really nicely with the new sidekick since it's that bonus. Even though it's base attack and stuff like that, it is a lot of damage that you're dishing out early on. I quite like this. People have, of course, theory crafted the armlet for a long time, and a couple people have done it, especially even after she was changed to universal. But yeah, it feels like it's perfect this game versus like mostly physical damage.
And they're going to get so hard to kill these cores. Watson with the BKB done. Yep. No one, of course, had the Yule Scepter finished after the Maelstrom. I mean, it was already very difficult to catch, but the Yule Scepter to dodge, the little stuns or lockdown will go his way. I mean, he could just go where he wants.
He's forcing 4 heroes.
And they can't do anything about him.
Nope. His team is just absolutely free farming, and at the same time, they have to hug his 4 heroes, because if they're not, the relocate can come through, and maybe a secondary hero comes in too. So they're definitely looking for Tundra to play separate too much here. Whitemon will show for a quick second here. Almost dies in an instant.
If that slide catches him, he would have.
Yep. Bottom. Ramsey shows on a lane. He's probably just dead.
Uh-oh.
Can't show in lanes right now.
It's getting pretty rough. You know, that 5K
really
lead
is.
definitely exaggerate. Well, you've got to exaggerate that, considering that there's an Alk on the other side, on the losing side, when it comes to gold gain this game. So that 5K lead definitely hurting more than it looks, and it already looks pretty painful.
It does, and the fact that there's, you know, a Razor off lane who has literally no game. He's 0-7, Owen. He actually just can't play.
Uh-oh.
The supports will soon surpass him, and he doesn't have a link target, and he's not tanky enough to be... Like, sometimes if you don't have a link target on Razor, you just want to be this tanky guy to run in and distract. He's not. He's going to die in a fraction of a second.
Thompson. He's going to get the stun here onto Kataomi. He's going to be able to get the brambles up, then get the kill. Again, something. A very little something, but it's something. They'll take some things right now.
Can they take the power rune away from no one at the least? They can. Okay, because he's been getting way too many of these. So any little thing that you can stop this Ember's momentum is necessary here for Tundra. So at least they can do that. Pure. Okay, that actually kind of hurts a little bit. I was going to say, how close is he getting it toward his Orchid? Because that was probably the thing that answers no one a little bit here, but he's had to deviate. He actually feels like he needs to go BKB to be able to fight, which is probably the right call. And also, no one has a Yules, so he actually already has the counter in case that Orchid was even going to come out.
He's pretty much
Yeah,
got
no
the
one
full
just,
glide
he's on
there,
top of his game.
as well. No one on top of that, Yules, so that the items just continue to fly out for this Ember Spirit. Having
He
a
is
great
playing-
series here.
Yeah, so damn well. Run forward, Watson. He's ready.
9 class. We'll be able to get the cogs out in time. And a hook shot away as well.
Is under attack.
Bottom lane, Thompson. Okay, DM on his own would not have had the instant catch, so Thompson easy TP out.
They literally just have to TP and avoid everything. Ward's now placed from Entity in deeper position, so they have a ward actually behind tier 2 bottom. So Ramsey is on the retreat here, might get gone on. They saw him. They're pinging him out. So definitely potential for them to make the move there. No one is also looking at the mid lane with his Gleipnir. But yeah, here comes Katomi. Here comes Watson. Here comes Fishman. Ramsey's.
Oh no, not
looks
again.
Like it's number 8. Looks like it might be number 8.
Oh, run! The Brambles, they'll catch him. And indeed, Ramsey's gone again. They've really
And
got
the
it out for
clockwork
him.
now.
They're going to be able to jump across. He's got the hook shot. But they'll be able to jump up and chase him down. Another sleight of fist. That's the job done. Mega kill streak continuing here for no one.
Dire's middle tower.
I like how they keep doing this. They keep spamming the ping damage, how much damage they do to each other. It's no one, everybody versus 9 class pretty much, actually. Pure,
Top lane.
getting set up
Pure.
top.
You have to get the BKB off. He's going to turn over towards Katomi. Will get the kill. He's got to go for the TP out with the remainder of his BKB. Will actually thinking about sticking around
stops.
because they get the stun off. Might have a chance to make
Watson.
a fight out of this. They're going to look for Watson, and without Fishman, Watson's a little more vulnerable. The BKB's going to come to an end soon. He'll jump off to the side, tries for a TP out, but the
Stun.
BKB's not going to last long enough. The stun kicks in. Tundra, now that is a play that they'll be
That's
happy
a
with.
big
Their
comeback.
Thompson turning up, getting the double kill. They needed that more than ever.
Oh yeah, that was pretty much exactly when they needed a massive swing. 4K XP as well on top of that. Watson, they tried to fight it. They didn't have their guy. They didn't have no one.
Yeah, and it's sort of a heads-up wave there. Some cute little moves there from Pure to start off the action. He was pushing the wave with himself and an illusion while sending an illusion back, and that did cause
I like
Katomi
it.
at the start to drop the Terrorize on the illusion rather than the main CK.
No one.
The
It's a
opening.
stun, a
It's
hook.
going to be enough of a lockdown. Buy some time here with the Yule Scepter. He's got one remnant to jump over towards, but
They're on it.
he's in position and ready for him. Thompson gets the concoction out. No one. Got another slide of fist, but he's going down.
They've struck back.
Oh, they have. Tundra finding these kills as Entity. I guess sort of moments of kind of a lapse of kind of concentration where they're getting caught out. They play top, and now top getting this catch on a no one as like that. I mean, this is huge.
That's pretty much, I mean, they're completely caught back up into the game here. Yes, the Razor's still out of the game. Ramsey's still going to have a pretty
Sure.
difficult time
Sure.
recovering, but he at least will have BKB. So now a little bit of absorption that he can actually do to run through things. Okay, that is exactly what they needed. BKB also for Thompson. So triple BKB cores on the side of Tundra to fight.
Yep.
Brewmaster does have boots to travel, so DM, I mean, very strong. I'm kind of wondering where he was in these last few fights. I didn't actually see to show up to help his guys, but either way, Tundra, they make a comeback.
See if they can keep it up. Of course, if they can maintain this sort of state of the game and start to punch back successfully at Entity, you know, eventually the greed will pay off.
Yep.
And the game will start to get a lot more difficult for Entity.
Yeah, Entity still does scale very hard. That's the one thing, right? So I'm a bit torn on who overall, like late game. There's some crazy scaling coming out here from both sides, so we could get some pretty cool stuff if we do get to those later stages. But yeah, Entity slowed down in their tracks quite a lot here. Even though they have this global potential, they have boots of travel and stuff now. After losing 3 consecutive or more heroes, they're actually scared to make the first move. And that means Tundra, with their triple BKBs, are making the move.
Are scanning.
Got to make sure they have the numbers, and they are. They're making sure that they have all 5 in position for this play. So does Entity, though. They're even bringing the Brew, even though he's got the bots.
Oh, yeah, the 5-on-5.
Oh, boy. So the triple BKB is, of course, going to make a pretty big difference, but the Brew split, it's going to be here in this fight.
Ramses at the front. Gonna see him
Red
first. BKB has to come out immediately from Ramses. They turn. Quick silence onto DM, but it's going to wear off very shortly.
That's
They're going to lighten their
awkward for
control on Pure. He
Ramses.
puts the Phantasma. Watson's in with a jump. Straight away gets the Dispose back into the Terrorize. They're locking down Pure, and they'll bring him down with the damage that Watson provides. As now, Tundra, they've got to get out. There's no fight for them to have. They have to leave this area, and they have to concede the Roshan to Entity.
Disaster start for Tundra. Ramsey shows has to just BKB. And they didn't have to use Brew split. So for Entity, they can actually look for the upcoming fight after this as well, too. Just full panic from Ramses. I mean, I guess like none of the three cores wanted to show themselves first on the side of Tundra, but someone has to. But that just means it's set up for Pure to get jumped on.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult for Tundra to start fights in comparison, right? It's got to be a good hook shot. Or, yeah, your carry or your mid going in first with a stun.
Yeah. It's like a concoction with vision or something like that. As long as you have the ward to be able to get the concoction catch, but it might be a bit awkward, yeah. No one now with Aegis. Now he can, I mean, as we said, he probably is going to die at least once or twice when he does push the limits with this hero. He did die twice now. That second one more so than anything with pushing the limits, but with BKB Aegis, he should be able to push it even more so. And same thing here for Tundra, though. They have to be careful how they split up. It's always going to be the name of the game in this game. Caution how you show on your lanes when you're playing versus all this global threat. Unless you have at least one or two people behind you. So they are at least pairing up. We see 9 Class sitting behind Thompson, Whitemon sitting behind Ramses, while Pure just jungles. So covering themselves nicely. How are levels looking as well? I know that the IO is always going to be very over-leveled because he's sticking with Marcy. So yeah, he's level 15. He has very good farm also on this IO. They should buy themselves a gem. He had the Vlad's pretty much done, but looks like he wants to have this. It's a very good Vlad's game with the Brewmaster, with the Marcy on his team. You don't really see this item picked up all that often, except for on like something like this.
Yeah. Woo! No one's here. Caught by the hook shot. He's got backup coming in to help if they want to try and make a fight out of this entity. Watson get caused by Link, but is able to immediately break it as he jumps away. Fishman is going to get left behind. Tundra, they clean up the 2 supports.
That's the vision. I think they still had. I think they still had that ward from earlier, from when they were setting up down bottom. Nice little deny. So getting the jump, getting the initial stun. Power of CK. Still, if he catches anybody, they're dead. No one with the gem will be able to take away that ward. Still positioned around bottom aggressively. It's a neck and neck game.
It is. It's really
Even
starting
down
to gear
a
up
whole
to
lot.
be. And it
Yeah,
would be
at least on the gold. Like the Razor is still very, very, pretty, like honestly, very weak still at this point. So for Entity, their team fight is probably a bit stronger, but that Alchemist and CK are scaling. And I just keep bringing up the levels. Like Watson's levels are really starting to fall behind. Level 19 CK, level 16 on Watson because he's just paired up with the IO the whole time. So it does cause him to get that under level.
slow down in momentum. Definitely giving Tundra that chance to come back in on this.
Absolutely. Class.
Grab the bounties. He won't get it. Watson, next step of the build complete, has the Basher. Just in the mid. No one in DM starting to tease around with Pure. They're going to put the split for this. Nobody's getting torn apart there by the Phantasm. In fact, Nobody gets the slider fist up, but he's pretty much dead. Can he survive this? He's able to get out to the side.
dead instantly.
And now they're trying to turn over towards the egg, but Watson, he's caught under it. He couldn't kill the Supernova off in time. The Supernova's a success. They lose the two of them.
They
They
took
came
that
in
fight.
for that-
They wanted to take that
They
fight.
came in with the relocate and behind the tier 2 and not being able to deal with the egg and a situation where I guess no one, he did have the Aegis, but he was playing very defensively after he got initially burst so low on the Ember.
Did something catch? I didn't see what caught Fishman in the stun, because he didn't get his Greater Healing Lotus off. He didn't get his Holy Locket. He got only a mech off. Yeah, he did. So he did get caught by I think he got the mech in between the two, but yeah, he got chain stun, so no extra healing coming in. I think they were expecting to be able to turn kill egg with all the healing, but now they actually put themselves in a very dangerous position.
Now check out the
Everyone
replay
dies
here.
and
So we'll see the
Tundra
start. I
now
mean, it
in a
already looks,
pretty
I
good
guess,
spot.
Entity, they want to try and force this because they have this Aegis on no one. So even though here you
Yeah.
see the illusions just completely dismantle him, they try and make something happen, but yeah, the stun's there, the Supernova's
They got
out.
the
By the
stuns.
time Watson's able to turn over towards the egg, it's all too late. The Supernova goes off successfully, and the move does not pay off for Entity as they continue to fall further behind now. A 5k lead for Tundra.
forcing the issue super hard there. And DM, we saw, of course, the Wind Panda insta-clears that Phantasm still at this point in the game since it's still only 3k HP. But it doesn't matter. The damage was done as long as they catch the stun on the IO. Another death for Watson. Level 16. He's actually lower level than Ramses now, if you can believe that.
Yeah, I mean, with the way that the last sort of 10 minutes or so has gone, I mean, this game, it very much feels like it's Entity now that are going to be the ones sweating. You know, Tundra, the fact that they have Pure and Thompson now incredibly farmed, and as you said, high level as well in comparison. You know, these two, they've got two heroes ready to carry now in Tundra. They've got through the rough part of the game.
And now Watson may be sitting there being like, damn, I wish I had Battle Fury or something. But you can never really talk about stuff like that, right? Like, but it could be a position where he's like, man, I wish I was maybe a little more farmed and leveled. But the Arma did do its work in that early game. It's just been, yeah, Tundra reacting very well and reacting very accordingly to the kind of over-aggressive moves by Entity, right? I think it's been 2 or 3 times now we saw them make those aggressive moves and it gets turned on its head.
Full blood
So good
Thorn on
preparation,
Pure.
Tundra. He's got it done already. Honestly, him making the choice of going for that BKB over that Orchid may have been all the difference maker, because that's where that top fight happened, where he had BKB instead of it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Without the BKB there, they don't win that turnaround fight top.
Yep. Entity now looking to try to get themselves finally a successful fight after this last one not working out. They've got DM in the area too. Saw Ramses' plasma field.
Tower is under attack.
Trying to set up here.
He's on the IO.
Pure. He's going to look for his target. Phantasm's out. He's going to turn over towards no one. No one pops the BKB. They've lost the IO immediately. Watson's in on top of Ramses, but Ramses is able to put the Manta Star.
Watson's
and
in
he's able
trouble.
to back away. Watson cannot kill the Razor no longer, and now he's the one that has to run. They've got the Yule set up. Tundra, they're going to be able to chase him down. The pushback with the cogs. He's trying to arm the toggle his way out of this one, Watson. Jump to the side. 9 class closes back in with the 4-star. Battery assaults out. Ramses is in with the damage. The 3 of them dead. And at the same time in mid, Thompson and Whiteman, they continue to chase out the Brewlings of DM. DM should be able to escape. But still, again, another terrible fight here for Entity as they lose 3 of them. Whiteman diving in very aggressively with the Supernova.
Lives.
DM's going to get away, but indeed he playing on the edge of his seat there, Whiteman, knowing that he had the safety of the egg to return to. But it's now a 10k lead, and now it feels like easily over 10 minutes now we've just stopped seeing Entity being able to win any sort of fight. They're falling behind. Tundra, they're now steamrolling ahead.
Watson's behind Razor in farm even now too. That's 3 times in a row
Ramsey,
he's
yeah.
shown up to die. And I have to give a credit to Thompson though. That's 2 fights now in a row. He blink stuns Fishman. And he actually got a bash on the secondary hit. So Fishman didn't get anything off. He didn't get a single one of his defensive things off because Thompson just full focused him. So then Watson just charges in without the IO overcharge and just dies. Execution here from Tundra. Been on point after that early game.
Oh, it's really top tier. They dealt with that early aggression from Entity in a way that now the game sits at a point where Entity, they're gonna feel pretty rough about this. You know, they had this lead, they were making these moves, and then a few bad ones one after another that Tundra immediately punished has now put this game into a state that when you look at what Entity has, that it's kind of hard to see them being able to keep up. with the 2 cores and even the 3 cores, as you say, Ramsey's making the recovery.
Yeah,
You've got to deal with this
exactly.
incredibly farmed Alchemist and CK, and honestly, Ramsey's Razor, you give him another team fight, he's going to be up there as well in gold. So a
mean,
lot
he's
of
already
problems
completely
arising.
recovered.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ramses is more than recovered now at this point. Butterfly, he's fine now. It's crazy to say how in like 10 minutes or so that he was able to pick up these next 2 items. Well, I mean, they did win every single one of those fights, but yeah, they have all these cores now completely online. The greed has somehow paid off. No,
It really
Entity did
has.
have that lead. A couple of those deaths, they compounded. They really, really did. DM has yet to die, though, somehow. So that's a bit of an interesting one to point out. The Brewmasters had a
Sure. I mean, there was
kind
quite
of
a
a
few.
quieter game.
Yeah, a few of those fights that went wrong, DM wasn't really involved. You know, he's been much more kind of focused on hitting the creep. 350 CS at 33 minutes in. Yeah, not as involved as you kind of usually see DM, I feel, is even on his brew. So
No,
definitely,
absolutely.
he's maybe saying to this sort of team, hey guys, what are you doing? Look, these guys are outscaling us, they're out farming us, we've got to hit some creeps as well. And he's just sort of trying to take it on himself to be able to carry this one and keep up the scaling.
Maybe something like that. And they're going to have to hope for some kind of crazy fights now for Watson that he's actually able to get these attacks off. He did get blessed, of course, with the Defiant Shell. He has hit level 18, so he does, of course, have that max Unleash now online. But in comparison to the Alchemist and the CK, these two are getting closer and closer to 25. And yeah, just a full item or 2 ahead. It's a couple of bad fights. Yeah, compounded massively. And now Ramsey, now they can show in lanes. Now they can actually play a bit more split up. No one, I think the Shivas is finished up. So I mean, his farm is still, they still have good farm on the 3 cores. Just if they can be the ones to actually execute and get some initiations themselves. Because Thompson has actually been the one to get those beautiful initiations in the last 2 or 3 fights. I don't blame it. Give Watson those wisdom, or yeah, give Watson those wisdom runes. He needs XP.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Working on the MKB next really needs the damage. That they need to be able to kind of go in with the Aya Marcy pairing on whoever gets jumped by the rest of the team and delete them during kind of the first few waves of Unleash. Because if Watson's not able to burst through one of these cores, the fights just are going to continue to be so incredibly hard.
He needs to, yeah, I'd agree. I think he needs to kill somebody in the BKB duration. The first BKB duration has to kill somebody and then they can reset and go on from there, but has to at least take out one of these cores. And pre-MKB, pretty difficult, yeah, versus the Butterfly, versus the Radiance. Oh, I mean, he's not that far away. He's about 600 or 700 away from it. Doesn't mean he won't have buyback. Could be in a bit of an all-in situation that they end up having to go for, though. Looking forward to these big kicked-off fights now that everybody's getting their items. Still 2 minutes left on Aegis. Tundra playing aggressive with it, trying to smoke to find more. Fight would be very nice for them pre-MKB. DM. Class is hunting him. Knows he's somewhere.
That was a bit close.
Ramses pretty much has a Hex finished up now too, so they're going to have that extra bit of lockdown for no one on top of it, everything too. No one. Looking for Whitemon.
And they've got the Terrorize to follow up. The Supernova's going to be in, and Thompson, he's able to make the jump with the concoction. The stun's there, keeping him trapped underneath the egg. No one out for 90 seconds there. Beautiful plays coming in. Whitemon very heads up to make sure he gets that Supernova off before the Terrorize comes crashing in and interrupts him. I mean, at this, yeah, now without your Ember Spirit for over a minute, damage is going to be done to your base.
Absolutely. I mean, this is like a night and day difference for me, it feels like, from Thompson's performance this game to last. Last one, he was super quiet. This one, it took a little bit to ramp up, but
it did.
His concoctions have been perfect. I think he got it on the IO, 3 times in a row. He's gotten no one a couple of times, too. And now onto high ground. As you said, 58 seconds. There's no glyph. Should be able to get the racks.
They might even be able to pressure top as well. We'll see how much they want to go for. As they take down these barracks incredibly quick around the AC of Thompson. Yeah, Pure's going to start making the move towards the top set. They're going to realize that no one does not have the buyback, short of the gold. Entity, what do they do? 4 versus 5.
It's dying fast.
They're going to stick around through the fortification here. They still have no need to back up, especially with Ramses having the Hex. And DM popping the split. He's going to try his best to try and force them back. Tundra, they can start killing the Brewlings, honestly. They're that strong right now. You see they get pushed back. Thompson tries to get the jump in. Doesn't find an initial concoction target, so let's put the BKB to back off himself. A retreat for now, but a lot of damage done to the tier 3 tower. And Tundra continuing to make progress. 15k lead and a full set of barracks up.
I like how they play that too. Like, they have everybody alive, but they don't have egg. They don't want to be able, don't want to give any type of chance to Entity. They back it up instantly. So very good defensive play coming out from Tundra as well. Entity, they want to look to punish. They don't have Brew Split though. So 80 seconds that's going to be on cooldown. They really want to try.
They want to go on this.
They want to try to find Alchemist.
Yes, where the Chemical Rage is down, and also they know that Pure Phantasm still on cooldown. But are they going to find anyone? It doesn't look like at the moment. Nobody's playing this bottom lane. No one's farming this bottom side of the map on Tundra. So Entity, this quick sweep of the map with the smoke looks to have been anticipated. Tundra hugging one another on the high ground in their base, making sure that these little bits of a window of opportunity that Entity are trying to punish, it's just not going to be allowed to.
Yeah, they just put Pure outside. He has BKB ready. Alchemist playing on the back with Shield Rune and BKB up in 30, so they were just waiting till someone shows. Hitomi showed bottom for a second, so that's all the information they need to step back out. I love the shot calling. Last game we had Entity with some God tier 30-minute shot calling. This time around, it's Tundra who, with some really good shot calling, has turned things around almost at a kind of like a similar time, maybe a little bit earlier, but. DM, they're pinging it out. He shows himself. Bruce splits back up in about 15. He's still pretty difficult to kill on DM. He has the ascetic cap too, so even if they get some type of bloodthorn and stuff on him, complicated as night class.
Should be another freebie.
We'll push him with the cog. That told me a lot this game. And Night Class is also building toward a Hex, so multiple different extra disables to deal with this Ember Spirit.
Smoke.
Watson, he's got the movement speed now, but they see him.
And they're in with the Hex. Hex straight away, silence over towards Fishman. They're able to push him away from Watson. Watson pots the BKB, he's able to jump to the side, tries for TP, but the damage is too high. As both of them dead.
I like them spamming the pings, of course, so the damage done, as you said. These guys really like to all chat all that stuff out. Mid lane, Thompson trying to bring it to DM, but they've got an option to go for high ground here. It's 60 seconds, no
they can. They don't have the creeps for them at the moment.
They actually just got to chase them out here. I mean, as I said, very difficult to kill.
And he has got the split, as you say, if he feels pressure. He's going to get caught by the bash. Another bash. And the Abyssal Active. They get him. He's not able to find a chance to get off the split between the bashes and the Abyssal Active.
And no one.
Back in the base, no one's gone. They've had to use 2 buybacks already. They might have to use a 3rd one. With no one gone now, DM will be able to get back in and pot the split. But what's he going to be able to do? In Pure, he doesn't mind standing his ground and fighting this. He might mind this now, though, as no one's coming with a 3rd buyback. The drag back on a Pure. Pure pots the BKB. They're trying to fight on. Thompson jumps in, gets the concoction down on a Fishman again. Thompson straight over towards the Aya, trying to push Fishman out of the fight, and he'll succeed. As Fishman goes down, Pure will fall, but Tundra, even without Pure, they can continue this cleanup. Pure, he's going to buy back to try and get back in for this final fight, potentially. If Tundra could continue the cleanup, they get the drag back onto no one, into the silence, a dieback for the Ember Spirit. As with no Fishman and with no one, this game looking to be very close to being over. Tundra, brilliant play here, as that early game, much less than a distant memory really for Entity. It all went downhill, and Tundra,
what do you mean?
I mean, Ramses, the recovery story here. At the end of the day, you'll kill him 8 times, but you won't kill him 9.
That's true, he was 0-8.
Literally 0-8.
Yep.
And now they're ready to finish it. They get it, they take out Kataomi. DM's gone, no buyback on him. Only Watson and Kataomi left alive, but not for long. It's game over, it's GG. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a game 3 here with Tundra taking game 2.
Good, honestly, it's appropriate we get this game 3, I think, now. The Entity, they had really good comeback in that last game, but Tundra, they showed them, okay, you guys can come back, so can we. They bring it back in this game.
Yep.
That was honestly really well executed, in particular from Thompson. Last game, he made quite a bit of mistakes, honestly, on the Void Spirit. This one, his jumps, his stuns, he locked down Fishman. I want to say in the fights that Entity needed Fishman to just buff up Watson so he could go out of control, he got this lockdown. And I'd have to like relook at replay and wonder where DM was in a couple of these fights when they were ahead and they like lose the hero's top and then they lose no on bottom. Where was the brew for some of these? Maybe he was telling his team he can't be there or something, but they did end up losing a lot of momentum on Entity that Tundra capitalized massively from that 20 to 30 minute mark, pretty much.
What a game, what a play from Tundra. We see these early moments again. It was 21-9, 20 minutes in, 5K lead. I think it was close to a 6K, 7K, because this was the beginning of the turnaround.
This was the comeback.
This first fight, I said Pure coming in with some nice little plays, micro the illusions to try and get in their heads. And as you mentioned with the build, accelerating his BKB in a tough game to make sure he'd have it for that sort of scenario. And then pretty soon after that fight top, there came this one mid. And at this point, this is where things started to look really rough for Entity.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's them. That was Entity forcing these fights because they probably felt like they had this strength with all these timings, right? They had a lot of different item timings that had been hit, but they didn't get a lot of spells up. Look at this one. Look at Thompson. Instantly goes for the IO. Multiple fights that we saw him just take Fishman out before he gets anything. Look, Mac, Greater Lotus, and a 20 Holy Lock in charge for 3 fights in a row, and he can't get it off. Good positioning from Tundra. Great positioning of Eggs and Entity. Trying to take these fights, but just not working versus Tundra once they were prepared for them.
Yeah, with sort of holds on games like this from Tundra, we're definitely seeing why up until today they were not dropping games. This team, they know how to close them up, they know how to turn them around. So yeah, at this point it was all but over for Entity. Nothing they could do once Tundra started to get a bit of steam behind them. So their lineup and their cause. Absolutely. I mean, I've said we got to give that man the standout player. You know what I mean? I don't care what I don't care what you say. If you die 8 times at the beginning, and then you're able to recover your game to that extent on a Razor as well. You know, we've seen so many Razors. You had that sort of a start, the game is over, but not for Ramses. Coming back in, catching back up to the other 2 cores here, Thompson and Pure, of course, also are having fantastic games. Of course, a side shout out to the support show, Whitemon. 10-3 and 12, by the way, on the Phoenix. That was the highest kill involvement out of the team. But there he is. You wouldn't have thought it if you were watching the first 20 minutes. But we're giving it to him, the standout player, Ramses. With the command, and to be a great itemization as well. We saw him get this MK, to get the butterfly, and suddenly it's like Watson has to get the MKB to do the evasion, and then that Hex to help close things up. Yeah, he knew what to do.
That was really
they put a lot of efforts, a lot of focus on shutting him down early. It didn't matter at the end of the day, folks.
No, somehow it ended up not mattering when they get those consecutive 3 fights afterwards to bring him back into the game, and then he actually can tank, and then the Hex ends up being natural. So for Entity, back to a bit of the drawing board, maybe Watson being like, damn, I did want Battle Fury or something like that. But the armlet worked, right? The armlet did work. It's just some bad fights that they ended up taking, and Tundra being prepared for those fights and taking good fights. So for me, honestly, I thought Pure and Whitemon were the MVPs. I think Whitemon's eggs were pretty much in perfect position a lot of the times. And I think Pure's little clutch play top and changing from Orchid to BKB was cool. But either way, a really good executed game. And I think it's very appropriate we get this 3rd one because, hey, it can go either way.
It really can. It really can. We don't know who's going to take it. Both of these teams now 1 win away from making it forward towards the international. Everything to play for in this final game. Of course, the loser will get a second chance down the lower bracket to go for a slot. But yeah, this one game. Next win, we're going to find out which one of these 2 teams is going to be moving forwards towards TI.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay 1 step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the regional qualifiers for the international. We're here in the Western European region, and we are one game away from finding out who's going to be the first team from this region to make it through. Game 3 here between Entity and Tundra. Fogged, been quite the series so far. I feel like, personally, for overall, outside of kind of the mistake that Tundra did make towards the end of that game 1, which kind of did cause that very quick loss that Entity were able to find and just punish, out of the two, Tundra kind of in the stronger position today. Okay. I didn't really do a lot right.
I was muted. I'm so sorry again. Jesus Christ. I had it muted for everybody. Yeah, so I don't even remember everything I said, but anyway, yeah, it was pretty even between the two of, I think, yeah, Tundra, I think I would maybe give them a slight edge on kind of stuff like that, but I think there's just some weird plays. Like, Entity forced a lot of fights in this last fight, in this last game in particular, that just ended up going horrible, right? They didn't actually end up having everybody. DM ended up not showing up to a lot of fights, which I was a little concerned about with his Brewmaster after he had such a good game. So, yeah, I think I would agree with you. It's only slight. Like I said before the series, I had it like 60-40. I think now I'm like 65-35 or something. Or, sorry, 60, whatever, you know what I mean? Like, just a little bit ahead there for Tundra in comparison to Entity. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, this game 3, again, considering what both of the teams have gone through so far, they've both been very impressive with their runs here in the upper brackets. Just again to remind you, NC came to this point, taking out PSG Quest 2-1, taking out OG 2-1. Tundra got to this point, taking out Navi Junior 2-0, and then Team Secret 2-0. So, yeah, this point 1-1 in this best of 3. One game to play, and one of these teams will be making it all the way through. I mean, we've seen it in terms of the play, a lot of high-level stuff coming out. In terms of the drafts that we've had today, I mean, we saw obviously the approach that last game from Tundra, very much an approach where it was almost as if they were conceding the early game. They were like, you know what, it's fine. We're going to go for the greed. We're going to have these 3 cores that whatever happens, we're going to be able to farm up and get to a point where, you know, it's going to take 1 or 2 mistakes from Entity, and we will get ourselves back in this game. Do you think they'll go for that again? Is that something that is maybe not as risky as it looks, where you kind of set yourself up to have a slow start, but then in turn, it's at the end of the day, it's Dota 2. Everyone makes mistakes. You know, when these mistakes happen, you're suddenly able to get away with this greed, with these cores that just completely outfarm and outscale what the enemy's trying to do.
I'm just unsure. It seems like farm meta does seem to win maybe a little bit more than just like the pressure kind of meta, because we've seen that, of course, from, you know, Falcons, of course, they're the ones to look at. But the new patch has kind of changed things for a bunch of teams when they were being able to end earlier, but things have kind of stopped again from that point. So I don't know. Maybe it is just better to just hit creeps. It definitely did work out for Tundra in this last one, because Entity, it looked like they felt forced to take fights or something like that when they didn't have everybody. So I don't know. I really don't know anymore. I mean, Dota's in a crazy position, of course, so.
Maybe some of those heroes that we saw coming out in that game are going to be cause for concern for Entity in the draft. Maybe they're going to be thinking more about towards the end if for example, the Alchemist is still in, whether or not Thompson's going to be going for that. Because we did saw it cause a lot of trouble. I mean, even towards the beginning, there were definitely points where it was close to being situations where Thompson may have been able to kill the No One Ember Spirit, right? It didn't play out that way. Obviously, early on, no one was able to get ahead, get that lead. But it was rather close. Like, this Alchemist, the potential he has in lane, with the Acid Spray and the Concoction, for some mids, you can get caught off guard and you can get burst pretty heavily.
Yeah, I think CK's got to go, honestly, too. That's 2 games now. Even the one that he was, like, heavy. This one, he wasn't as counterpicked or anything like that. He was, of course, versus the Brew, which is a bit difficult, and the lane and stuff like that. But at both games, I'm just seeing CK just out of control. He's not only just carrying, he's initiating fights. He's doing, it feels like, almost everything in a lot of them. So I think CK might just have to get kind of go. But also, I do have to give Whitemon a lot of credit on this Phoenix. It's a hero that has gotten a lot of attention and has been banned out in a lot of games. So definitely a couple things that I have to think about.
Absolutely. Well, ends the game, again, 10-3-12 on that Phoenix. Some very good supernovas. I mean, the clutch one coming in and that dive that Entity were making it underneath the tier 2.
Yes.
I mean, it was something you mentioned in the draft. Outside of the Marcy, there was always going to be this issue about the Phoenix, like who deals with it, who hits the egg. I mean, it really was no one out, and I don't mean no one, I mean literally no one outside
Literally
of the carry
nobody,
Marcy,
yeah.
and that's never a good spot you want to be in, right? Because as the carry, as a Marcy in particular as well, you don't want to be popping your ult and hitting the egg in a team fight against like in a full 5v5 situation, right? And if you're the only one that can do that, you kind of
Yeah.
have to. But that does indeed set up things for Whitemon to be able to have as good as of a game as he did on that Phoenix.
Yeah, and I'd mentioned it in the draft and stuff like that. I thought it might not matter because of the way that they were kind of snowballing the game, and the at that point the Phoenix starts to be really under-leveled, but the game slowed down. You know, Tundra won a couple of fights, and then holy crap, the egg hitting problem did come into play for sure there, especially because Fishman literally in the last 4 or 5 sequences of fights did not do anything. He just died 100-0 without even getting a holy locket off, I believe. So yeah, we'll have to see what Entity does look to adjust, because overall their gameplay first 20 minutes was solid. I think even their plan was solid. It's just execution just absolutely hit the floor. And for Tundra, it went through the roof, right? They just started making some really high execution plays all over the place on the map and getting fully back into it. So, yeah, as you said, a very appropriate game 3. And who gets CK is probably my biggest question. And then my second biggest question is who has better late game, I guess? Because now both games, it's like post 30 minutes, those late game turns has happened.
Yeah, and I feel like someone will get CK because it feels like out of the meta heroes, that one just doesn't really get banned, does it? I mean, many games. It's got to be one of the higher picks or one of the higher picks that has got through drafts during this qualifiers. You just had
let me look at all that
so
for
many
you.
games of CK in this region at least. So yeah, we'll see.
At
if
least
it's kind of got to
us,
the point where
our
they took it away.
region.
Yeah. How's
It's
it looking?
hey, this will surprise you, but
Oh.
it's 13 picks and it's a 38% win rate.
Okay. Well, high pick percentage for sure, but
High pick
win rate.
percentage.
Win rate not too crazy. Okay. I think. Well, I remember we had one series right where 2 games it was picked against to carry Weaver, and the Weaver beat it. Do you remember that? That happened, right?
Yes.
And that was like the.
I can't remember which teams it was, but
it was PSG Quest because that was the series in which in game 3 they also had the Weaver against the CK, but then they decided to do Avenge as the carry and the Weaver as the support against the CK, and then they lost that one because every other
They
game in
did
that
end up
series
losing
the
that.
Weaver beat the CK. It didn't happen in the third one. Anyway, game 3, draft is starting, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see what goes down and see where that CK goes, or if it does here in this game 3, as it has been quite an important part of the wins of both games so far.
Turn to ban.
who trickles through? Who's getting through? Actually, I gotta look at one other thing here really quickly. What about these? Darkseer's been kind of ignored in this series, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, untouched, unbanned. Oh, sorry, it was banned 12th ban by Tundra in the last series because they had the CK, I believe, or they wanted to pick the CK up, perhaps.
Oh, check this out, though.
Maybe that one could come through. Storm makes it through.
First pick. Tundra's going to take it. Both teams would love this hero.
Yep. See if they do a spirit to respond. Do you just do the clockwork route? Do you go enigmas and stuff and flex entity? What's the choice going to be?
Go with a grip.
Oh,
It's got a nice
that is
couple of
not what I
spells that
expected.
at least could cause some issues for a Storm.
That's cool. That's definitely different, but it's a hero that we do sometimes see start to rise when you've played it a couple times and you're playing versus these heroes that do suffer versus leash. So yeah, 3 different spells to be able to catch a storm could be cool. Different.
Do you think they're going to try and go sort of similar way as they did in game 1, where you were pretty impressed by their Grim Doom combo?
Yeah, it took them a bit to get online, but they did land them every single time. I can't imagine that's going to make it through. I'm already happy, Owen. CK's gone.
CK's gone.
Hell
Yeah,
yes.
there we go. No more CK in this series. You got to do something different.
I'm pretty sick
Watson,
of
you
it.
got to do something different, Pure.
I'm honestly quite sick of seeing it. Because I feel like it was last year around the same time, wasn't it? Or was it like 2 years ago? I can't remember. I feel like it's always around June that CK just becomes broken again. I don't know. And they'll ban the Doom. So yeah, you're not going to get the combos on Entity. Not all of them at least. So you'll have to you have to be satisfied with whatever you do end up with.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
see.
Turn to pick.
I think
Get
that's
rid
a
of
good
that
ban.
brood.
I don't think you want to leave this brood.
No, not in a deciding game 3.
No. not when they have the flex as well. And that's the thing about Tundra. I don't think Ramses has played it so much. I didn't even check Pro Track or anything like that, but I know Ramses does play it a lot, and so does
10
Pure. So it's like
seconds remaining.
this hero can break lineups a lot still.
5 seconds remaining. Tundra Esports.
They will
Void
just do
Spirit?
it. I thought they would, but I thought perhaps maybe they would wait for it a little longer, but maybe just they I think it'll get banned. So he'll have that matchup versus the Storm, and it's really good with Grimstroke. It's one of the best pairings. None of your spells work, obviously, on Soulbind, but yeah.
10 seconds remaining. 5
And for
seconds
Tundra, the
remaining.
Phoenix is not available. They still have the clock if they'd like to go down that route.
Look is always nice.
It's nice for his Grim to scout him and
Yeah.
let your Storm Spirit know how to jump in particular. I usually like a Vision hero when you're playing Storm Spirit. Unless they want to... There's other heroes that are still left in, so maybe they think someone's going to get banned.
Oh, that's just good.
Yeah,
Weaver
they'll do
Claw.
the Weaver end.
Can't go. I feel like you literally can't go wrong with these
that.
heroes. Haven't been in any
No,
draft.
agreed.
Doesn't matter what kind of style you're looking to play. These heroes are going to do something good.
+1 on that one. Pango is still going to be left in the pool,
10
but since they picked
seconds
Void Spirit,
remaining.
it's very less likely that it's going to get grabbed out here.
5 seconds remaining.
But yeah, I mean, Weaver Clock... I thought we were going to see Weaver Clockwork literally every single game when the patch first hit.
Entity.
Entities.
So what they get with this
Adjustments
Grim
here,
combo.
I
They're going to
think.
get the Bane. So
Oh, the Fishman Bane.
double Nightmares, double Grips.
Limited disable. Bane, a Clock can be very good versus both these supports right now. That's the one thing. Clock is strong at
10
catching both
seconds
these guys that
remaining.
have, like, you know, bad spell animations and stuff like that. Good scout as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Gonna need to show their core now. Get their offlane or their carry out. Here, Entity.
Some limited disable on Tundra right now, so you could think about stuff like that. You already have your Void Spirit.
Tundra Esports.
They'll reveal the offlane. They want to hide that last pick.
Yep.
Give Watson the best possible pick of the game.
Centaur should be pretty good, pretty resilient this game. You know, you get the Shroud or the Pipe,
Yep.
whichever route you want to go. And these three heroes so far
10
could have
seconds
trouble taking you
remaining.
down.
Yeah, Blade Mail Shroud, definitely really
Yep.
nice, or Blade Mail
5
Pipe if you can
seconds
get it.
remaining.
He's also really good with Grimstroke. The double edge, as I like to say.
Tundra
If you get it right on
Esports.
top of each other and stuff. The lane is strong too. There's a lifesteal left in the pool, so
Okay.
that is
I mean,
quite
I
strong
like it.
here.
It is. I feel like we just not really a carry that we were
Just haven't seen
seeing
it.
as much as I thought we would in this qualifiers. I think this hero is very good right now.
Probably because CK is just in every game, and
10
what the hell are you going to do?
seconds
Pick a
remaining.
lifestealer, and CK just kills everybody.
I mean, that is true. Yeah, you don't want to be
5
doing it when there's a
seconds
CK
remaining.
available. But outside of that, this hero can be pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, they have the infest bombs. Open
Yeah.
wounds is a thing. For some reason, this ability in laning phase is insane. You actually have to provide like unbelievable slow to be able to provide kill threat a lot of times when you're as an old lifestealer you just never would do. You know, you just were ghoul frenzying and stuff. So that's gonna be cool. Of course, versus that centaur and stuff. There is some issues of that. You know, the silence and stuff, and the fiend's grip piercing your rage, but in the way that they kind of want to initiate fights, he now has actually kind of three different ways to infest himself into a way if he wants to even go into like a Weaver.
Entities
And they have
turn
two
to
different
ban.
vision outlets with the Weaver and Clockwork to give information for him. It's kind of cool.
Entities turn to ban.
Darkseer will get taken
Tundra
out. I like it.
Esports turn
Darkseer and the
to ban.
Beastmaster.
So
For the solid offlaners, what other carry do you want to ban out if you're playing a lifestealer? What else have we been seeing?
not sure. But I think Ramses might play Slardar this game.
Well, Slardar would be a good shout.
For Ramses, that is. Yeah, because they're kind of squishy
5
on it.
seconds
Kind of squishy on Entity. In the armor department, at least. Void Spirit and Centaur, of course, a bit tanky, but in armor, they're low. And Slardar, I mean, they have a lot of minus armor. Weaver, Slardar.
Yeah, I
If
wouldn't
it
mind the
works, if they wanna go
Slardar. I mean, a part of me wouldn't mind to see the Underlord again from him.
I think the Underlord's not bad either. Yeah, I was thinking
Having that root against, you know, this Void Spirit in the center against the Stampede.
So do you ban Ursa?
Or you
Then if
ban
that's the
Ursa.
case, you maybe ban the
definitely
Ursa,
ban
right?
Ursa. Yeah, you don't want to let them get Ursa. Surely. I can't think of a carry that's more potent than that against their lineup. You don't want him. You do not want them to get Ursa.
I think that's the top one I'm looking at right now for Watson. I mean, Morph is in the pool, and it's kind of limited disables.
I think you're down with whichever one of those two gets through. Yeah.
I think both look
For
real
Watson,
good.
So I guess it's a question of which one do you ban. I think out of the two of them, maybe you ban the Morph, actually.
I think maybe you ban the Morph. The thing is, Storm can itemize for the Morph, but...
Sure, but if you don't hit your timings, or if, you know, the Morph gets ahead, it depends how the Orchid comes into play against your Manta. I mean, I don't know, Morph or Ursa do seem to be the big ones.
They're taking their time. That's the two I thought, but...
Okay, they'll ban the Naga, and they'll take Ramses the offlane Venge. All right. Bit of a swap save. Swap setup. I mean, imagine it's the offlane, unless it's going to be some offlane Weaver with support Venge. Do you prefer that? Do you think that's more likely? Are you doing the Weaver offlane or the Venge offlane?
5 seconds
I don't know. I don't really like this Venge pick. I like their draft until this Venge.
If it is going to be an offlane Venge, it kind of is a question of why not the Slardar instead. I feel like the Slardar kind of just does a lot of what the Venge does, but better. Yeah, better stun, better lockdown, better amp up.
That's how I feel. Gives them initiation. Right now, their initiation now is Clockwork and Storm Spirit, which is good. It's not bad, but having 3 initiators is always really nice. I don't know. Okay, we'll have to say. Entity now, your choices. You have to, you verse either Weaver or Venge Core. So Watson, you pick.
And you get your Morph. I think this
I feel like that was the obvious one, right?
I think that should have been the ban rather than the Naga Siren. I think he would have taken this anyway. He gets it. And indeed, it is going to be Ramses playing the core offlane Venge. All right. I mean, it's Watson. We already saw kind of game 1 him popping off on a CK. I think if there was ever another scenario for him to pop off again, it would be on Morph in this draft against this draft.
Limited disables. Yeah, there's Venge stun and stuff like that, but these are telegraphed abilities. It's really just the Storm. The Storm and the Clock are the best catch for him, which can be a little difficult at times. It looks like a pretty good Morph game, especially if he gets to the later stages.
It really does.
It's two elusive heroes that we saw coming, right?
Yeah. I think overall, for me, Tundra's play it's impressed me more than Entities today. I think Tundra's playing a bit better Dota 2. But overall, the fact that this Morph has come in and Watson individually has been looking as good as he has been, I think is quite a scary element of Entities' draft here that they've closed things up with. Either way, I think this is going to be a very close game. It's going to be very exciting. Could absolutely go either way. I like both carries. I like, Pure as well has had some great moments this series. And I love the lifesteal. I think this hero is insanely busted right now. I think win rate wise as well, at least in pubs, it's one of, if not the highest carry win rate across quite a lot of the brackets, even up towards the higher MMR as well. As you say, sure, there's games where we haven't seen it at all because there's things like the CK. And yeah, Morph, obviously one of those heroes that also can fare pretty well in the matchup. But outside the Morph, this lifestealer could end up eating up quite a few of these heroes, especially something like the supports, right? If Pure starts to get an item or so ahead and he's getting enabled by his team, there's a lot of ways to feed this lifestealer a lot of kills.
Yeah, this is going to be a cool game. I think both teams do it. Again, there's some good scaling that's coming out. This Morphling could end up being king unless he is behind by a massive margin versus Lifestealer. So this is going to be a treat to watch, honestly, because they went for, again, this triple kind of scaling cores with the Venge and all that too. So we'll see if it ends up working out for the side of Tundra as Entity. I feel like they're pretty happy with the draft that they've gotten themselves. They've got like everybody on Grandmaster tiers.
Draft-wise, I think Entity's going to be smiling a bit more. But play-wise, I said Tundra, they've impressed me a bit more this series. And it's going to take that kind of outplay again this game for sure. Because if Watson gets a free start, there's every reason to believe that Watson on his Morph in this scenario will win this game.
Yes, I would say so. But I'm theory crafting how this bottom lane could actually pose like kill threats and stuff like that. The Clockwork is annoying. The mana burns and stuff like that, but I don't know. I feel like Morphling in a lot of these games has withstanded the laning phase in most of these situations. And looking at the rest of the disables, not the best ones, of course, besides the Orchid on Topson when it's going to come out. So, yeah, let's see how these fights end up going down. See if we get anything Anything surprising? I don't think we're going to get anything too surprising in this game in terms of items. Should be pretty standard.
Yeah, I think the kind of one hero in a position that we don't see as much, obviously the Venge on the offlane, which of course we have had being played, but not to the extent of like every other hero in this game right now.
Yeah.
Everything else we've seen a whole lot of through this qualifiers, so definitely the Venge is going to have the bigger question mark of what Ramses is going to be able to do with it from the offlane this game.
Yeah, it struggled the games that we've seen so far. The Venge
Yeah.
The Venge for offlane has been a bit underwhelming. And yeah, I mean, you kind of just have to go this Aghanims route, but let's see if Ramses is going to be able to withstand here and how much he's going to be able to do. This is interesting. Blocking them off from going to their lane with the Clock and the Weaver.
Yeah, got to take the TP.
And yeah,
fine.
now we got to see how these lanes end up going. So taking a look at these facets. Everyone taking their standards. Oh, that's not the standard one.
Oh.
We actually have Unfettered taking.
Oh, I was
He did
dude, I
not
was
take the
wondering
range.
about that because there's obviously the Fiend's grip, so this could be kind of nice
can
to get
dispel
you.
it.
Exactly, you kind of get out of it a lot quicker. Yeah, way more quicker than before.
Oh.
But I feel like this talent, this facet is always a risk because you're obviously giving up the Corpse Eater, and the Corpse Eater, it gives you a lot of HP as the game goes on. You know, you're getting the CS, you're ending up with like kind of plus 500, plus 600 HP.
Oh, and I don't like it.
I mean, I got to agree. I
don't know.
I played a lot of Lifestealer, really. I thought about it. I've watched a lot of people play it, and whilst this facet, it's good in like a vacuum, but when you sort of sit back and say, hey, you can have this if you sacrifice this amount of HP, which is a lot of HP you're giving up because you don't have the Corpse Eater, I don't know if it's worth it.
And so then that means also Watson gets that as well, too, right? If he turns into Lifestealer, he gets Unfettered instead of Rage. So maybe there's some extra mind games that Pure is going into that he doesn't want to give the Morphling, that kind of stuff like that, as
guess,
well as
but,
having the strongest spell versus the Fiend's grip. I'm theory crafting. Theory crafting. Don't attack me.
I don't know. I don't know, but indeed, I'm looking forward to see how this plays out for Pure. Because, yeah, whilst this could have some really cool situations, it definitely limits your overall tankability as a hero. Mainly because of the facet that you don't have. And you don't get that juicy +2 when you're hitting creeps. That's one of the reasons why it's so nice to play Lifesteal. It's very satisfying. Pure's not going to get that satisfaction whilst he's hitting the CS.
No. It's also very unsatisfying playing versus Lifestealer because constantly they're going for denies even at the 30-minute mark. And you're like, what the hell is this guy doing? But he's gaining life, so you're like, okay, it kind of makes sense, right? So double range lane as well bottom, playing versus the Clock. Nightclass is trying to get the mana burns off, but they just turn and kill the cogs a couple of times here. First couple waves, looking good for Entity. Mid, we've seen the Void Spirit do very well versus the Storm Spirit. Seems like one of the heroes that can actually answer the Storm in a pretty good way. I'd love to see if this works for Pure. I have question marks about it. I have not seen it tested in a pro game or anything like that, so can't give a full exact opinion, especially not versus some Morphling to see like the unfettered interaction versus each other and stuff, but see if it works out for Pure. Because he does have a pretty, not the best matchup in particular. It's gotten better over time, that Lifestealer versus Morphling, but Morphling still he's fine with that matchup. He's very happy about it. Honestly, it might be even better, because now you have open wounds on Morphling too. So honestly, it might be me better, but whatever.
I'm excited to see. Excited to see it play out.
Yep. I'm excited to see how these lanes end up going. The bottom lane, they're trying to put pressure onto Watson, slowing him down a little bit, but Pure is also getting slowed down up in the top lane a bit here. I have to always remember he's not getting the health, so something I'm going to have to keep revisiting.
I mean, in this mid, do you sort of see there being a chance for kill potential between these two, or you don't see these two making mistakes in the 1v1?
I mean, there's always kill potential when there's Thompson in the lane. I feel like either he dies or the other guy dies, and usually a pretty funny manner. Noan as well, too, honestly. Noan is super aggressive. He pops the glyph there for that static remnant, so trying to put the pressure onto Noan here. And they're double-checking runes. They might actually kill Thompson. Fishman is on the side here.
Oh, yeah, Thompson's not going to get the refuel. I mean, where is he going to get the regen from now?
Somebody suicide.
Yeah, somebody's got to die on the side
the
lane.
refill.
He needs someone to come in from base for sure, because he's been left very low on the HP now, Thompson. Not a.
Everyone's at full health, though. No one's at a position to really die for him.
He
so
really needs one of his supports to feed. He really does.
He's got to go back. He really has to go base.
I guess tell you what, if a first blood had already happened, I think maybe a support goes for a crazy play and dies to get the refuel. But because first blood hasn't, you don't want to feed first blood away to get your mid refuel.
Oh, and look at this tech that no one's doing really quickly in the mid lane. Sorry. So he pulled the creeps. He pulled the dire creeps away from the tower so that the radiant creeps actually get into it, so that Topson misses a whole wave. So little next level plays here just to make sure he's got an even higher level advantage. Always try to point those out. Sorry. For once, we didn't miss a kill while I make my stupid point.
That's a slow start. 5 minutes in, yet to have the first blood.
And Venge is getting ahead now. Bracer, Wraithband does have a good disparity here versus Watson. We also saw Fishman left the lane for about 45 seconds or so, so Watson missed what looked like, I believe, 2 waves. No one is 6. Topson is not. And he has the catapult wave, so he's probably telling his team we can make a rotation over here, while Topson's also telling his team, I probably need help because they're going to start pressuring, maybe looking for a dive.
Set up in the mid. No one. The ink
The
swell.
Cogs.
So he wants to jump towards, he's going to turn towards Whitemon. Wants to jump on towards the Weaver. That'll be first blood for no one.
Got him.
They can get
Easy.
Fishman in return. And a step forward. Up to the high ground with the remnants. They'll get him, but no one might still be able to get more from this. He'll be able to grab that
Got the
Invis rune.
Topson.
Need to get back in. He'll get the remnant catch onto Topson. Swells back up. Another step available in a second from no one. We'll see Whitemon return to the action in the mid lane. Both 9 class and Topson incredibly low. I mean, no one he could jump back in. I think he's tempted to do so.
He's thinking about it.
He's not going to go for it. He'll play safe. Doesn't want to overextend and try to get the kills on Topson and 9 class. He'll wait for the backup to come in and get the refuel. Now he'll go for the
Now he
jump
will.
as he starts to heal in. They get the blood grenade thrown down as well. He's going to get
And
the
it
2
works.
kills here thanks to the supports and maybe even Whitemon. They get the silencing onto him. This mid lane fight
play.
going beautiful for Entity. I mean, unfortunately for no one, I don't think he got actually any of those kills. He only got the first one earlier. Those 3 actually all going to the supports, but he'll still be very happy with that. That 3 kills in the mid and the 2 supports dying on Tundra for that effort.
Oh, and
yeah.
Topson's still level 5. No one's level 7 out of all that.
He's
So
6
that
now.
was
He's
a
got a
massive sequence. He hit it now, of course, off that creep. But yeah, that was huge sequence. And what decision making, right? Not going for the. Honestly, I saw even like, back. He tried to jump. I think the cog actually made him stop to go, and it maybe helped him a lot as they get the big successful refill. Kills, 2K advantage, ping-pong in between them there. That worked beautifully. Watson misses some CS bottom because the supports were rotating, but either way, super worth it as the Storm is very shut down now, 900 behind. Very cool. And of course, as you said, the supports showing up and getting these kills, that means that they're going to have a good level advantage in comparison to the other 2 supports that tried to help out Topson. It's a nice early game here again from Entity.
They're going to have to be very careful about how they come around this mid lane if they want to do so again anytime soon, Tundra. After how that last play went down.
Ooh, and no one gets blessed again. Ruin spawns bottom. He'll be able to get himself a shield rune unless Topson wants to make a crazy zip. He does not. Top overall DM, he's been able to stand his ground versus this Lifestealer pretty well. He's only, a couple hundred gold behind him. And of course, just have to point out Pure, even though he's got a bunch of last hits, there's no extra HP. So he would have like 120 extra HP if he went for that other one now. They're going to make the move. He gets the strong Dispel off, though, so it does make him survive.
Yeah, he's got the Infest too.
This is going to be tough to keep track of for the people that don't, for people who keep tuning in and everything as well, keep just remembering. This is unfettered, it's not rage, so he'll be able to use it during these disables. Try to keep updating for you guys, but I know it's not the most common one. I don't think almost anybody's taken it before, so.
Smoke time. Coming in from Entity from the mid. No one in Fishman.
Yeah, gets the stop.
I want
Failed
to try and
rotation.
find Ramses down here. Ramses has had a pretty nice time so far, getting pretty much free farm on the offlane Venge. Won't be able to get to them behind the tier 1 tower. So maybe just eyeing up on the
Absolutely
mid lane
so
once
far.
more. See if any of the supports come in to pick up XP. It's going to be 9 class. No one. He's going to be quick to make that move. The Nightmare setup. Nothing's going to be done to save the poor old Clockwork. So another kill to be found around this mid lane. which continues to be quite the deadly place for Tundra. Don't want to come in.
Absolutely. Another one, yeah. This tower very likely to fall as well.
Dire's structures.
Up top, DM, he has Stampede available.
Pull back with the
Never using
Vortex. And they've got enough damage to
gets
chase him down. Thompson has to use pretty much all of his mana to do so, but it's a good kill. Getting the center out of the game and giving Pure a bit of
my
freedom in
goodness.
this lane.
Dude, that third point in Nightmare that he just got, that attack speed bonus, almost enough for him to get the Weaver. That was close.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Thompson gets himself back onto the board here with a rotation. Very low mana right now. No one with another power rune. That's all three that he's been able to get. The Invis, the Shield, and the Arcane. Doing a good job to just enable no one at the moment. But as you said, you know, bottom, Ramses is just hitting Ancients this whole time. Halfway to Aghanims. It's having a very good time in comparison to DM, who's a bit slowed down now after that death.
Fishman on the hunt top for the setup. Not settle for revealing for the courier. Might still be able to dive in for kills though. He's actually going to be able to get both couriers
Another
there,
courier.
Fishman.
Instant infest. See you later. I'm in a catapult. I'll say hello. The tower pressure that they can apply here. Whitemon. I'll actually stop the. He'll be able to slow down this push quite a lot here. Just being able to Shikuchi through the waves over and over again. And Fishman, will he get caught? Look at the siege creep.
Oh, he's looking pretty dead. Pure able to sneak up on him like that with the infest on the siege creep. Also able to claim the kill.
Bottom.
Active move there from Pure. Gonna try for
finish him?
Ramses. Not got quite enough damage
Nope.
to kill him. Ramses is gonna survive. He's actually able to turn and get the wave of terror off on towards no one. Whitemon could look to
Good
chase
swap
down
there.
it, but he's got the safety of the level 6. Actually, no, he's not got the mana immediately for the time up, so he won't push on aggressively. He'll step back and clarity up.
Nicely done from Ramses. The barriers end up saving him. The bubble at first, and then the secondary barrier he gets from his swap does protect him enough to sleep in mid. Fishman's still not level 6, though. Do they have enough to set up? He's low mana.
Well, the Stampede.
Stampede.
They're going to look to
They
close
want
in
him.
onto Thompson. Is there anyone coming over to help him out? It doesn't look like it, and at the same time with the Stampede, they're able to set up on towards 9 classes. No one brings down the clock. Another nightmare for the setup. Another easy kill.
Give the last hit.
Radiant are scanning.
Nice setup there. Good blood grenades, good chase, good identification of how low mana he was. Now they have Fiend's Grip available. Might look to turn it into another one. No one getting a lot of kills. Another power rune, by the way. They're really just ensuring that Thompson doesn't get any, but that no one gets them all. Haste rune on him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He'll sneak away. Does he get this ward dewarded? It might just get taken away pretty quickly. Fishman's going to think about it. We'll see.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Won't look to head up into the high ground as of yet. Still happy with maintaining this net worth lead that they've built up, and the fact that Watson
Dire's
keeping on par with the farmer
having a good
Pure.
time. Yeah, he's having a pretty damn good time. Does your Morphling look weird, by the way? Is it just me, or does he look gigantic?
under attack.
I
Gigantic.
think it might just been on my screen, but he looks huge. He's on my screen. He's way bigger than he usually is. I feel like Morphling's usually kind of tiny, but we'll go back and look at it in a bit. I don't know why. He just looks really big to me.
Does he look like this on your screen?
Maybe. He's a bit bigger on my screen, I gotta be honest. He's like twice the size, so my screen must be messed up. Big stack. Tundra playing a bit more of that greed a bit here, just sitting back and farming Ramses. He's 3 components toward the Ags, so he's getting away with getting that greed.
Pure.
Pure. trying
It's
to
very
set up
hard
on him,
to
but he's
set up
always-
onto him because he's got this unfettered.
Dire's top
You have to bait it first and then potentially try to go for it
Yeah.
while he, like, right after he casts it, right?
And you know,
If
talking
he
about
casts it, then you get the Fiend's Grip.
sure. But he will have that increased status resistance, so it's not going to last very long.
Very true. That's very true. So, yeah, difficult to set up.
And Pure, you know, he's getting away with the greed himself. You know, he gets a couple of components of the armlet, but realizes with the freedom that he has, he can just go straight for the relic. And he's very close to having the relic gold. 3,000 gold on this Lifestealer right now. I'll try for DM, but
For
the Stampede's
Stampede.
there. He's got backup coming in. I mean, Watson, Katomi, and Fishman could turn up for a fight if they want to try and make something happen. I mean,
Yeah,
on the
here comes
side,
no
no
one.
one. He's trying to get Whitemon, but the time lapse is there from Whitemon to get off to the side. Watson's waiting for him, though. In with the waveform burst. Watson able to turn up, get involved, and get himself another kill.
That's unexpected, right? The Morphling turning up as well, too, still very early on. But he ends up getting himself a secondary kill here, too. And they can take out the tower. So they've now gotten 2 of these towers, and I believe their towers, they're looking pretty healthy. They have not been touched too much. So overall, they do a little bit more still in this early game. Tundra, as we said, though, still farming very well, but that's mostly of what they're doing. Waiting for these timings, as we said, they did go a bit more of the greed route, even though Entity has the Morphling, so their greed always looks good.
True. I mean, 'cause that's the thing, right? The greed sort of worked out for Tundra last game, but this game it definitely feels like that. Yeah, Entity they don't mind it if it goes that way.
They can play to the
because
late
of,
game. Yeah,
because
they
of what
can.
Watson can do potentially on paper as his morph.
Exactly. Yeah. Bottom. I think that is the Aghanim's done. Yep, Ramses has it. So I'd imagine now for Tundra, they can at least play around Ramses quite a lot more with Thompson. Other thing to point out, too, is Thompson didn't go Orchid this game. So a bit of a difference. So we went the old school, the other build, the Witchblade that we've seen on the Storm. That means he has no silence for Morphling or Void Spirit pre-disables.
Sure. I mean...
Or dispels.
Yeah, I guess he feels obviously because of the fact that Entity having a good start, that the Manta's going to be coming out very quick for both the Void Spirit and the Morph. We'll see the mid-attempted jump, but he's in with the Infest. Pure by the Nightmare, but he's got backup coming in. 9-class swings across with a hook shot. They'll punish Fishman.
Dude, this unfettering, I think, is going to get in their head a little bit, too. Because you're probably thinking, like, how do we catch him? And then he just dispels. And you're like, wait, now I want to... But wait, I can't. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, very difficult to go on him. It's just going to be a test of when the fights come down to situations in which Pure can no longer kind of pop unfettered and run away and stand his ground and fight back, whether he's going to be strong enough to take the team fights. He's going to get caught by the silence, no one. He'll jump quickly with the amplified damage rune over towards 9-class to burst through the clock. Pure will try and bring down the Grim, but a successful TP out will get Katsomi out of there. And no one, he's going to be tricky to chase, especially with the buff up from the Stampede. He'll get out of there, no problem. So they get in, they get another kill, they get out, they lose no one. Entity.
Nice.
Literally no one. Again, they don't lose no one.
They don't lose anybody, yeah. That was, by the way, another power rune. So that's literally every power rune has gone to the side of no one right now. So they have not let Thompson get a power rune. And he's got the Manta, as you said, yeah. So it has to be just because of those dispel things, and he probably just thinks he needs a BKB. So applying a strong dispel, that's just removing stuns, right? So he still can get silenced, right, on the lifestealer?
Oh, yeah, silence is indeed, yeah,
but it's
absolutely. Silence from Katsomi,
so the
for example.
The Grim's the big one to look at if he can get the angles in
Yeah.
particular. It's going to be obviously very, very hard, but I was watching to see if he was trying to go for it there, but yeah, I couldn't. Tundra, they're hitting timings. So, I mean, this is going to be an interesting game when it all kicks off. That Morphling, of course, he's going to have a very good matchup and all that, but the Lifestealer is farmed, so.
He is. Super quick Radiance, obviously, with the way he was able to rush at this game Pure before finishing the armlet.
One of the most farm-heavy games we've had. 9 to 4, 18 minutes in. Power Rune, Thompson doesn't get it again. He doesn't even get it to spawn on him. That's just unlucky, too. No one gets another Power Rune. And he is going to queue up the Aghanim. So he will have that silence that we're mentioning as well, too. That's going to be very effective this game versus... I mean, effective versus everybody, of course, but mostly, in particular, versus the Lifestealer and Storm.
Yeah. I'll be interested to see with when you take Unfettered on the Lifestealer, if Pure goes for, kind of tries to stack up this status resistance with an S and Y, or if he will just get the Manta. I imagine he'll just get the Manta right.
That's a good question. I think he might just go S and Y because
you think you still just go S and Y
right now?
But even
yeah, the
with
thing is
sort of
Radiance, so maybe the Manta does make it more tempting. I don't know.
And with the Void Spirit, when the Void Spirit axes out with the silence, the silences could be
like
pretty annoying.
Yeah.
I mean, S is why it's good, but that's what I'm saying. Is it worth to stack status resistance? Because obviously you're going to get 60% status resistance from Unfettered.
When you have it active. But what about when he
Sure.
doesn't? But I don't know, whatever. I think either are good. They both can work.
But that's the thing, you're always going to have it active, essentially. Like, you're always going to be able to press it unless you get silenced. And then if you have a Manta, at least you could do something against the silence. At least against the Void Spirit silence. But we'll see.
I mean, we'll see. I'm fine with, like I said, I think
I guess the one that, because obviously the argument for the S and Y as well is there because you don't have Corpse Eater and you're not getting the bonus HP, you kind of want the Sange, so you have, you know, you're getting HP from something, you know what I mean? So otherwise your HP can end up being pretty
Yeah.
low.
I mean, it also just gives him slow resist on top of the status resist as well, too. It's not really that many things that he's getting slowed by, I guess, this game, too. But the stats are nice. I mean, whatever. We'll see. It might be that Manta if they start getting behind, but if they get ahead, maybe he goes S&Y. It might be one of those situations.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
But the game state's been pretty quiet, so it's tough to tell, really. All right, Ruin. Thompson. There
Hey,
you go.
there
He's
we go.
illusion.
He gets it this time.
He got one.
It's just, of course, slowed down a bit. I mean, not to no one's liking on this voice, but he wants to keep killing heroes.
How's the items looking on Watson? He's got his phylactery pretty much done also, too. Very big slowdown for timings. Tundra. Looking to make themselves a catch here, playing around with Ramses in the 3. No one. I mean, it's been such a quiet time here for the last, like, 5 minutes.
Whoop. Shot in straight away over towards Katsomi. He'll get the soul bind out onto the two of them. Zip forward from Thompson, though, closes the gap. With the cogs laid down, they kind of get trapped in it. So
Watson's
allow
here.
them to take it out. Watson and no one, they've cleaned up the two supports. Now they're going to turn for the course. They get the grip onto Ramses. The Remnants there on the follow. They might be able to take him down a second time. We'll see Watson turn into the Weaver to Shikichi away, but he's ready to go back in. Waveform's back up, jumps over towards Thompson. Thompson's out of mana. Ramses will try and swap him out to safety, but again, he gets caught by the jump of no one with the Remnant. Pure turns towards no one. Will be able to kill him off as both carries prevailing throughout it all. Watson, another bit of burst to clear up the illusion from Ramses. He'll bail out of this. He can't tackle the Lifestealer right now. Fight there. What ends up 3 for 4. Tundra there losing
Slight
4.
advantage for
Entity
Entity.
losing 3.
I mean, Pure still showing that he can stand his ground pretty easily inside these fights. The Lifestealer, of course, as the Morphling already expended the majority. Watson shows up a little bit early, though, and gets some nice cleanup kills for himself. But overall, only a slight win there for Entity. And Pierre's probably happy anyway. He's like, whatever, I got some big cleanup kills. He's level 15 after that one. Or 16 now, in fact. And it will be the Manta. So he is, yeah, he's covering his bases. And I think it's multiple things, right? He's covering his bases for the removal of the signs, but he also has Radiance, so it just feels better to go the Manta.
It does. And I tell you what, one thing as well, it feels better getting the Manta with this facet choice rather than the other. Because with the other one, it's just kind of sad, because the illusions that are killing things with the Radiance burn, they don't contribute to your +2. So it always feels kind of sad getting Manta.
Oh, so it just feels bad. Okay.
It
yeah.
just feels bad. Yeah,
I
you're
was
not
like-
getting the +2s from those.
I was like, where are you
those
going
three
with
kills.
this?
Well, what do you mean?
You're still getting money.
Yeah, you still get, yeah, but you're not getting the +2 HP. But obviously with this
Yeah,
facet, you don't
sure.
care. So it's like, get me the Manta and just burn away those creeps and get that money.
Yep. Very close stuff, though. Still continuing to keep it very close. No one, he has Agon in his finish, so that last fight, if he had it, would have been very, very different. Thompson, though, at the same time, now he also has his BKB, so they both are hitting that timing to be able to,
Okay.
you know, one to be able to kill the other, and the other one to be able to prevent the killing. DM actually, ooh, DM gets the shard. That's nice. This is one of my favorite ones, of course, for the Centaur. I feel like when you get this shard, you actually become a lot scarier in team fights. You no longer just become like an annoying stun and stuff like that. You're a big damage dealer. And you're a big problem to deal with, too, since you're so tanky. So they're actually going to smoke up off of that. Blink on DM. Ags on no one. But they are playing into the BKB on the side of Thompson. Tundra seemed to have a read on this move as well, too. Look at Whitemon. Yep. Immediately.
Oh, the
gets
Remnant?
Dispel.
Oh, he knows where he is. He knows exactly where he's hiding in the corner. No one. Great catch.
These players, it's too good. The reads of the map sometimes are so impressive. I'd love to see it. Ramses playing very far up. They probably just think that he has people behind him or something. They don't want to fall for the bait. He also is an Ag's Venge, so it could quickly turn on you. No one will find himself an Arcane. As Watson, is that the Conda done? The Conda is done. So Conda also this game, on top of it being just strong, period, on Morphling, he has Grimstroke, which I always like to talk about because the double, You know, you get these double adaptives. It's very strong. Sure, you don't double the, you know, counter whatever, but you do tons of damage. And he's also going to smoke. Both teams getting in prepared for this dire Roshan that's coming around.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke on smoke. No one with an arcane rune. The
Gonna
jump.
try and jump Pure. Look at the jump, the silence, the stun. He's gonna get swapped out to the side. Pure is still falling low. They've got
He's
it.
down.
They've killed
They
off the
chained it.
Lifestealer. And now maybe they can look for more. They're going to get the catch to drag back on towards 9 class. He's gone as well. They're getting the
huge
cleanup
fight.
here. They turn towards Ramses. They'll be able to jump in with the Astral Step. And they only lose the one of them. They're even going to get wiped one. They may even get the full team wipe. Thompson's trying to desperately take down Fishman. But Thompson is
He's out of
about
mana.
to come to an end. And he's out of mana. No one's able to TP across. They're absolutely going to get the team wipe here. Entity, team wipe Tundra.
Oh, and the silences come into play. They chain it beautifully onto this Lifestealer.
They really do. I mean, because he
literally
did
everything thrown onto him.
He couldn't get off unfettered at all through that whole
Nope.
the whole go they make on him. Even with sort of the swap save coming in from Ramses, I thought maybe with the swap to the side he was going to be able to pop it, get a chance for an unfettered and jump in a creep or something with the infest, but no, they played around it indeed with the silence. He couldn't press it.
Yeah, I think I'd have to actually have a replay why he couldn't get it off at the later
That's what I'm
set when
saying.
he got
Yeah,
swapped.
I thought there would be
Like, I know he
a
got
chance for him to get it off.
he got secondary silenced, and I think he
Sure.
got a bug on him. I think maybe he got the Phantom on him, and his Manta was. You know, I didn't get to see entirely how they full sequenced the chain.
Okay.
But if
Now maybe we
do
better
have a
catch that on the
moment-
replay, but yeah, didn't get a chance to get it off. We'll see here. Here's the jump. So initially the silence obviously from no one. Gets swapped to the side, still silenced, and
Oh, he meant
yeah,
to-
he was perma-silenced. He was
just
perma-silenced.
His Manta cooldown. He'd used the Manta earlier, I think, to farm and stuff like that, so it didn't have it up, right? So
And then when the fight
perfect
starts
time
like
to
that,
catch.
you know, you lose your carry, and meanwhile on the side of Entity, Watson's just in full cleanup mode. There's not a lot of hope
Yep.
for the overall look at the team fight. Thompson, of course, having to expend all his mana to get that kill on the back lines. Ends up dying as well. And now Entity, they're up a 5k lead, and they've got themselves an Aegis.
it was like, look at that sequence of stuff, disables / silences and keeping them control. Katomi, he'll be found.
I'm sure they could get Fishman
Fishman
as well.
Also,
Should be able to get this. A couple of support kills. They will. So a little bit of something
ones.
here for Tundra back in action.
yep, some good kills. Some time off the map too, where they can play open. They can play more people showing on the map here as well. Pure is queued up to Scotty, so playing versus that Morphling, of course, is going to make sense if he wants to go down that route.
Yeah, it's
But yeah,
a
has
good
to
choice.
be protected somehow. Yeah, he has to. I'm clicking on his supports. I mean, they're just poor. So I'm like trying to think if they can maybe get something to help him out a little bit versus the bug as well too. But they just have force. They're too poor to be able to at this point in the game. So
Yeah.
maybe later
Honestly,
on the lines they can find something.
That as well may have been one of those situations in which if he did have the other talent, other facet, and he had the extra, 600 HP, maybe he would have lived long enough through the silences to get the rage off and fight back. You never know.
There's so many ifs, ands, and buts.
Oh,
You
true.
can't really-
Yeah, I mean, for sure.
Right, like-
But it's something to think about
Yeah,
because I said it's a bit of a different facet
Sure.
choice for this game.
Are scanning.
Well, and here you go also. What if he had S&Y and he had the status resist instead of having the Manta on cooldown, right? Like, so, yeah.
I mean, that's true as well, actually. Yeah, S and Y would have also made a difference. Maybe. Maybe. No, a lot of tough
could say a
decisions to
lot,
make.
but- Yeah, just good execution though. Now with this Aegis, Morph definitely very comfortable to get that next item. If he wants to go either down MKB or Butterfly, they can work. Right now he's got the MKB queued.
Yep.
Butter can work versus all the physical, but maybe he's thinking that just makes the MKB better for the Lifestealer. So he'll just go straight damage. And he maybe is feeling like he is kind of uncontested and untouched. When he doesn't have to go defensive, he can just go all in.
Dyer's middle
Because these last few fights,
under attack.
Watson has been unchecked.
Structures are fortified.
Yeah, I mean, I think absolutely. This sort of position, whilst the numbers are close, just a 2k lead. I think in Watson's mind, he feels like he's got this, and understandably so.
I
In
would
these sort of
imagine
positions,
so, yeah.
it looked great from the draft. Getting this final pick morph, his play so far has been flawless. 4-0-3. This Morphling's ready to win
Another
this.
catch, instant swap.
The jump. I think the stun on Pure. The unfettered off. He's going to turn towards the end, but he still
He's
just died
gone.
through it. He's gone. They're going to potentially lose more here as the Soulbind comes out onto the two of them. Watson, he's cleaning up. Just the open moves
Look
over
at him
towards
go.
Ramses. Ramses will be able to turn with the magic missile stun, but he'll dive forward with the waveform. Rams is the last one left alive, but not for long. Another burst from Watson, 7-0-4.
Triple kill.
It really feels like, you know, Watson, he's just on the victory run here towards TI.
He really is. I mean, they got every connection. They threw absolutely everything. That's 2 times it's worked. Pure just can't get anything up. They even swap saved him. They tried to cog displays. I think maybe the cog actually maybe worked a little bit against him because he's trying to get an infest or something like that. But either way, Entity, I mean, the execution, it's perfect. They just throw the kitchen sink at the lifestealer and it works. Now Watson.
This morph, but letting that morph through at the end.
Yeah.
It's definitely coming back to haunt them. Ramsey's losing the illusion.
Because like they chose to ban the Naga Siren, but we've been seeing the Morphling just have success time and time again lately, or at least almost have success, especially 30 minutes-ish or more. This hero has been reigning supreme in most games.
And especially when it's Watson playing it.
Especially when it's Watson.
Yep. He's going to step up and try and start the fight here. Watson will turn over towards him. Pure pots the mantle to get the jumping onto Watson and be able to bring him down low, but not quite able to kill him the once.
He's dead again.
He's gone. I mean, I think they may even know. It really feels like it's going to be close to. As Entity clean up another set of barracks. And sure, you know, Tundra at this game, they've been able to farm. You know, Pure was getting the farm of the lifesteal, but when it comes to the matchups, comes to playing into this Morphling, I don't know what you do. You know, Watson morph 7-0-5 continues to be unkillable, and he has got everything he needs to be able to close this game up, close this series, and claim that seat towards the International.
Absolutely. And Thompson now goes back for the Orchid, which is a little bit strange because they already have all those Dispel. So I really would have liked if he went the Orchid over the Witchblade, even though he was so behind, just to at least stop some stuff because...
Okay.
I don't know, the Witchblade just didn't feel like it had as much impact as I think as he had wanted it to. I mean, now it's too late for this Orchid too. They have so many different answers for it, and now Anthony, of course, in just absolute full control. Everyone's huge. And as we saw there, even DM is doing a lot of damage too in these fights, even though he died in the last one, or the one before that. I saw them ping out, like Lifestealer pinged out. He did 1,200 damage to a Lifestealer as a Sentinel. Getting the ball rolling massively. The snowball is humongous now at this point. And they can just keep going for those type of chain silence plays as well. Like, geez, Pure, do you need BKB, right? And maybe that might have been the choice that he actually wanted to go for, but that actually probably feels pretty bad because then you're just playing to live rather than ever kill the morph. So probably not the choice. Gotta get a successful fight here if you are Tundra. A DD or an amp damage up in top too. I think he just gave that to Watson. Yeah.
Oh boy.
He is gonna kill everybody.
I was gonna say, he's thinking about the rampage already.
Oh yeah, he's gonna kill them all. He has a fresh BKB too, so he is pretty much untouchable in the fight. He can pick and choose anybody he goes for. Look at the damage. Hitting for over 600 and, well, 650-ish. These towers, these buildings are going to drop in seconds.
What are you going to do? There's the jump. No one. He's going to go in. DM with the follow-up to the Who Stop Audibles, the clockwork. That's Ramsey's out of the game. They're going to be able to kill off the illusion as well. The push continuing here. Ramsey's no buyback. Pure's trying to fight in against DM, but no one wants to turn straight towards them. Use the stamina to close in onto them.
Deleted.
They're 4 dead. It's absolutely over. GG is called. Entity, they're moving forward to TI.
That was awesome. I mean, really well done. We see a lot of ult chat coming into play, of course. We kind of expected this one, I think, but what a performance. That was sick. I mean, Watson, he got his Morphling. You know, we saw it coming.
Oh, he did.
They got it.
He
we
really
were worried
did.
for this Lifestealer. We were worried for Tundra. They played to farm and slow things down. Anthony waited for timings. They got the timings. They played well with their lead. And then, yeah, as soon as Ags came out for no one, the game kind of ended, right? Back-to-back-to-back-to-back kills onto the Lifestealer. Even when they try to save him, he can't live.
No,
yeah.
it was rough. It was rough. It was always going to be interesting to see if Tundra can maybe make something happen with a bit of a different approach, and with the fact that the draft kind of hit them kind of hard, getting that Morphling in against them. Yeah, they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it this game 3. I said they will obviously have another chance, ladies and gentlemen. Tundra, they will be knocked down to the lower bracket, so we will see them get another shot at getting a spot towards TI. But yeah, this game Entity coming in and just really stepping up their play and performance in this one. There was very little to any mistakes being made by Entity. They knew exactly what to do. They just had to keep their cool and make sure, honestly, probably that Watson, or I guess Watson or no one's probably making most of the calls in this sort of game, because both of these players in these positions on these heroes, they know that the win is on the horizon. They just got to keep the path safe and smooth and not make any sort of drastic plays, mistakes. Some of the overextensions, for example, that we saw from them in Game 2, they weren't happening here, Fold.
No, not at all. This was just really well executed from no one in particular. He took last game, I think, as a bit of information for himself, because he was overextending a little bit on the Ember. I think things turned quickly onto them that they didn't expect. This one around, no one played it just clean, and that laning phase in particular, holy moly. He played that so well, and they just really capitalized on top of it, bringing the 3 heroes mid, getting these continuous kills, and then also setting up the supports for success. And have to commend the supports, because they were also a crucial element to be able to get these type of successful team fight wins where they get the chain silences, chain lockdown. So the first pick Grim, you know, sometimes these type of metas start to develop even in an individual series where, you know, a hero that you don't expect to get first picked actually does do a lot of damage, as Katomi gets that one through it. It was nice. It was very nice with the rest of that Lifestealer.
It really was. It caused a lot of issues, and we're seeing it with Expert as well. Just the silence upon silence. Pure just not able to play his game, despite getting very good item timings. You know, the Radiance, he was incredibly fast, but yeah, just the matchups, not something that was ever going to be easy for him to play into, and Entity definitely made him feel that. Very, very good play, very good draft from Entity in this Game 3. And I think, you know, Entity, there's no doubt about it, going forward towards the International. This is a team that on the International stage is absolutely going to be one to watch. You know, we knew that they were powering up. They've been getting better and better over the past 3 months. And going forward to playing at the international level, this team will absolutely be taking off teams left, right, and center from around the world.
Yeah, it's great to see it, and it's, at least for me, you know, I love Entity, I love these guys and everything, but for me, I love to see that no one is back, right? This guy has been around for so long now. He was literally the top mid in the world for that stint when he was on VP. They were winning, dominating every single tournament. He's completely back in form. I'm saying that exactly because of this. I think standout player for me. The second game, it was the difference between him and Thompson. I felt like was actually the big difference maker of what allowed Tundra to really come back. This one, he did not let Thompson play Dota. He crushed him in this game. He crushed everybody. It was super well executed. Dies once in this game. I believe he died... How many in the first game? He didn't die much in the first one. He died like 3 times, so he just played super well. So tons of comments for him, and great to see him back on the big stage.
Absolutely, yeah. Incredible performance in this last game, and yeah, well deserved. Getting to TI. Can't wait to see these lads play there. I believe we have an interview. Do we have no one on the line right now? Not yet. Okay, we're gonna be getting no one on the line very shortly, ladies and gentlemen.
Hell yeah.
To hear some words from him himself. Just kind of on this run during the qualifiers. Also, kind of how they felt in this series, especially kind of when it came to the loss. You know, how that sort of went down on the other side of things from their side, behind the scenes. And yeah, for Tundra, Fog, we're going to see them obviously get knocked down, as I say. They'll be playing against the winners of Na'Vi Junior versus PSG Quest. Those who, sure, you still look at Tundra as the favourites out of them and whichever team they play against. But I wouldn't say it's impossible for one of those two teams to come in with an upset. It's not going to be completely smooth sailing for Tundra down there.
No, and you have to just... Yeah, I'd heard... You know, I watch a little bit like the Gork streams and these other guys and everything too. I heard Amar saying it. Like, Amar was literally saying Na'Vi Junior has been... They beat Falcons in scrims. They've been beating a lot of people, so definitely not a team that you can write off. Yes, experience comes into play. You know, for Tundra, these guys have way more experience being able to go into that, but if they get put into a position where like the drafts are kind of even, like Na'Vi Junior is a scary team if it ends up being them, of course, too. Same thing for Quest. Like these are not easy. These are not pushovers by any means. So
no, not at all. Yeah, and yeah. Entity, they've had quite an eventful run, obviously through this qualifiers. You know, every series has gone 2-1 that they're able to take. So they've had their ups and downs, but the ups have definitely been very, very high. We'll see the bracket here. Entity there qualifying to the international through the upper bracket, as I say. 2-1 against Quest, 2-1 against OG, and 2-1 today against Tundra. Down on the lower bracket, those 2 series will be tomorrow. So very much looking forward to see those play out. Na'Vi Junior versus PSG Quest will fight to have the chance to go against Tundra in the lower bracket final to secure that second spot here in the Western European regional qualifiers. So still a lot of excitement left to be had. No doubt today, though, all the excitement's going to be had over in the Entity camp. I can imagine they're celebrating this one as it's a big win for them. It's a big win for them. Can't wait to see them on the international stage. And I believe we have now got No One ready to come in for a quick chat. Let's have a look. There he is, No One. Congratulations. Excellent play today and throughout the qualifiers. This series in particular, obviously you guys, I want to kind of go back to the loss, the game that you guys dropped against Tundra, just to sort of hear what went through that. And was there sort of a point in that game where you kind of knew it was over and you guys were just looking towards game 3?
I got so tilted, by the way, by second game, because like this game was in our hands, and like we knew that we cannot throw against their heroes. Like, you hear me, right? Hello?
Yep, we hear you.
I do not hear you,
okay.
so I'm just smiling and nodding. Fogged, you continue.
Okay. So like, yeah, if we draw, it's gonna be really. I mean, like, it's almost impossible to win against their lineup in late game, and like, it was like so easy game, and it ended up like 5 crucial mistakes, and we just like, we needed to reset because like we just give them like free game basically. It's like really hard to actually like one of the hardest things like to reset after you made so much mistakes in the game when you already won a game. It's like really hard.
Okay, yeah, it's interesting. It's cool to see that you guys could at least build through it. Also, hello, No One. Good to see you. It's been a long time.
Hello.
Miss you, buddy.
Nice to see
you
you.
at tournaments and stuff. I just wanted to actually go into a little bit more of just. I'm not going to talk about the loss or anything. I'm curious more about Estini as a coach being brought in here and stuff, because I know the Entity guys, they had met Poom for quite some time. I just want to know, how is it with him? What ideas, just things that he brings to the table for you guys, pretty much.
I wouldn't put anything from the table, of course, because like it's a secret that coach brings to us, right? But he helps us a lot right now with like map movement, with like rotations, basically with everything. But he's drafter as well for us, so he does a lot of job right now.
Okay.
That's right. I can hear you now, No One. It's beautiful.
Nice. Hi, nice to see you too.
Hi. Yeah, well played, No One. Good to see you here. So that's. I want to ask as well, in terms of your individual performance, it seems like you're kind of getting absolutely back to kind of the top level that we saw from you in the past. Has that been on your effort from a lot of like hard work? Would you say have you kind of changed things? Are you increasing the amount of pubs you're playing? Are you doing much more preparation as a team? Because it seems again as you're sort of getting back to that peak level that we saw in the past.
I would say it's definitely like comes from the team first of all. Then from me, like my team is get really better because as Tini came, like we improved our game, and like when I feel it, I'll play much better than I played before, But yeah, I play a lot of pubs. There's new patch. It's right now super enjoyable. So many my heroes in the pool. Like I can just pick whatever I want. It's like basically like, I'm just enjoying to play Dota right now a lot, and I can like play a lot too. Because previously it was this Timber Razor setup for 2 years or something. It was so boring. Like insane.
That's true.
And Pango Pack, what
It is.
fuck?
Yeah. I mean, Pango's still a
You
bit of
said
a,
it,
like
not us, right?
a WTF hero, but
He's
yeah,
not that
I mean,
like broken anymore. I mean, he is
Sure.
actually like we will see on the real tournaments because right now people are
Yes.
not sure like what is Imba and they're just trying, and like it's amazing, Like I can just pick Void Spirit the second stage into 5 years and be in free game. It just feels so good right now to play this series.
Yeah.
So my question, I guess, would be is what is the difference between Entity, you now being with Entity compared to the last few teams that you've been with? Do you feel a big difference? Like, because I think, Watson being like the rank 1 guy and everything like that, they're bringing you in and all. Do you feel they've been together for a long time and you're kind of like one of the newer ones in there? How does that all feel in particular?
You're asking like the difference, like you're asking about how I feel right now with the boys, or you're asking like what's the difference between my past teams? What's the question?
A bit of
Because
both, honestly, if you could go into both. Yeah.
Sure. Like the difference is like there is much more skilled players right now. They're much more try hard, and like we are like trying to achieve. Like if I would say the last team that I played, it was I don't remember actually the name. The Kuala Lumpur that I go with TI with mid one. I don't remember the name. Sorry, of the team.
it's
like
Team SMG, I think.
Team SMG, thank you. So it was like just for me, it was like to show myself, road to TI, and like I really like the guys anyway. But it was like not we are going to win the tournament, and like because I knew that like right now my players have like the best ranks in the game. They're really skilled. They're really like burned to like inner like fire to the like who achieve the tournaments. It's like big difference between Navi as well. I'm sure about it. And yeah. And right now, how I feel with the boys, I mean, it's amazing, but like I'm kind of angry most of the times at them because they're lazy still, at so many moments. And I need to like, guys, you need to do this, Watson, you need to practice this hero. Because he's just like.
Where does that laziness sort of come from? Is that like a level of ego because of like how highly ranked your teammates are?
No, not
like,
at all.
We're too good or what?
No, not at all. It's just like. I would say it's from personality, like when he's grow up, like with the family, like no ego at all in our team, like zero. Maybe me,
that's good to hear.
Sometimes, but yeah, there is no ego, the guys. That's like super enjoyable. We just play in Dota. It's like basically like we're kind of CIS guys, but like we're basically playing like you. We actually speak English, guys, in Dota. We speak English between us. We speak all the games in English. Like we're trying to like flex it with. Our language, but we mostly like trying to speak English. So it's a big difference between like CS players and European players. Like huge. If you don't,
that's very
cool.
but Spirit is you as well. Like a players. It's like you cannot compare them. Like how they approach the things, how they're preparing. It's like so good.
Yeah, and in terms of kind of the play, like in a game like that, in this third game, where it very much seemed like you guys had it, honestly, it kind of seemed like you guys had it already from the draft because of this morph coming in. Throughout the gameplay, who's sort of taking the lead when it comes to the calls? Is it you because you're kind of owning with your KDA and you're taking over the map? Like, who's the one sort of making sure that you don't get too ahead of yourselves and kind of fall into the trap that you kind of did in game 2 where you overextended a bit?
I would say mostly it's me, all the games, mostly, like I'm taking the calls, but DM helped me a lot, and sometimes it's Watson and like Katomi and Fishman, but mostly it's me and like DM, I would say, and Watson is helping us, yeah.
Fog, do you got one more question for Noah before we let him get off?
Yeah, I just got one because he did touch a little bit, just a more broad one, Congratulations, of course, to you guys and everything. It's an awesome win. I just wanted to hear a little bit more of what you think because we don't get to hear too many of like the pro perspectives again as well now. How do you guys feel about all these facets and everything with the patch? I know it's been really exciting. I know a lot of people are very happy to be back with everything and playing all this. I know you were saying you're happy because your heroes are back. What do you think of the innates and the facets and all this kind of crazy stuff now?
It's amazing. Like I think it's a really, really good change of Dota. It's like it's not Dota 2 anymore. Like there's so many patches came out, like neutral items, like these portals, and now it's like face. It's not Dota 2. It's like Dota 4.5 or something. But it's so much fun. Like you exploring so much things like in the game. Like this nice. My Bane was asking me like us 5 times, can I ulti this guy? And we were like, no, bro, he has this spell and your ult.
That's true.
I love that. I was saying in the cast actually for a second too. I was like, I bet they're mind gaming a little bit on themselves because I haven't seen anybody really taken at all. So I'm like, it's something new completely, which it is really interesting to see that there's that thought that comes.
It was not good choice because he has no HP, I believe. He was dying in the fight because he has no HP talent.
That's what Owen was saying.
Exactly. I was like, dude, it feels so bad as well because then you're playing lifesteal. You don't get this lovely +2 every time you're hitting creeps. The satisfaction.
And you have no 3k HP for nothing, right? Oh, yeah, of course.
Exactly. No, my man there. We have
but
smart stuff
there
going
is
on. Anyway,
so
we're going to let you get off and enjoy your victory. We can't wait to see you at TI. It's going to be amazing having you guys over in Denmark. It's going to be a beautiful tournament. And looking forward to seeing you match up against the teams around the world. So, well played, no one. Go and get yourself some well-deserved rest. We'll see you soon.
Pocket.
Well deserved, man. See you, man.
Beautiful stuff there, ladies and gentlemen. No one, of course, from Entity,
Love the guy.
getting that first spot through to the International. And I say, yeah, generally looking forward to seeing him over there and getting to see them play. Because I think this team, you give them this extra, how long is it now? It's got about like a month? Well, over a month. It's quite a while to TI. You got like 2-3 months or something. You got a lot of time to prepare and continue to get better and better. This team's going to be great at TI, folk. They could go far.
Yeah, I think it'll be super fun to watch them. And as I said, I'm quite friendly with Nolan. You know, I've hung out with him a bunch of like these tournaments. So for me, it's good to see. I like to see sometimes when these older players do make their like resurgence and comeback, and it's not like he's getting carried. He is carrying.
No.
He's playing
He's
super
back.
well. So I'm hyped up to see him on the main stage because you know some people may have forgotten about this guy and everything like that. But let's just go through the old tournament winnings that he had. It was like
It was
first
big.
place, first place, first place, first place. And that was all in 1 year. 2017, 2018 was a shellacking. So yeah. Looking forward to seeing, of course, the rest of the NTD guys as well, but no one in particular, of course, having a little bit of a place in our hearts.
No, I think, yes, it's certainly deserved that we have the team that for the longest time had this rank 1 carry Watson get to TI. You know, it wouldn't be TI without the rank 1 player on the leaderboards, and he's going to be going there. So can't wait to see them. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to wrap it up for today. Just to give you a reminder of what we've got coming up tomorrow. Navi Junior versus PSG Quest. That's going to be at 1300 local time. And then we're going to have, obviously after that, the winner of that series against Tundra Esports playing for that second and last position from Western Europe regional qualifiers to go towards the international. Definitely wants to watch both of these tomorrow, Fogged. Either team could win that first series. And as I said, I think either of those teams, they will give Tundra quite the challenge.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I have to wake up really early because I got to be able to watch that first series. I've been waking up at some ungodly hours for myself to be able to
you're
catch
gonna be
some of these
dude,
because
Fogged.
they've been a lot more exciting.
Yeah, you're going to be all right
What's
this
up?
time, I guess, because it's obviously not starting the same time as the other days have started. And a reminder, of course, ladies and gentlemen at home, right? It's 3 hours later. We're not it's basically series 2, 3, and 3 of the day. Because we've been having the 10 o'clock starts. Tomorrow's going to be a 1 o'clock start, so you can have a bit more of a life.
Oh, I mean,
It's still early for
still
you.
a pretty terrible time for me, but I can do it. I can do
You
that.
can,
I'm
you,
good
can
at
get,
that.
you can get up for that. You can get up for that. So yeah, me and Fogg, I think we'll be joining you guys personally for the second series to find out who goes towards TI. Should be Sunsfan and Cinderin opening the show with you tomorrow. So don't miss it. Make sure you're there. It's been fantastic having you all watching today. Hopefully you've enjoyed the show, and congratulations to Entity. That's it for us. We'll see you tomorrow for more action here in the Western European qualifiers for the international.